Introduction of an Outline of History of Japan. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. An Outline History of Japan by Herbert Henry Gowen. Introduction. Why study Japanese history? Long, long ago, in the good old days before the hairy-faced and pale-cheeked men from over the sea of great peace came to Japan, before the black coal smoke and the snorting iron horse scared the white heron from the rice fields, before black crows and fighting sparrows, which fear not men, perched on telegraph wires, or even a railway was thought of, there lived two frogs, one in a well in Kyoto, the other in a lotus pond in Osaka, 40 miles away. Thus begins the famous story which relates how these frogs set out, each from its own home, to explore the wonders of the other city. They arrived at last at a point midway between Kyoto and Osaka, and then, each standing erect on its hind legs, proceeded to get a first sight of the strange town ahead. Alas, since frogs have their eyes at the back of their heads, in each case the vision was backward turned, and neither frog saw aught but the city from which he had started. Is it wonderful that they turned sadly back, convinced that Kyoto was but a replica of Osaka, and Osaka of Kyoto? To this day the frog in the well knows not and believes not in the great ocean. The great nations living on either side of the sea of the Great Peace, in some respects are not unlike these frogs of the story. At least of ourselves we may confidently affirm that in looking out upon other countries we have more or less persistently used the eyes in the back of our heads. In consequence, we have as a rule seen little except what was familiar to ourselves. Hence, in spite of the fact that our own national history has all along been moving in the direction of the Orient, our conception of that history has remained painfully provincial. We have, to a degree perhaps greater than in the case of any other great nation, lacked the international consciousness. Is it not time for us to give up being the frog in the well? Is it not time for us to move forward with eyes front, to make the acquaintance of our neighbors across the sea? It has long been startling to those who have perceived how continuously the development of our destiny has related us to the Orient, to realize that the vast majority of our fellow citizens, upon whose intelligence in the long run the success of our foreign policy must depend, know little or nothing about Japan and the Japanese beyond what a few tourists have reported. Even as to the Japanese within our boundaries, ignorance is startlingly rife. It has been so even during agitations which one supposed must perforce disseminate some few crumbs of pertinent information. For example, in 1923, when interest in the immigration bill was at its height, a questionnaire was addressed to the senior classes of the Seattle high schools, in which the first question was, how many Japanese are there in the United States? Of the answers received, 52% reported inability to answer, while the remaining 48% gave figures all the way from 4,000 to 20 millions. If they do these things in the green tree, what shall be done in the dry? If high school boys and girls on the Pacific coast think that there are 20 million Japanese in the United States, what chimeras may not their fears conjure up as among the possibilities of the other side of the ocean? What kind of foreign policy, moreover, as far as Japan is concerned, are they most likely to press upon subservient politicians who have no more knowledge of the subject themselves? After this, it is almost unnecessary to mention the less specific forms of ignorance. They reveal as startling a divergence from the facts as the Chinese geographer's account of the state of Rhode Island, quote, famous for its colossus, end quote. To console the unlearned American, however, it may be pointed out that even H.G. Wells, in his Outline of History, tells us that the fleet of Commodore Perry anchored off Kyoto. In general terms, it is impossible not to agree with a recent statement of Mr. Nakamura when he says, "I have been astonished at how little the people of Japan and America know of each other. The majority of the American people are so ignorant of Japan that some of them with whom I talked in America asked me if Japan has any electric trams or steam trains." End quote. Of course, such ignorance as prevails is not without its explanation and even its excuse. Japan was not so much as a name even to Europe until after the return of Marco Polo from China in 1295. The Zipangu, moreover, which at this epoch first touched the imagination of the West, was nothing more actual or direct than a Genoese transcription of a Venetian's memory of a country he had heard about whilst in China. When the first edition of the Encyclopaedia Britannica was published in 1768, 25 words were all that was required to tell what was known about Japan. It is enlightening to note the difference in the 13th edition. When, in 1853, Commodore Perry was sent to reopen Japan to the West, the general opinion of the significance of such an expedition may be gathered from the fact that a correspondent of the Baltimore Sun wrote from Washington, "It will sail about the same time with Rufus Porter's aerial ship." Another contemporary newspaper declared, "For ourselves, we look forward to the result with some such interest as we might suppose would be awakened among the generality were a balloon to soar off to one of the planets under the direction of some experienced aeronaut." End quote. Since that memorable occasion, the United States has been very busily employed in occupying the spacious heritage unfolding itself to new generations between the Atlantic and the Pacific. It is therefore not altogether strange to find that the vision of John Ledyard and others like-minded beckoned for long in vain, and that the statesmanship of Seward had to await our own time for its full appreciation. But now the matter appears in a different light. It is the duty of our own age both to lament its ignorance and to apply the proper remedy. If the question as to the wherefore of the duty must be so put as to be categorically answered, it is not hard to do so. There are few modern nations with so unanswerable a claim for historical appreciation as Japan. Only a few months ago, Dr. Zolf, the German ambassador at Tokyo and president of the Asiatic Society of Japan, declared that practically all the intellectual currents of the world have found their way to Japan. End quote. To Americans, of course, the chief emphasis is rightly placed upon the close association of the two countries, which geography and destiny together have made inevitable. On the one hand, Japan represents the last outpost of eastward marching Asia. The Japanese are the frontiersmen of Asiatic history. And on the other hand, America, in its march towards the Pacific, represents that fulfillment of destiny of which Mr. and Mrs. Greenby have written so picturesquely in Gold of Ophir. As Mr. K.S. Inouye puts it, the New Englanders are the frontiersmen of the Englanders. Middle Westerners are the frontiersmen of the New Englanders, and the people of the Pacific coast are the frontiersmen of the Middle Westerners." End quote. So Japan and the United States are being pushed by a force greater than themselves, even by the force of human movements back beyond the beginnings of history, into a neighborhood which should be beneficial to all mankind. It is clear that the two frogs of our fable are not intended to remain in their well. But it is not merely to look one another in the face that these two peoples are brought to confront one another today. In his last address at Tokyo, Mr. Cyrus Woods, the American ambassador to Japan at the time of the earthquake, spoke of the possibilities of the civilizations of East and West being synthesized through their mutually good relations. There is every reason why this should be, for the advantage of each. An old Japanese story tells of Ebisu, who lived on an island and ate fish, and Daikoku, who lived on the mainland and ate nothing but rice. There was a wonderful result from their coming together and finding out that fish and rice went well together. In like manner, America and Japan have everything to gain from the increased association of which we speak. There will be gain to the material interests which urge the promotion of commerce, gain through the intellectual curiosity which holds nothing that is human to be alien, gain especially in all the spiritual sympathy which reaches out invisible hands across the dividing seas. Upon the realization of this common interest and related destiny, much more depends than the immediate material advantage of the United States. The two confronting civilizations are brought inescapably together at the present juncture to serve not only their own imperial interests, but to promote the peace and prosperity of the human race. If the great commonwealths around the Pacific Rim have so far grown up under a policy of fear, it is given to Japan and the United States, in harmony with one another, to supersede this fear by a policy of trust. Whether we will it or not, the peace of the Pacific is in our own keeping. We brought about relations with Japan by our own insistency, and we cannot shirk the responsibility which the existence of those relations now entails. All our arguments about non-entanglements in Europe have no bearing upon our responsibilities in the Orient. To quote Mr. Woods again, "I think it is no exaggeration to say in conclusion that upon the friendship and cooperation between Japan and the United States the future of mankind may well some day depend." End quote. Already the interchanges of cultural influence have been symbolically significant. Some years ago, the Japanese made a gift of their famous pink blossom cherry trees to the national capital, Washington. The first attempt was a failure on account of a certain infection which destroyed the trees. But the second experiment fared better, and now the cherry trees bloom as beautifully at Washington as though they nourished no grievance against the American Congress. So will it be with other interchanges of East with West and West with East. There may be incidents connected with the first endeavors to secure reciprocity which seem to make the effort desperately unpromising. Yet patience and perseverance will always in the end bring about the needed understanding. I have left till the last some plea for the study of Japanese history on the ground of its own intrinsic interest and human value. The saying of Fustel de Coulanges, "L'histoire ne sert à rien," certainly has no application to Japan. Where else have we so continuous a dynastic history? Its beginnings may seem modern as compared with the hoary antiquity of Japan's great continental neighbor, but the insularity of the island empire has safeguarded her from foreign conquest and from dynastic change in such a way as to make her history unique as the history of China can never be. In spite of its many cultural borrowings from China and elsewhere, Japan has remained all along true to itself. "What would you do," it was once asked of a prominent Japanese Confucianist, "if an army were to invade Japan with Confucius as generalissimo and Mencius as his first lieutenant?" The answer came promptly: "I would strike off the head of Confucius and steep the flesh of Mencius in brine." That is the spirit of Yamato Damashi, which has burned undimmed for 2.5 millenniums. Where else has gathered to the support of a throne such patriotism as that of the island people who in the 13th century repulsed the hordes of Kublai Khan and in modern times set at naught the armed might of Imperial Russia? It was the resistance of a whole people, as conspicuous among the peasantry and fisherfolk as among the bushi, knights, nay, the resistance of winds and waves as well, so that the divine wind of Ise seems the voice of Japan's own soul, the spirit of her mighty dead. Or again, where nature has been cruel instead of kind, and typhoons and earthquakes have shaken the frail island home of this heroic race, how courageously has adversity been accepted, and how triumphantly has it been surmounted! To know something of the history of Japan from this point of view alone must be to multiply the sympathy which all men felt in those dark days of September 1923. Where, we may ask once again, has there been revealed a greater amount of political capacity for the transformation of the government machinery to suit the changing times and conditions? To accomplish so much by evolutionary rather than revolutionary methods is no little achievement. Broadening out from precedent to precedent, we see the development of Japanese constitutional government until the descendant of the sun goddess, with no impairment of prestige, becomes the honored head of a modern democracy. Footnote: it might be worthwhile in this connection to note the report as to the withdrawal of imperial investments from those fields where the imperial interest might prejudice the case of the workers in the event of a strike. End of footnote. It is surely one of the most wonderful things about Japanese history that a nation has been thus able to adjust itself successfully to the many successive crises which have marked its emergence into the full responsibility of international life. Over and over again has come to the outsider the temptation to think of the new wine as being poured into old bottles. The Empire of Japan has faced many of those new occasions which bring new duties in their train. Yet the modernization of Japan has been achieved without violent shock, even though the throwing over of ancient privileges involved at times sacrifices on the part of the ruling clans which are almost unexampled in history. Lastly, in what national history have we more varied and more forceful examples of personality? We shall find great figures who are not outstatured in any assembly, however august. There are emperors and priests, saints and sages, heroes and heroines, warriors and recluses, artists and artisans, novelists and poets, commoners and nobles, the equal in intellectual, moral, and spiritual attainment of some of the very greatest our laboring planet has brought forth. Sometimes they blend themselves without thought of self with the rocks and streamlets of Nippon. Sometimes, like the separate petals of Dante's great white rose of bliss, they detach themselves for separate service, each revealing the possession of a soul and a voice. The study of history, and a fortiori the writing of history, is under no circumstances an easy matter. Historical accuracy, says a recent writer, is in fact the most fleeting of vanities. No one can read Professor Alan Johnson's The Historian and Historical Evidence without realizing the ease with which one may acquire a wholesome skepticism respecting the alleged facts of history. History, according to Wendell Phillips, is for the most part an idle amusement, the daydream of pedants and triflers. The story of Sir Walter Raleigh's despair at writing a history of the world, after trying in vain to discover the facts as to something which occurred just outside his dungeon door in the Tower, is vieux jeu by comparison with the results attained in modern psychology classrooms. This is particularly pertinent in respect to the history of Japan, since, for several reasons, the critical study of this has scarcely begun. Old-time historians were discouraged from too close an investigation of early happenings, the interpretation of which might be regarded as politically indiscreet. Moreover, the critical spirit had hardly been awakened even to the using of the materials awaiting investigation. That an immense amount of work has to be done in the first-hand study of documents was made plain to the writer when the venerable doyen of Japanese historians was good enough to go over some of the materials here presented. The patient insistence on accuracy with which Dr. Haga helped in the verification of a number of the matters here treated will never be forgotten. It is hoped that the assistance thus generally given may be recognizable in the following pages. But, apart altogether from an accuracy so difficult at the present time to attain, it may be sincerely urged that any honest attempt to tell the story of Japan is worth the making. In the jungles of Central Asia, travelers use boys whom they call dew-dryers to go ahead through the dripping grass to prepare the way. Dew-dryers have their justification in the exploration of the jungles of history. If the dampening criticism they attract makes it even a little easier for those who follow, they have not altogether lost their day at set of sun. Within the humble limits which it is intended to observe in this volume, it is to be hoped we shall not, by over-daring speculation, go so far astray as to make altogether useless the summary of some 25 centuries of a singularly moving piece of the human story. Every successful wave of Oriental thought has, in beating against the national consciousness, left on the story its ripple of sand. If therefore, as Inazo Nitobe has said, the very lost races are a palimpsest to be deciphered with a loving eye, how much more interesting must be the study of a nation which is not merely a museum of Asiatic civilization, but a people in the very vanguard of advancing men. There is an old Japanese play known as The Pillow of Kantanu. The priest Rosei comes to a wonderful palace where is prepared the elixir which extends life to a millennium. He drinks and lays his head upon the enchanted cushion. Then immediately around him dance the seasons and the years, each treading on the other's heels. As soon as the chorus cries, "'Tis spring, for hark, the birds are calling," comes the response, "'Tis autumn, see, the leaves are falling." So at last Rosei wakes to find his millennium gone, the dream of a sinner while waiting for dinner. We too, in the study of an outline such as the present, must lay our heads upon the pillow of Kantanu, passing swiftly through the centuries which roll themselves up behind us. Yet we need not on this account imagine we are merely dreaming. Rather, we are sharing something which already in the past and in the present, and still more, in all probability, in the future, is part of that international common life from which we can in no wise escape. Past and future are indeed so subtly interrelated that we cannot have sympathy with the one without the other. There is but little ground for believing that any foreign policy which has no root in the past will avail to solve the problems of the future. The Japanese are fond of going to visit the cherry blossoms when the lovely petals are falling all around in flurries of pink and fragrant snow. These flurries are instantly gathered up and swept along the avenues by the winds of the new spring. But Japanese love the perishing blooms because they speak of the countless lives which have blossomed and withered in the past to give Nippon her fame among the nations. And, loving this, they love also to go, when the winter is as yet scarce departed from the earth, to view the plum blossoms. These have hardly emerged from the blackened branches which reach out stark through sleet and rain. But the Japanese love these adventurous blooms which challenge the future, since they speak prophetically of the glory and the beauty which are still to come. From the other side of the world, we may gain a delight all our own from the lives which have been lived of old, and from the thought of that future whose promise has as yet but begun to peep. So shall we get to know of ourselves something of the passion and the power hidden within the phrase Yamato Damashi, the soul of Japan. End of introduction.
Chapter 1 of An Outline History of Japan. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Cbteddy. An Outline History of Japan by Herbert Henry Gowen. Chapter 1. Preliminaries. Chipangu is an island towards the east in the high seas, 1,500 miles distant from the continent, and a very good island it is. In these words the famous Venetian traveller Marco Polo lifts the veil which had hitherto hidden the furthest eastern empire from the eyes of Europe. The name, as given by the Venetian, or rather by his Genoese amanuensis, represents his recollection of three Chinese words, namely Ji, sun, Pen, a root, and Ku, a kingdom. Together they give us, not unpoetically, the kingdom of the sunrise. Our own word Japan is either derived from this, or more probably from Japang or Japan, the Malay rendering of the Japanese Nihon or Nippon, which is the Japanese pronunciation of the first two of the three Chinese syllables quoted above. The Japanese generally prefix to the word Nippon the adjective day, great. This designation seems to have been first used officially about AD 670, but other designations occur, particularly in poetry. One is Yamato, the mountain portal, a name made familiar in the famous poem of Motore. Another literary name is Omikuni, the great august kingdom. Some high-flown appellations are of portentous and almost immemorable length, such as the luxurious seed plains, the land of fresh rice ears, of 1,000 autumns, of long 500 autumns, a title requiring a series of just 24 Japanese syllables. So much has been written about the geographical basis of history that it ought to be plain to the student that he can scarcely make his way through the history without a very carefully acquired familiarity with the geography. This is particularly true of Japan, since the passion of Japanese for their native soil has been from the first almost a religion. If Oliver Wendell Holmes could say of England, "One half her soil has walked the rest, in poets, teachers, sages," how even more applicably he might have said the same of Japan. A recent poet, before committing suicide, wrote his sword song as follows. As the one heart's wish of those who die has force to work fulfillment, I desire my love for this my land continually may burn in death as life, a quenchless fire, so I may grow as pines upon her heights, and flow with all her rivers to the sea, and fall on her as dew in summer nights, and guard and serve her through eternity. What do we need to know of the geography of the Japanese Empire? The Japanese themselves are disposed to commence the story with reference to a myth. In the inland sea, between the main island, in the neighborhood of Kobe, and the island of Shikoku, lies the little island of Awaji. This, or the nearby rock of Onogoro, is said to be the original land formed by the creator god, Izanagi, when he dipped his spear into the Pacific and let the congealed drops fall upon the ocean's surface in the shape of islands. The spot where Izanagi and his wife Izanami landed on Awaji is still marked by a mound which rises above the rice fields. Women still scoop earth from the sacred spot to mingle with their drinking water in order to bring good fortune to their firstborn. As a matter of fact, the islands came up from below the sea surface instead of dropping from the skies. A force quite as formidable that as the mythical Izanagi belched them up in some great volcanic upheaval long before the dawn of history. Japan, says Natobi, is the legacy of the primeval fire, as Egypt was the gift of the Nile. Instead of placing ourselves on the hilltop of Awaji, let us seek a still loftier vantage point and try to gain a bird's eye view of the entire empire. First, let us visualize the long string of islands and islets, which stretched like the arc of a gigantic bow from off the Chinese province of Fujian in the latitude and Tropic of Cancer to the extreme southern point of the peninsula of Kamchatka, a little beyond 50 degrees north. In this long extended archipelago there are about 4,222 islands or islets. About 600 of them are inhabited, and excluding Sakhalin, of which only half belongs to Japan, 5 are of considerable size. At the southern horn of the bow we have the large island of Formosa, now once again known by its Chinese name of Taiwan, Terraced Bay, but in Japanese, Takasago, the high sandy tract. It was called Formosa the Beautiful by the Portuguese, but as there are 4 or 5 other Formosas in the gazetteers, ranging all the way from the banks of the Danube to the South America, a return to the older designation is a distinct gain. The island possesses the 2 highest mountains in the empire, Mount Morrison and Mount Sylvia. It is well wooded with camphor trees and grows sugar, tea, rice, and tobacco profitably. Historically, the island is famous for the exploits of the Dutch, who established a fort called Fort Zeelandia, for the spectacular career of the anti-Manchu pirate Koxinga, who made of Taiwan a kingdom for himself and his son, and not least for the entertaining but entirely fictitious of the account given to the West in 1704 by that remarkable impostor, George Salm-Manazar, who gave himself out to be a native of Formosa. The Chinese were probably glad to get rid of the island when it was ceded to Japan in 1895 by the Treaty of Shimonoseki. The new owners had a difficult time at first with the headhunters, but have now made the island an asset instead of a liability. Immediately west of Taiwan are the pescadores, Portuguese the fishermen, called by the Japanese Hokotu. These islands also fell to Japan by the Treaty of Shimonoseki. North of Taiwan, and holding it like a pendant on a chain, we next have the string of islands known as the Ryukyu, or the Lokju Islands. The latter represents the pronunciation favoured by the Chinese. This group was once an independent kingdom, and is associated with the exploits of a famous archer of the 12th century, Tamitomo. For a long time the group was feudatory to one of the southern clans, the House of Shimanzu, but maintained at the same time a secret vassalage to China. In 1875, after a controversy with China over the murder of a certain Ryukyu fisherman in Taiwan, the islands were definitely accepted as Japanese. Still going north, we come to the southernmost of the main group of the Japanese islands, Kyushu, 9 provinces. It is famous as the abode of some of Japan's great fighting clans, and also as the island mainly on contact with the foreign and Christian influences of the 16th and 17th century. Here the Dutch, who gradually superseded the Portuguese, settled on the tiny island in the harbour of Nagasaki, known as Deshima. In this spot they maintained a tenuous connection between East and West until the reopening of Japan. More important to the Japanese is the fact that on the mountain, in the southern part of the island, Kirishima, is the landing place of the divine Nagini, grandson of the sun goddess, from whom the emperors trace their descent. Immediately east of Kyushu is the island of Shikoku, 4 districts, according to tradition, the second of the group created by the Izanagi. The inland sea, which forms an almost landlocked channel between Kyushu and Shikoku, on the south and on the main islands on the north, is deservedly famous for its scenery, as beautiful as any to be found in the world. The main island, to which we now cross, is variously called Hondo or Honshu. It stretches for 1,130 miles in a northeasterly direction from 34 degrees to 42 degrees north latitude, with an average breadth of not more than 100 miles. Its area is 81,843 square miles, or about half the entire area of the archipelago. The more important part of the island is divided into Kwanto, east side, and Kwanzai, west side. In the Kwanto is the imperial capital, Tokyo, eastern capital, formerly known as Yedo. Nearby is the great port of Yokohama, created after the reopening of Japan in 1854. At an almost equal distance from Tokyo is Kamakura, the administrative capital of the Shoguns from 1186 to 1333. It is now visited chiefly for the sake of the great image of the Buddha, the Daibutsu, one of the great art treasures of the world. 90 miles to the north of Tokyo is the beautiful village of Nikko, famous for the mausoleums of the first and third of the Tokugawa shoguns. The red lacquer bridge of Nikko, connected with the legend of St. Shodo Shonin, and open to pilgrims only once a year, is famous throughout the empire. Journeying westward from Tokyo, we pass by rail across the great mass of Fujisan, less correctly known as Fujiyama, most famous of Japanese holy mountains and almost perfect cone, 12,365 feet in height. About halfway to Kyoto, we come to Nagoya, a large manufacturing city, but reminding us of legendary days in the shrine of Etsuta, where it's supposed to be preserved one of the 3 sacred insignia of the empire, the sword of Yamato Dake, one of the darling heroes of the legendary days. Then, a few hours further by rail in the same direction, we come to an interesting group of cities, Kyoto, Naru, Osaka, and Kobe, within a few miles of one another. Kyoto, the capital of the country from the beginning of the 9th century down to 1867, is still one of the most interesting places in Japan and full of historical reminder. Within a short distance by rail is Nara, an older capital still. Osaka, the great manufacturing city of modern Japan, lies not far off, and close again to Osaka is Kobe, one of the greatest of Japanese ports. Though all through the districts is present associated with modern industries, we should remember that the authentic history of Japan begins in this very neighbourhood. The deer of Nara are said to be the lineal descendants of the stag upon which one of the early deities of Japan rode even before the founding of the empire. Up to the time of the Restoration in 1867, slayers of these deer were invariably put to death. From Kobe, a day-long journey still to the west, will bring us to the port of Shimonoseki, the port from which one may embark for Korea on the one hand, or for the southerly island of Kyushu on the other. Shimonoseki is a name of great significance in the story we are to relate, and we shall have frequent cause to remember its situation. To the north, washing the eastern shores of Hondo on the east, and the coasts of Korea, Manchuria, and the coast provinces of Siberia on the west, stretches the Sea of Japan. If we follow this to the northern extremity of Hondo, we may cross the Shiguru Strait from Amore to Hakitate, and so reach the island of Hokkaido, North Sea Way, almost united as by a railway coupling to the main island. This island, once known as Yizo, is 350 miles in length by 280 miles in breadth, and has a considerable Japanese population in addition to some 20,000 Ainos. their pitiful remnant of a once large aboriginal population. Still travelling north, we come to Sakhalin, long a bone of contention between Japan and Russia. The southern half of the islands, the 50th parallel, was ceded to Japan by Russia in 1905 by the Treaty of Portsmouth. The islands are referred to by the Japanese as Karafutu, the Ainu name. During the latter part of the Great War, Japanese troops occupied the northern part as well, but have withdrawn since the treaty with Russia of 1925, with the privilege of exploiting a percentage of the coal and oil resources of the region. Forking to the northeast of Karafutu is the group known as the Kareli Islands to the Russians and Shishmaya, Myriad Islands to the Japanese. Of the numerous other islands belonging to the Japanese archipelago may be mentioned Seidu, the largest, west of Hondo on the 38th parallel, Oki and Iki, also off the west coast, but farther to the south, and Shunmini, about midway between Shimoseki and the Korean coast, about 500 miles from the Japanese coast, eastward in the Pacific, between 27 degrees 45 minutes and 26 degrees 32 minutes north, is the Bonin group, consisting of about 20 islands, aggregating an area of a little over 28 square miles. The Bonin, literally Bunin, uninhabited islands, were discovered by the Japanese fishermen in the 17th century and added to the fief of the Osagara family. To the outside world, they were quite unknown until the arrival of an American vessel in 1823. They became an issue in the Washington Conference owing to the desire of the Japanese government to exclude them from the provisions restricting fortification. Ultimately, Japan withdrew her contention. The islands now contained about 4,500 inhabitants. By the treaty which followed the Great War, Japan acquired mandatory rights over several other island groups widely separated from the main islands. These include the Caroline, Gilbert, Mariana, and Marshall groups, all within that part of the Pacific known as Micronesia, and all lying just north of the equator in the neighborhood of New Guinea. They have a total area of about 950 square miles and a native population of 52,000. In addition to her island territory, Japan has an extensive continental possession in the great peninsula of Chosen, Morning Freshness, or Korea. The relations of Japan to this territory go back to mythical times. When the storm god was banished for insulting his sister, the sun goddess, the exile, touched first at the peninsula, but instead of settling, he cried out in wrath, "I will not stay in this land." So, making for himself a boat of clay, he sailed for Azumi on the main island of Japan. According to tradition, the Empress Jingo conquered Korea for Japan in the 3rd century AD and exacted a promise of perpetual allegiance. In spite of this, and of later invasions, Korea remained a thorn in the side of Japan until recent times. In 1895, it was declared independent of China. In 1905, it was placed under a Japanese protectorate, and in 1910, it was formally annexed. To Europeans, Korea was first known through the Arab geographer Cordabe in the 9th century, an unknown land beyond the frontier of Kantu. The earliest description, however, of any value is from the pen of the shipwrecked Dutch sailor Hendrik Hamel in 1653. After this, we learned nothing more of the peninsula till it was visited by Captain Broughton in 1797. To the north of the Chosen, across the river Yalu, Japan holds the reversion of the economic and other interests acquired by Russia prior to 1904, including Port Arthur and the important port of Dairen in Langtu Peninsula, as well as the territory known as the South Manchurian Railway Zone as far as Mukden, the old Manchurian capital. After the Great War, Japan held for a time the German lease of Xiangzhou in Shantung, which she had captured in 1914. This has since been surrendered in accordance with the provisions of the Sino-Japanese Treaty, which was brought about through the Washington Conference. The Japanese coast is exceedingly long in proportion to the area of the country, being not less than 13,000 miles, 1 to every 8 square miles of surface. The land itself is very mountainous, leaving less than an eighth of the area cultivatable. A range of mountains runs through the entire extent of the main island, reaching its highest point in the volcanic cones of Fujisan and Asama. The former peak has won undying fame at home and abroad. Passports to travellers once read, "To the 13 provinces around Fuji." painters and poets alike have done their best to glorify this wonderful mountain. Fanciful etymologies derive the name Fuji from the Chinese words for deathless and peerless, but a soberer philology declares that Fuji is simply that Ainu word for fire. Several lateral branches from the main mountain chain are interesting and picturesque. In the provinces midway along the western coast of the main island are the famous Japanese Alps, with the peak of Antaki. The mountains around Nikko are scarcely less beautiful. The rivers of Japan are numerous, but for the most part short. Only 3 are over 200 miles in length, and only 15 over 100. The quantity of water carried to the sea is large, but varies much at different seasons. The most important streams are the Katakami and the Sakata in Hondo, and the Ishikari in Hokkaido. The first decennial census taken in Japan on October 10, 1920, revealed a total population of 55,961,140 in Japan proper, but outside this must be reckoned for Taiwan, 3,654,398, for Karafuto, 105,765, and for Chosen, 17,284,207, a total of 77,005,510 for the empire. Allowing for the annual increase, it is probable that the present population is in excess of 80 million. Japan proper is maintaining on the average 376 persons to the square mile, a density reached only in a few other countries such as Holland, Belgium, and England. As only 17% of the Japanese soil is arable and the remaining 83% is given over to mountains, rivers, forests, lakes, and wastelands, it is plain that the resources of the country are far below its needs. The largest production is that of rice, but an increasingly large amount even of this has to be imported annually from British India, China, and Indochina. The next most important crops are those of barley, rye, wheat, soybean, millet, buckwheat, and potatoes. Japan is climatically and agronomically unsuited for growing cotton, and although Chosen has been considered a promising field for this industry, not much has been there achieved. Camphor, sugar, and tobacco are grown in Taiwan, but much sugar has still to be imported from Java and Sumatra. Tea is an important crop worth about 30 million yen. Livestock has not hitherto been raised in any great quantity, as neither milk nor beef were commonly used for food. Horses and cattle, however, are now being reared with considerable success, and since the Great War, sheep raising has been started, in spite of the poor quality of the grass. Only a short time ago, travellers told of an itinerant menagerie in which a sheep was exhibited as a ferocious lion. Fish of many kinds swarm in the seas and contribute one of the principal parts of the nation's food supply. Over 600,000 families are said to be engaged in the fisheries, and in 1922 the catch was valued at the sum of nearly 250 million yen. The large extent of Japan's non-arable land has no particular compensation in the amount of its mineral resources. The minerals which are most needed, mainly iron and coal, are badly lacking, though the need is in some respects being met by the use of the Hanaping mines of central China and others in Manchuria. Coal, however, is found in Hokkaido and Kyushu, and the recent concessions obtained from the Soviet government in Sakhalin give promise of satisfying the present demand for oil. Copper was formerly exported from Japan in large quantities, but at the present time this metal has to be imported. Other metals, such as gold and silver, are found only in insignificant quantities. In one direction, however, the resources of Japan are large and inexhaustible, namely in the possibility of developing hydroelectricity. It is said that there is a potential supply of about 8 million horsepower in the form of white coal or water power. Mr. Hiroshi Sato has recently summed up the solution of one of the most pressing of present-day problems by saying that Japan's economic salvation will have to be sought in water, in reaping and utilizing marine products on the one hand, and in advancing hydroelectric enterprises on the other. But though, in some respects to which allusion has been made, Japan must be considered a poor country, possessing but little of the gold with which Marco Polo supposed the temples and palaces of Qing Pao to be covered, In some other directions, Japan is wealthy indeed. The plant life of Japan is extraordinarily luxuriant, even where the luxuriance has no economic importance. The known species of trees and plants, without reckoning mosses and low organisms, are said to number 2,743. Many of the species of bamboo are included, and these all serve purposes from the provision of building material to the furnishing of choice titbits at a banquet. The gardens of Japan are deservedly celebrated, and have been so since Rushiko, a Korean, introduced the horticultural art in AD 612. A love of flowers is universal. Criminals on their way to executions will sometimes beg permission to buy a flower. Wounded soldiers in the wars preferred a flower to a cigarette, and the German prisoners taken at Tsangtao in 1914 were each given a chrysanthemum after the surrender, under the impression that their likings were the same. In the matter of gardens, size is not of the first importance. Some of the choicest productions of the horticulturist's art have been small enough to be placed upon a tray. So we are reminded of another Japanese resources of the aesthetic kind. Where in the whole world are there more generous displays of beautiful scenery than in the 250 miles east and west along the inland sea? Who can ever forget, after once enjoying the sight, those azure waters flecked with the white sails of the junks, or the beauty of the irregular shore with its temples and trees, or the big temple gateway, Torii, built out into the sea at Miyajima, and forming a portal of mystery to the shrine beyond? The whole story of Japanese humanity is indeed bound up inexorably with its appreciation of nature. Take away the sword-like iris with its suggestion of the warrior's courage, from the birthday of the boys on May the 5th, or the vision of the cherry blossoms in the spring, or delight in the colour of the autumn maples, or pride in the beauty of the wisteria, peony, azalea, or chrysanthemum, and you lose no little of the moral discipline through which the ages have fashioned the Japanese into what he is today. But we should be sadly mistaken were we to suppose Japan acquainted only with the manifestations of nature in her milder moods. Nowhere, probably in the world, has mankind suffered more than in Japan from the relentless fury of earthquake and tidal wave. The periodic catastrophe associated with the visitation of the earthquake have been terrible beyond imagination. From AD 684 down to 1923, we have a long list of recorded earthquakes, each of which have taken its toll of human life. Even as these lines are written, comes the news of another in the neighbourhood of Kobe, with its victims numbered by the thousand. These visitations, too, have had their educative discipline, and have helped to make the Japanese what they are: brave, resourceful, prepared for any fate. In this connection, a word must be said as to climate. This again has had no little influence on the temperament and character of the Japanese people. Ellsworth Huntington says that mankind is most progressive when there is not only a marked difference between summer and winter, but also where there are frequent variations from day to day. If this be so, the Japanese progressiveness is in part explained. With the Black Current, Kurusiwu, passing from the tropics to the east coast of Japan and then curving north to join the currents which wash the western coast of America, Japan gets its full share of rainfall. The humidity is such that the fine days only average 4 to 3 days of rain or snow. This too has its effect on the temperament and character, not to speak of the influence of the sea, within reach of which most people live. To foreigners, the Japanese climate can hardly be said to be attractive. The summer rains, combined with great heat, are exceedingly unpleasant, and the winter cold is almost as trying, especially where the attempt is made to live under native conditions. The best time for visitors is in the fall, when days occur which can hardly be matched anywhere. Even then one must beware of the dreaded typhoon which, originating in the China Sea, in the neighbourhood of Luzon, may be expected at almost any time from June to October. End of Chapter 1.
Chapter 2 of An Outline History of Japan. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sean Winchell. An Outline History of Japan by Herbert Henry Gowen. Chapter 2. Origin, Race, and Language. In some respects, as Dr. Nitobe declares, Japan is the youngest of Asiatic nations. From another point of view, she may be regarded as exceedingly old, preserving in her race a veritable museum of Asiatic race history. As might be expected from the large number of theories put forth on the subject, the story of Japanese racial origins is an exceedingly complex one. The hunt for an ancestry has taken Japanese ethnologists almost to the ends of the earth. Naturally, no detailed account of these various theories can be ventured upon here. We must be content with the simplest and broadest outline possible. It will be conceded from the start that the archipelago has been peopled, probably for several thousand years, by a mixed race. Professor Hammy has stated that nowhere else had he found more extensive miscegenation than in Japan. "There is scarcely a race," he affirms, "which has not contributed to make the Japanese nation, the Caucasian, the Mongolian, the Malay, and even in the south a slight tinge of the Negrito from the islands of the Pacific." Whatever other races have inhabited the islands of Japan, the oldest, and so entitled more than any of the others to the name of aborigines, are the Ainu, now confined to the northern part of the archipelago. Some ethnologists, indeed foreign as well as native, have been convinced of the existence of a still earlier race, now entirely extinct, known as the Koropakuru, earth-hiders. But the majority of scholars are satisfied that this term merely refers to some early ancestors of the Ainu possessed of a still more rudimentary culture. The Ainu are described by Dr. A. C. Haddon in somewhat technical language as undoubtedly the relics of an eastward movement of an ancient mesocephalic group of white Samotrici who have not left any other representatives in Asia, though travelers often refer to the resemblance of Ainu in the Russian mujik. In less scientific terminology, this means that the Ainu were originally white people, with skulls something between the long-headed and the short-headed type, with hair smooth, wavy, or curly, and that they probably migrated across the Eurasiatic continent. Another anthropologist, Dr. Denneker, notes their resemblance, not only as does Haddon, to the Russians, but also to the Todas of India and the Aborigines of Australia. In appearance, the Ainu are low-statured hairy people with bushy beards often falling to the waist. It is this feature which led to their being called Yamishi, prawn barbarians. The word Ainu probably means man, but by a kind of folk etymology it has been associated with Inu, a dog. Based on this etymology, it is legend which explains the origin of the race from the mating of a runaway princess, the daughter of Ka'amui, with a large dog or wolf. It is probable that the Ainu in Neolithic times passed from the continent of Asia by way of Sakhalin and the Kuriles, although some ethnologists have favored a movement rather from the south. This opinion is founded on nothing more substantial than the fact that in historic times the Ainus are seen in more or less constant retreat northward before the invading Japanese. There can be little doubt that at one time the Ainus occupied most of the island. Thousands of shell mounds or kitchen middens, some of which may go back as far as 6,000 years, have been discovered around the coasts, north and south. But as mentioned above, the Ainus are now confined to the north. About 1,500 live in Sakhalin, and something over 18,000 gain a precarious living by fishing and hunting in Hokkaido. The shell mounds, which have been opened in various places, not only give us a good idea of the spots inhabited by this ancient race, but also reveal their culture through the remains of pottery, weapons, implements, and decorative art. Today, most of the Ainus are pathetically degenerate, dirty, drunken, and gluttonous, although some splendid missionary work has been carried on among them, and in some particulars their conditions have shown improvement. The most notable of foreign missionary workers is Reverend John Batchelor, the foremost authority in all things Ainu. Nevertheless, Ainu civilization is still at a low level. Sake, or rice spirit, is still known to them as tonoto, official milk. probably because in past times the Ainus were so frequently paid for their labor in this doubtful form of currency. Perfect happiness is expressed in Ainu by the phrase Ibe Heramushime, which signifies, I am in the state of knowing that I have eaten. The index finger again is known as the finger for licking the cup. It is said that the subjugation of the Ainus have marked influence on the development of Japanese language, and particularly on its use of honorifics and depreciatives. The Ainu religion has been exhaustively dealt with by Archdeacon Batchelor. It may be described as a system including both fetishism and totemism, together with the recognition of a supreme god, who is called Kamui, that which is above. The fetishes, Inao, are the go-betweens employed to maintain touch with the spirit world. The commonest fetish is the ancestral caretaker of the hearth, a piece of hardwood, generally lilac, whittled into the rough resemblance of a human figure, with a frill of shavings. This is stuck into the clay hearth with a dedicatory prayer asking it to watch over the fortunes of the house. The Ainu totem is the bear, which is worshipped and sacramentally eaten, with ceremonies strikingly reminiscent of those described in the Finnish epic Kalevala. The bear cub, the dear little divine thing, which has been cared for as though one of the family, is sacrificially offered to the great bear spirit to keep up the unity of the clan. In addition to the above, there are signs of cereal worship and of fire worship. The sun is worshipped but not the moon, though the latter is regarded as the sun's wife. One of the old Ainu legends runs as follows. The sun and the moon are husband and wife. They are divine beings, whose province is to rule the heavens and the earth. The male is appointed to do his work in the daytime only, and the female at night. Sometimes, however, they may be seen traveling across the heavens in company. The divine sun is the larger of the two, has the brightest and best clothing to wear, and shines the most clearly. Some idea of a future life seems to prevail, since it is believed that the fire goddess keeps a perfect picture of every word and deed wherewith to confront the spirit after death. The question as to whether the Ainu have intermingled with the Japanese proper, and as to the extent of this intermingling, is a difficult one to decide. Some say that intermarriage between Ainu and Japanese proves sterile. Others agree with Dr. Haddon in the statement that, in places, the Japanese show undoubted Ainu mixture. Dr. Lynn Thorndike is much too positive when he says that the Ainu now scarcely exist as a separate people, but are a large factor in the present racial composition of the Japanese. A second element in the Japanese race, as to which there has arisen much controversy, is that known as Shushin. These apparently are of Tungusic stock, the tribes which in later times produced the Manchu conquerors of China. They are first heard of as invading Japan by way of Sado Island in the middle of the 6th century of our era, and their depredations continued as late as the 11th century. They probably occupied some of the land they invaded, but it is probable that they were never numerous enough to affect sensibly the ultimate race. Much more important were elements which entered the archipelago by way of Korea. These may very well have represented a considerable number of raiding expeditions, separated from one another by long stretches of time. They bear the general name of Yamato, Mountain Pass, after the name of the western part of the main island where they first settled. They are, in the general sense, Mongolian, but are represented in Japan as the fine, or daimyo, chieftain type. Denneker describes them as characterized by a tall, slim figure, a relative dolichocephaly, long-headedness, an elongated face, straight eyes in the men, more or less oblique and mongoloid in the women, thin, convex, or straight-nosed. The last element to be considered is by no means the least important. It is known as kumasao, possibly from kuma, bear, and oso, otter, and came from the south, probably by way of Formosa, carried by the black current Kuroshiwo. It seems likely, however, that they represented before their arrival a good deal of crossing with Indonesia and even Polynesian elements. They first occupied the province of Hyuga in the island of Kyushu. While there has been some difference of opinion on the matter, most scholars agree that the Kumeso influence on the Japanese race has been very important. Professor Hara adduces in particular that the fact that rice, a southern food, continued to be the food of Japan, although the immigrants by way of Korea could hardly have been familiar with it. That Japanese houses, moreover, are hardly the kind to which people living in the rigid climate of Korea and Manchuria could have been accustomed. For these and other reasons, it is a plausible theory that the element of the Japanese race which is hailed from a tropical region must have been quite considerable. Nevertheless, however different at first, the main streams combined and in time verified the poem of one of the old emperors. Oranges on separate branches grown, when plucked, are in one basket thrown. The people of Izumo and Satsuma in course of time forgot all internecine conflict and created the strong, dominating state of Yamato, from whence came the earliest rulers of a united nation. It has been said that for the making of a nation, two chief conditions are requisite. First, the intermingling of various elements. Secondly, a sufficient space of time to enable these elements to become welded together into what may properly be termed a race. Japan had the advantage of both these conditions. However distinguishable physically, the Japanese have acquired certain easily recognizable psychological traits. They are cheerful and courteous, exceedingly courageous, and capable of great restraint and composure. They are frugal in their habits, industrious in labor, artistic beyond most nations of the West, obedient to recognized authority, ready for sacrifice in the cause of emperor and empire. They have also great respect for detail, a respect which has enabled them to accomplish great things. Of course, the defects of these qualities often appear and have been sufficiently pointed out by many critics. For those who think of the Japanese as having jumped out of their skins in modern times to make progress in Western ideas, it is well to remember that the Japanese characteristics have been much the same for at least 1,000 years. The problem of the Japanese language is as yet largely unsolved. In 1820, Klaproth classed Japanese as a Uraltaic tongue. Haston has learnedly attempted to relate Japanese to Korean, though as far back as history goes, Koreans and Japanese could not converse without the aid of an interpreter. Some have sought to demonstrate an affinity with the Aryan tongues. Others have tried to find a solution in the theory of derivation from the language of the Ryukyu Islands. Mr. Nitobe has summed up the matter from his own point of view as follows. Philologically, Japanese is a forlorn and solitary orphan that can claim no relationship, either lateral or collateral, with any other language. Like poor little Mignon and Wilhelm Meister, its face is turned vaguely towards the south. Malaysia? Yearning for the land where the lemons bloom. But not a few scholars have traced the trails along which the Japanese traveled from the foot of the Altai Mountains. Of course, in historical times, the vocabulary of China has been drawn upon extensively for the enrichment of the language, and new words are being constantly added. Portugal and Holland contribute a very few, and some are now, in forms more or less recognizable, being introduced from the English. Such a word is haikara, high collar, the designation now given to anything particularly smart or high-toned. For literary purposes, a knowledge of the Chinese ideographs was necessary from the first, since these were in the use long before the invention of a native script. The Chinese characters are still used for the most important words, though often transliterated by Japanese characters placed alongside. The two Japanese scripts, known as the kanas, are adaptations of simple Chinese characters to form a series of form 47 to 50 syllabic sounds. The katakana are arranged to ring the consonantal changes upon the 5 vowels A, I, U, E, O, while the hiragana, or grass character, form a more cursive script in which the syllables make up a little poem known as the iroha. The general tradition is that these scripts were invented respectively by the 2 Buddhist sages, Giki no Makibi and Kobodaishi, about the close of the 8th century. But Dr. Haga has shown that there is no real ground for this tradition. He has written a learned volume to prove the very gradual evolution of both sets of kana from the old Chinese forms. The use by the Japanese of 3 different scripts has been considerable disadvantage to scholars, native as well as foreign. Some years ago, the late Baron Kanda attempted to introduce the romanization of the Japanese writing, but so far the use of the romaji is hardly as widespread as might have been expected. The Ministry of Education has indeed done much to eliminate as many as possible of the varieties which calligraphic vanity has introduced into the use of hiragana, but so far no ministry has had the courage to abolish the Chinese ideograms and to restrict the writing of Japanese to the comparatively simple system of the katakana. The latter, being phonetic, cannot indicate, as do the Chinese characters, the different meanings of the many homonyms. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3. Of an Outline of a History of Japan. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sean Winchell. An Outline History of Japan by Herbert Henry Gowen. Chapter 3. Origin, Race, and Language. The antiquity of Japanese history is not great when compared with the annals of China, stretching back for millennium before the beginning of the Christian era. Japanese authority has assigned a definite date for the ascension of the first emperor, namely February 11th, 660 BC. But this date is no more to be taken seriously than the declaration of Archbishop Usher that the world was created at 9 a.m. on October 23rd, 4004 BC. Of course, no such precision in either case is attainable. It is probable that the Japanese date is the result of prefixing a Chinese great cycle of 1,260 years to the date AD 600, about which time the use of the Chinese calendar was inaugurated. There were so many traditional events that required to be given a setting that it seemed fair to the chroniclers to push back to the extent of the great cycle for the beginning of the national annals. History, in the more rigorous sense of the word, can hardly be said to have begun much before the introduction of Buddhism in the 6th century AD, and some might doubt the value of dealing with any of the earlier material. But since history is one of the first subjects taught in Japan, and since on page 1 of the textbooks we find the familiar story, the ancestress of His Imperial Majesty is the goddess Amaterasu, and her virtues are widespread as the sun's rays, etc., it will hardly do to leave out of account the misty regions from which, as in the case of the sun goddess herself, Japanese history in the more scientific sense emerges. The sources of Japanese history of any very early date are exceedingly scanty. First of all, our historians are the katarabe, the raconteurs, rhapsodists like those bards who sang the sagas of ancient Erin, or the kahunas who chanted the meles of the bygone Hawaii. Not long after the introduction of Buddhism, through the influence of Empress Suki, 593 to 628, and especially through the first princely patron of Buddhism, Shotoku Tayashi, of the early 7th century, such works were compiled as the Tennokai, Record of the Emperors, the Koki, Record of the Country, and the Hongi, Original Records of the Free People. When, however, the Soga family, who were the historiographers of the time, were accused of high treason in 645 and executed, the documents were thrown into the fire, and only one survived in such shape as to be used in the Kojiki. The Emperor Temu, 673 to 686, made a very praiseworthy effort to sift truth from falsehood
in re-establishing history, but no permanent record was achieved till the beginning of the 8th century, when the memory of an ancient chamberlain, Hayeda no Are, was drawn upon to create the 2 surviving classics of ancient Japan, the Kojiki and the Nihongi. The Kojiki, Record of Ancient Times, was compiled in 712 under the Empress Gemayo and is written in Japanese, transcribed with Chinese characters. The Nihongi, Record of Nippon, came to light under the Empress Gensho in 720 and was written in Chinese. Some of the material has been suspected of being originally Chinese. Thus we owe to Hayeda no Are, the man who could repeat with his mouth whatever was placed before his eyes and record in his heart whatever struck his ears, our first impressions, however faulty, of the romantic story of Japan. We may conveniently divide the great mass of material dealt with in the annals prior to the introduction of Buddhism into 2 periods. One of these we shall call the mythical, as concerning the doings of the gods, and the other, the legendary, as concerning the deeds of the earliest heroes and heroines. In the former period, we seem to float for uncharted ages upon the waters of a deep and fog-bound ocean. In the latter, we find a very precarious footing for 1,000 years across a region of morass. By Brinkley, the mythical period is well entitled the Age of the Gods, or the Kami, limiting to the application of the term for this particular period to those divine forces of nature which were the earliest to be recognized and reverenced. There is no real beginning of things. In the first lines of the Nihongi, we are told, "Of old heaven and earth were not yet separated, and the male and female principles not yet divided. They formed a chaotic mass, like an egg, which was of obscurely defined limits and contained germs. The purer and cleaner part was thinly drawn out and formed heaven, while the heavier and grosser element settled down and became earth. The finer element easily became a united body, but the consolidation of the heavy and gross element was accomplished with difficulty. Heaven was therefore formed first, and earth was established subsequently. Thereafter, divine beings were produced between them." In the plane of high heaven was produced a whole series of paired deities, male and female, till we come to the famous pair, Izanagi, the male who invites, and Izanami, the female who invites. These, when rationalized, represent the heaven and the earth, as in so many other mythological systems. They are the divine parents of all Japan. Their appearance was followed by various attempts to create the islands, but all that was at first churned up was an isle of foam, till Izanagi stood upon the floating bridge of heaven, the rainbow, and plunged his jeweled spear into the ocean. Then he withdrew it and let it fall from the spear point, the island of the congealed drop, which was, as we have seen, either the island of Awaji or the rock Onogoro over against it. Then the gods piled up the lofty hill and fastened it to the floating bridge, and lo, the earth-makers came, as by a ladder down from heaven. Earth, having been made ready for habitation, many other things were divinely created, till at last the All-Mother Izanami died in giving birth to the god of fire. The grieved father cut off the head of his offspring, but the result was only to make more deities out of the scattered drops of gore. Then Izanagi, like Orpheus of old when he sought Eurydice, went down into the land of Yomi, the underworld, that he might rescue his deceased spouse. But alas, the corruption of the place so distressed his soul that he fled precipitately, pursued by the awful warriors of the night, the 8 ugly hags of hell. These, in their pursuit he delayed, in a manner recalling the story of Atlanta, by flinging to them the broken teeth of his hair comb, transformed into grapes and peaches. Some of the magic fruit he succeeded in bringing back with him to the central land of reed plains, that it might help all living men as it had helped him in the world of the dead. When Izanagi was returned from hell, The first impulse was to purify himself from the pollution of the underworld. The lines which detail the stripping off of his garments are valuable as giving the earliest account we possess of the dress worn in primitive Japan. There were 14 distinct acts of ablution, and from each of these was born a god. Izanagi washed his left eye, and there was born the bright eye of the heavens, Amaterasu o Mikami, the resplendent goddess of the sun. He washed his right eye, and there was born Suki, the moon god. He washed his nose, and the storm god, Susanoo, the nostrils of the skies, were born. Of the moon god we hear little more. He offended his august sister by slaying the god of food, in disgust at seeing that deity disgorging from his mouth the rice and fish by which men live. So Suki and Amaterasu parted, like the sun and the moon in the heavens, never to meet again. Happily, the food god, though slain, continued to produce his horses and oxen, rice and millet, silkworms, wheat and beans, so that needy humanity was kept alive. His impetuous highness, the god of storm, has a much larger place among the myths of Japan. We have preserved for our edification a very strange series of myths dealing with the memorable conflict between the sun goddess and Susanoo. Whether these conceal behind the bizarre details some nature myth of the darkening of the sun by a great typhoon, or whether they tell obscurely of a warring struggle between opposing clans, we cannot know for certain. The story begins with a curious rivalry in which god and goddess confront one another, crunching swords and jewels and producing with a conjurer's ease all sorts of strange deities from the fragments. The attempt to claim possession of the newly made kami leads to a quarrel, in the course of which Susanoo desecrates his sister's garden, breaks down the dikes of her rice fields, and as a crowning insult, drops a piebald horse, flayed backwards, through a hole in the roof among the weaving maidens. What the ultimate significance of this uncanny incident may have been must be left to the imagination. As the horse came to Japan by way of China, we may conjecture some perverse use of the old horse sacrifice, the Indian aquameda, for the purposes of evil magic. The consequence of this shocking behavior on the part of the unruly deity was that the outraged goddess, who had moreover been wounded by her shuttle, decided to retire into her cave. And lo, all light was withdrawn from the earth. Nature was wrapped in gloom, and the sun's eclipse threatened to be fatal to all the world. So all the kami assembled and begged the angry Amaterasu to relent. Upon the mythical details of this divine action is based much of the ritual of the primitive religion of Japan, known as Shinto. These details include the crowing of the cock to bring back the light of day, the divining with the scorched shoulder blade of a stag, scapulomancy, the tub dance, the making of musical instruments, and the bringing of the mirror. All the 800 myriad kami came and planted the sakaki tree of 500 branches. Then they decorated it with the rosary of 500 jewels, the 8-handed mirror, and the offerings of colored cloth. Then with all the birds of heaven roused to expectant song, the goddess Ame no Uzume danced. In the dance, all the numerals were recited amid the laughter of the gods.
Then to the cavern they hied with Izume, the goddess of laughter, who danced to the light of the moon on the marge of the frolicsome wave, rending the welkin with cries, till Amaterasu, soon after, roused from her slumberous couch, peered forth from the door of her cave.
When Amaterasu, thus moved with curiosity, looked forth, she saw her own form in the mirror, but supposed herself in the presence of a rival, so she came forth in a bad temper.
Scarce had she quitted the cave, when suddenly unto the portal Tajikarao, the strong, rolled a boulder of mountainous height, cutting her off from retreat, a sun-giving goddess immortal, ever to smile on the land with her grace of her bountiful light.
His impetuous male highness was for his sins exiled from high heaven and at length found his way to Izumo. Susanoo's exploits in this region are described in a cycle of legends, which once, no doubt, formed a separate series, though now blended with the saga of the sun goddess. Of these stories, the most interesting is that which tells of the slaying of the dragon of Koshi, the great 8-headed serpent which had long ravaged the land. This is the Perseus and Andromeda legend of Japan. One day, while following a floating chopstick, Susanoo came upon an old man and an old woman who were lamenting the imminent fate of their daughter, doomed to be the next victim of this insatiate monster. The god learned that the dragon had 8 heads and 8 forked tails, and a body all inflamed with blood upon which firs and cedars grew as upon the slopes of a mountain. He straightway ordered that 8 large tubs of sake should be brewed and placed in the path of the monster. Then, as soon as the dragon had licked up the drink with his 8 terrible tongues, and was in a drunken stupor, the divine hero slew the beast and discovered within its tail that wonderful sword which was later, in the days of Yamato Dake, to be known as the Herb Queller. This famous double-edged weapon, still said, as noted above, to be preserved in the Atsuta shrine near Nagoya, features not a little in the subsequent story of Japan. After the battle was over, the storm god, who was a preliminary to the conflict, had transformed the frightened girl, Kushinado Hime, into a comb, which he placed in his hair, returned her to the proper shape, and with all due ceremony, made her his wife. Thereupon, he is said to have composed the first tanka, or 31-syllabled poem, in the language translatable as follows.
Like high ramparts manifold, lo, the clouds appear. On all sides they firm unfold, Kushinado dear. Prisoned mine, for e'er to hold, in their ramparts manifold.
Many other myths follow, some of them of the most extraordinary and bizarre character. The descendant of Susanoo in the 6th generation, known as the Great Name Possessor, was forced by the hostile kami to abdicate. Then, the grandchild of the sun goddess, known as Nenigi, or Prince Rice Plenty, was dispatched from heaven to undertake the government of Japan. He was accompanied in his descent by many other gods, among them the divine ancestor of the Fujiwara family, for all the great nobility of Japan were originally kami. They brought with them the 3 sacred treasures, which have since become the imperial insignia, the sword, the mirror, and the magatama, or jewel. Amaterasu particularly urged her grandchild to guard the mirror, saying,
My child, when thou lookest upon this mirror, let it be as if thou wert looking upon me. Let it be with thee on thy couch, and in thy hall, and let it be to thee a holy mirror.
It was at this time that the floating bridge of heaven was withdrawn and the earth finally separated from the skies. The 3 sons of Nenigi were Prince Fireshine, Prince Fire Climax, and Prince Fire Fade, an evident allusion, as in the story of the 3 steps of the god Vishnu, to the 3 positions of the sun in its daily course. The interesting myth of Prince Fireshine, or Haroseri, the Prince Firefade, or Hododemi, recalls the classical story of Cupid and Psyche, Firefade, who married Rich Gem, the Sea King's daughter, and lived for a time at the bottom of the sea, is no doubt the setting sun. In the legend, however, the names are explained by the story that the mother of the 3 princes was tested by the fire ordeal, and that the Fireshine, Fire Climax, and Fire Fade were born at the 3 points of the ordeal suggested by the names. On leaving the realm of the Sea King, Fire Fade received the jewels of the flow tide and the ebb tide, which were later on employed by Empress Jingo in her invasion of Korea. It was the grandson of this Fire Fade who was destined to become the first emperor of Japan, and to be known to all future ages as Jimmu Tenno. End of Chapter 3.
Chapter 4 of An Outline History of Japan. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Maggie McGuff. An Outline History of Japan by Herbert Henry Gowen. Chapter 4. Legendary Japan. As we have seen, Japan dates the accession of her first emperor from 660 BC. Of course, the dates of these first rulers are absolutely conjectural. It is sufficient to note that the reign of Prince Firefade is extended over some 580 years, or that the first 9 emperors from Jimmu Tenno had an average reign of 109 years to feel satisfied as to this. We have, moreover, already seen how so precise a figure as 660 BC was arrived at, after the Japanese had once adopted the calendric methods of their neighbors to the west. The imperial line, whose members from this chosen point commenced to defile before us in history of unbroken continuity, going far to justify the proud words of Article 1 in the Japanese Constitution of 1889. The Empire of Japan shall be ruled over by emperors of the dynasty which has reigned in an unbroken line of descent for ages past. But in regard to this, 2 things must be remembered. The continuity, which is so surprising to Westerners, has been in part secured by the custom of adoption, and in part, again, by the acceptance of the fruit of secondary marriages. Moreover, the immunity from assassination and personal attack, which as a general thing appears so conspicuously in the history of the emperors, is not, as we shall see, so complete as has sometimes been asserted. The emperors of Japan have borne various titles, which the term Mikado, so frequently used outside of Japan, is one of the least used in Japan itself, except occasionally in poetry. The word Mikado is literally august gateway, and is equivalent to such a term as sublime porte, employed to designate the government of Turkey. To speak of the Emperor of Japan personally as the Mikado is something like addressing the President of the United States as Mr. White House. The most usual term is Tenno, Heaven King. Other terms, such as Tenshi, Son of Heaven, and Heika, Foot of the Throne, are not uncommon. It should be remembered that the permanent name for an emperor is not attained until after his death. Thus, the great emperor who died in 1912 was during his reign known as Musuhito, but is now enrolled among the immortals under the canonical name of Meiji Tenno. The son of Prince Firefade had 4 sons, of whom the youngest, Yamato Aiware, canonized after his death as Jimmu Tenno, became the traditional first emperor of Japan on February 11th, 660 BC. There is, without a doubt, a considerable amount of truth embedded in the narratives of the Kojiki and the Nihonji. But, as matters stand, it is well nigh impossible to distinguish the historical from the fabulous. We may well imagine that the reported descent from the heaven upon Mount Kirishima in Kyushu represents a real invasion of the island from the south, possibly from the Malay archipelago. Prince Ayaware's father was known as Fukai Yesu, unfinished thatch, because the parturition house to which his mother retired was not completed at the time of his birth. Footnote: the parturition house in which the late Emperor Meiji was born is shown in the Imperial Palace grounds at Kyoto. End footnote. When Ayaware was about 45 or 50 years of age, he, with his 3 elder brothers, engaged in an expedition which carried him from Kyushu to Yamato, on the main island. As the principle of ultimogeniture, rather than that of primogeniture, prevailed at this time, Ayaware was considered the heir. 2 of the 4 brothers died before the expedition started, and the eldest during the campaign. The people against whom the invaders fought are described as being like themselves descendants of Izanagi and Izanami, only of an inferior sort. As long as Ayaware's army was marching eastward, it was discovered that things did not go well. They had reached the mouth of the Yodo River, called by Ayaware Naniwa, the wave swift, in memory of the stormy seas he had passed on his way from Hyuga. This was near the site of the present city of Osaka, from which one may survey the scene of so much of this early history. It is interesting today to look down from the citadel height upon the sea and land over which these pioneers of empire fought their way. One thinks of the pilot who is said to have approached them riding on a tortoise, and who guided them through the perilous channel between Shikoku and Awaji. One looks down upon the sea of Chinu, where Ayaware's eldest brother, Itsuse, washed his many wounds and gave to the spot the name of the Blood Lagoon. Itsuse, too late for himself, confessed, "It is not right for me, an august child of the sun goddess, to fight facing the sun." In imagination, one sees the coming of the sun goddess to Ayaware as Venus of old came to Aeneas, to point out that if he would gain victory, he must fight in the direction of the solar course. So she sent him as a guide the famous 8-hand crow, mentioned in both the Kojiki and the Nihonji, to point out the right way towards Yamato. It is probable that this bird, the Yang-wu, or the Yate Karasu, often called the three-legged crow, is a solar symbol added to the story from Chinese sources. Footnote. See N. Gordon Monroe, Some Origins and Survivals, Transactions of the Asiatic Society of Japan, 1909. End footnote. It must not be confused with the golden-plumaged kite, which is represented as a little later perching on the end of Prince Ayaware's bow and dazzling the foe. In any case, Ayaware learned here the principle of "westward the course of empire takes its way," reorganized his plan of campaign, and eventually won for himself a kingdom. Many are the exploits recorded of this period of struggle and adventure. During much of the time, the invaders had to support themselves by agriculture and fishing, but there were also dangers from man to be foreseen and overcome. There were the cunning plots of the pit warriors, the risks to be run from Mukashi, the great bear who assailed them on the mountain, the deadly vapors which wrapped them around as with clouds of poisonous gas. But the victory was at last so far assured that Ayaware built his palace at Kashiwara, not far from the present Kyoto, and so inaugurated the long line of the emperors of Nippon. Jimmu, as we now call him, is said to have reigned for 75 years and to have died at the age of 127 or 137, according as we prefer the authority of the Kojiki or that of the Nihonji. His tomb remains in the conquered province of Yamato, northeast of Mount Unabi, and is visited annually on April 3rd by the imperial envoys. But his date of accession, February 11th, is the day observed as the birthday of the empire, if not of the nation itself. The reigns which follow immediately upon that of Jimmu Tenno have quite manifestly but little basis in history proper. They are padded out to fill in the space permitted by the great cycle mentioned above. Indeed, the reign of one of the rulers in this list runs, according to accepted chronology, beyond the century. The succession is generally from father to son, but not necessarily to the eldest son. The choice was apparently made by the emperor himself, after the Chinese fashion. The heir apparent was known as the Taishi, great son. In the beginning, the emperor was little more than the head of the dominant clan, but we have to note a gradual extension of the authority on the part of the Yamato chieftains. Moreover, as the relatives of the emperor increased in number, there gradually came into being the custom of dividing the lands, not very unlike that of feudal times. Footnote. For the whole subject of early feudal arrangements, see Kei Asakawa, Early Institutional Life in Japan. End footnote. The capital was changed with succeeding reigns from place to place, though never, except in the case of Chuai, till the time of Nintoku outside the province of Yamato. The two chief reasons for the changes were, first, the fear on the part of the living of remaining in a house which death, and supposedly the dead man, had claimed. Secondly, the fact that the crown prince had, in all probability, already established his separate residence, and did not care to make his father's demise an occasion for change. The palace was called Mia, August House, and, as in early Semitic times, was not only palace but shrine. Here were preserved the sacred treasures, which it was afterwards the province of a priesthood to guard. The word matsuri came to mean both government and worship. In course of time, however, one central shrine was deemed advisable, and in 4 BC, the Princess Yamato, daughter of the Emperor Suinin, was instructed by the sun goddess to fix her shrine at Ise, where it has remained ever since. The high priestess of Ise was always one of the royal princesses and a virgin. The names and dates of the first 8 successors of Jimmu Tenno are as follows. Suize, 549 to 591 BC. Anie, 548 to 511 BC. Itoku, 510 to 477 BC. Kosho, 475 to 393 BC. Koan, 392 to 291 BC. Kore, 290 to 215 BC. Kogen, 214 to 158 BC. Kaikwa, 157 to 98 BC. Of these, nothing needs to be said except that in the reign of Kore, who was contemporary with the great first emperor of the Qin dynasty in China, tradition speaks of the arrival of the Taoist emissary, Husufa. This reputed magician came at the will of the emperor, with his shipload of youths and maidens, on the quest of the elixir vitae. His failure prevented a return to China, so he stayed in Japan, saving, it is said, some of the volumes which had been condemned by the burner of the books. Murdoch asserts that some centuries later, there were over 7,000 families in the neighborhood of Kaiwachi, experts in sericulture, who regarded themselves as descendants of the Chinese, who went, willingly or unwillingly, from under the tyranny of Qin Shi Huangdi. Footnote: James Murdoch, History of Japan 1, 103. End footnote. The 10th emperor, Sujin, 97 to 30 BC, has for us rather more substance. His name, He Who Honors the Gods, is due to his reputation for acting as the high priest of the nation according to a more perfect way revealed to him in a dream. Another of his titles, the Great Civilizer, implies his connection with certain famous reforms. He is said to have established a system of taxation based on the arrow notches of the men and the fingertips of the women, that is, on the products of the chase and of the loom. In the course of this long reign occurred a formidable pestilence, in which it is said that more than half of the people died. Then the religious aptitudes of Sujin served the land in good stead. He built more shrines, made the proper distinctions between the greater and lesser divinities, worshipped the great deity after the Chinese manner, and so brought Japan back into the favor of heaven. Suinin succeeded his father in 29 BC and reigned until AD 70. His selection was the result of a curious use of oniromancy on the part of Sujin. The two sons were asked to dream a dream, and whereas the elder son in his dream turned only to the east, while his younger brother stretched a cord to the 4 quarters of the compass, the latter was chosen heir, and the former sent to govern the land of his vision in the east. Whatever may have been the real length of Suinin's reign, it was plainly a period of great importance. Japan's first recorded expedition to foreign lands falls within its limits, and we have an interesting account of how the famous minister, Taiji Momori, himself the son of an immigrant, sailed for the continent and brought with him the seeds of the orange. An important landmark in social progress is to be found in the official abolition of the custom of retainers following their liege lords in death. This practice, known as junshi, was to enable the distinguished dead to command in the underworld the services of their subjects. When the emperor's brother, Yamato Hiko, died in 2 BC, we are told that following the custom, his attendants were assembled to form the Hito Bashira, pillarmen, to gird the grave. They were buried alive in a circle up to the neck around the tomb, and, quote, "For several days they died not, but wept and wailed day and night. At last they died and rotted. Dogs and crows gathered and ate them." End quote. Whether through the sensitivities of the living or through grief for the dead, it was now decided to drop the practice. A shrewd head of the Potters' Guild, one Nomi no Sukune, made, according to the Nihonji, which may, however, have been simply borrowing from the Chinese ideas, the brilliant suggestion that clay figures might very well be substituted for living men in this grim business. The idea was adopted, no doubt much to the profit of the Clayworkers' Guild. Hence the clay figures, or haniwa, which are found in the old graves. Footnote. Dr. Y. Haga expresses to me the belief that the story of Nomi no Sukune's substitution of clay images for living sacrifices at funerals is not based on fact. He did invent the haniwa, but not, Dr. Haga thinks, in substitution for living sacrifices. The only book in which it is mentioned is in the Nihongi, which copied it after Chinese ideas. End footnote. They resemble not a little the ushabti, which served a similar purpose in ancient Egypt. Yet it remains to be said that, although the clay figures continued to be used until the 8th century, junshi as a voluntary custom did not so easily disappear. The deaths of General Nogi and his wife on the occasion of the funeral of the Emperor Meiji in 1912 are a recent example of the profound hold this following in death has had upon the Japanese mind. While on the subject of Nomi no Sukune, it may be mentioned that his fame is not solely due to the place gained at the head of the Potters' Guild. He is famous also as an early, possibly the earliest, patron of sumo, or Japanese wrestling. A very celebrated match is said to have taken place in the presence of the emperor between Nomi no Sukune and his rival, Kuhaya. Such were the rules of the gentle sport at this time that Kuhaya was brutally kicked to death without leaving a stain upon the clayworker's reputation as a sportsman. A particularly interesting episode of Sujin's long reign is the conspiracy against his life and the sequel of its discovery. Conspiracy against the emperor is comparatively rare in the annals of Japan, but on this occasion the leading conspirator was the empress's brother, Prince Saho, who had persuaded his royal sister that their relationship involved abject subjection on her part to his will. The story has certain elements of great pathos. Saho gave the empress the 8 times tempered dagger with which she was to achieve her husband's murder. But at the crucial moment, the emperor awoke, dreaming that a serpent was coiled around his neck. Then the unhappy lady broke down and confessed her fault. A conflict with the other conspirators followed, and during the struggle and excitement, the empress was delivered of a son. She sent the baby to the emperor, and then immolated herself in the flames of her brother's burning house. Owing to the shock of the circumstances under which the young prince entered upon life, he was rendered dumb. But a beautiful story tells how at the age of 30, when his beard was 8 span long, the dumb prince overheard the cry of a migrating swan and burst forth in ecstatic speech. The swan was subsequently caught and became the playfellow of the grateful prince. The shrine of Izumo is said to have been remodeled to commemorate the miracle. Suinin was succeeded by Keiko, who has not much to be said for him in his own right. He was a giant in stature, the hero of a military expedition against the Kumaso, who at this time seemed to have been troublesome in the south. And he certainly made sure of an heir, since he left behind him no less than 80 sons and daughters. It was one of these 80 children who, in Keiko's own lifetime, attracted the admiration and respect of the people to an extraordinary degree. This was the Yamato Dake, as he was afterwards called, one of the romantic figures and spoiled darlings of Japanese legend. The fame of Keiko's reign is mainly due to the statesmanship of the celebrated minister, Take no Uchi, of whom we shall hear anon, and the exploits of the bravest of the Yamato. These exploits are described at length in the Kojiki, but here must be briefly summarized. The first act of valor was the slaying of his twin brother for absenting himself from court and for marrying the maidens whom he had been sent to fetch for the emperor. Yamato Dake's action in pulling his brother limb from limb and flinging away the offended members seems to us rather drastic, but as an act of filial, if not fraternal, piety, it was considered praiseworthy. The second exploit was against the rebellious Kumaso in Kyushu. The prince disguised himself in woman's apparel, which had been lent to him by his aunt, concealed a dagger in his bosom, and straightway sought out the bandit chiefs in their lair. Caught off their guard by what seemed to be the wiles of a wanton woman, the bravos were both of them slain. It was the second of these who, in dying, gave to his slayer the name Yamato Dake, bravest of the Yamato, by which he has since been known. Another outlaw, Takeru, our hero slew in what seems to us a still more unsportsmanlike manner. Having bound himself in friendship, he substituted, while bathing, a wooden sword for the outlaw's real weapon, and on emerging from the water, slew his defenseless foe. These adventures, however, form but the prelude for the 10-year-long campaign in the northeast, during which Yamato Dake pacified the unsubmissive people of the 12 Roads. In this enterprise, he was again aided by his aunt, the high priestess of the Ise shrine. Yamato Hime bestowed upon her nephew a bag containing a fire drill and the famous sword of Susa no O, to be known henceforth as Kusanagi, the herb queller. Light was thrown upon the name when we read how the enemy fired the more and how, in order to escape the encroaching conflagration, Yamato Dake proceeded with his sword to reap the long grass around him. Then, by means of his fire drill, he started a counter-fire, after the manner of the dwellers upon the prairie. The flint bag, Hu Ichibu Kuro, thus used, is considered as the earliest progenitor of the modern inro, the little ornamental case worn at the Japanese girdle to serve as a receptacle for medicines or for a seal. On this occasion, Yamato Dake won a very notable victory over the Inus, but thereafter he had a series of hairbreadth escapes from man, beasts, and elements, such as form almost a romance in themselves. Once, when he was crossing the waters of Yedo Bay, he angered the sea god by speaking disrespectfully of so narrow a strait. Thereupon the sea immediately became so tempestuous as to threaten our hero with shipwreck. The situation was saved by the devoted consort of the prince, the lady Tachibana, who cast herself into the angry waters as a sacrifice to the offended kami. Nevertheless, the heroine seems to have had sufficient leisure to spread upon the waters 8 rugs of serge, 8 of skin, and 8 of silk. On these she drifted out of her husband's sight and to her voluntary death. The legend adds that Tachibana was drowned because she lacked faith in the power of the gods to save her. Later on, when Yamato Dake gazed from the summit of Ushu Pass upon the scene of this heroic self-oblation, he cried, "Adzuma wa ya!" Alas, my wife. and the district north of the pass is still to this day called Adzuma. A shrine was built upon the spot where the victim's comb was washed ashore, and here Tachibana is still worshipped by the simple fishermen who beseech her aid in the time of storm. After all his escapes, Yamato Dake, like Achilles, was destined to die young and far from home. Guided by a mysterious white dog, he made his way to Minno, and there aroused the anger of a mountain deity, who appeared before him in the guise of a great white boar. In the mountains, he caught a chill and suffered greatly from a wound which had been inflicted by a poisoned arrow. He, at length, with difficulty, made his way to Ise. There, on the moor of Nobo, he died, at the untimely age of 32. "I am lying," he wrote to the emperor, "in the sweet, open fields, but I do not care for life. I regret only that I cannot appear before thee and make my report in person." It was this lofty spirit of the samurai which Yamato Dake left as a legacy to Japan, and which had so many brilliant exemplifications in the aftertime, which made his fame dear to his countrymen. Legend says that only the prince's clothes were buried where he died, since his body took the form of a white heron and flew away, first to Yamato, and thence to heaven. To Seimu, son of Keiko, and his assigned 59 years of rule, we need devote no space. The same might be said of the reign of Seimu's successor. Chuai had not the fame of his warrior spouse shed about his name a kind of reflected glory. The reign, which has shamelessly annexed for itself the years of Jingo's regency, is not without its mysteries. Something happened, about which we are more or less in the dark, which led to the removal of Chuei's capital from Yamato to the island of Kyushu. Possibly it was a choice compelled by Jingo because Kyushu was a more convenient point from which to wage war against the Kumaso. For although Chuei was 10 feet high and possessed of a countenance of perfect beauty, he was not inclined to risk physique or beauty in martial adventuring. When the empress announced that she had seen a vision of a land awaiting conquest towards the west, and declared, "In that land is an abundance of various treasures, dazzling to the eye, from gold and silver downwards. I will now bestow this land upon thee," the emperor was provokingly unresponsive. He went on playing his lute in so indifferent a manner that the kami, deeming the royal incredulity a reflection upon them who had so vouchsafed the vision, punished him with death. Some kinder authorities assign him a worthier death through the instrumentality of a Kumaso arrow. But from this distance it would appear that the Empress Jingo was not unrelieved at her spouse's demise, and quite ready to console herself with the assistance of the venerable Take no Uchi, Methuselah among the statesmen of Nippon. There was now no obstacle to the expedition against the western land. This was no other than the Chosen, which was then divided into 3 kingdoms, after having been ruled over 1,000 years by the dynasty supposedly founded in 1122 BC by the Chinese statesman Qi. For the first time, a Japanese fleet was fitted out for foreign service. But ere starting, it was necessary for Jingo to use divination in order to discover whether success was assured. Making a fishing line from the thread in her garments, and fashioning her needle into a fishhook, she first challenged the future on the results of her fishing. This proved so successful that she ventured again to try her luck by bathing in the sea. She said, "If I am to go, may my hair be parted by the waves evenly on either side." So it happened, and fortune was known to be in a smiling mood. Thus, under divine auspices, the Armada sailed upon the island empire's first demonstration against the continent, her first experiment in the use of sea power. Legend speaks of the aid which was contributed to the gallant adventure by the fishes and other denizens of the deep. The mountain fairies had provided wood and iron for the ships, and the grass fairies provided hemp for the sails. Izora, moreover, the god of the sea shore, had brought the famous jewels of the flood tide and the ebb tide. With these last in her girdle, Jingo sailed till at last the Korean hills loomed into sight. Then she hurled the ebb tide jewel into the sea, and straightway the Korean ships were stranded. Again, as soon as the enemy commenced to fight upon the land which had been thus miraculously exposed, the flood tide jewel was in that like manner employed to sweep the foe to destruction. The expedition was most abundantly successful. Jingo returned with 80 spoil-laden ships, and with the promise of the Korean king that until the sun rose in the west, till the rivers flowed backwards, and the stones on earth became stars in the heaven, he and his successors would continue to pay tribute to Japan. It must be added as a concession to historic conscientiousness that with regard to this entire episode there is room for considerable misgiving. The Japanese chronicles have quite possibly magnified the importance of the adventure, even if it occurred at all. Local raids along the coast were, of course, rather frequent. Aston tells us that no less than 25 descendants by the Japanese in the Shinra coast are mentioned in Korean history in the first 5 centuries of the Christian era. But it is impossible to identify any of these with the expedition of Jingo Kogo, to which the date of AD 200 or thereabouts has been assigned. Some have thought that only the date is wrong, and that the event actually gave emphasis to the term Queen's Country, applied to Japan by the Chinese. Hara, for example, thinks something of this sort is possible in the 4th century. Jingo herself may possibly be alluded to in the Chinese tradition of the empress who was an accomplished magician, always attended by 1,000 ladies and a single male servant who represented her before the people. In any case, Jingo was famous enough to receive deification as one of the kami of the sea, and her name has been associated immortally with the traditions of the Japanese Navy. The great empress is said to have lived nearly 70 years after the conquest of Shiragi, and gave way to her son, Ojin, in AD 269. There was some little conflict over the succession, as the emperor Chuyai had left 2 elder sons, and Ojin was not born until 10 months after the death of his reputed father. But it was announced that the birth had been miraculously retarded to permit the successful completion of the Korean adventure. The influence of the Prime Minister Takenouchi was equal, moreover, to the task of sustaining the young prince's claims. Indeed, so popular was Jingo that in the belief that her martial ardor must have strongly influenced Ojin's prenatal life, the prince was subsequently canonized as Hachiman, Lord of the 8 Banners, the Japanese god of war. Footnote: Hachiman probably owes something to Buddhism as well as Shinto coloring. End footnote. Many centuries later, he was chosen by the Minamoto family as their patron deity, and splendid temples in his honor were erected at Kamakura and Kyoto. To him, the Japanese soldiers still offer their prayers when going forth to battle. The actual reign of Ojin was insignificant, except that certain guilds, such as the Fishermen's Guild, were at this time established. When he died in 310, there broke out, if that is not too strong a term, a curious controversy between the 3 sons. Ojin had designated the youngest as Ta-shi, or heir apparent, but it was the eldest who coveted the honor. He was accordingly slain by his less ambitious brothers. These then settled down to a long, drawn-out competition in exaggerated humility and courtesy. The struggle as to which one was not to be emperor lasted for over 3 years, each one begging the other to assume the throne. The story is told of a fisherman who took some fish to present to the emperor, that while he was going backwards and forwards from one disclaimant to the other, his fish turned putrid. At last, to save his fraternal pride, the youngest son committed suicide. This left the second son without rival, and so the throne became the heritage of Nintoku, the sage emperor. For all his reluctance, Nintoku enjoyed his undesired honors something over 90 years and became celebrated for the charitable consideration he displayed towards his impoverished subjects. Early in his reign, he took his stand on the palace veranda at Naniwa, in the neighborhood of modern Osaka, and surveyed the scene with dissatisfaction and pity. "We ascended," says he, "a lofty tower and looked far and wide, but no smoke arose in the land. From this we gather that the people are poor, and that in the houses there are none cooking their rice. We have heard that in the reigns of the wise sovereigns of antiquity, from every one was heard the sound of songs hymning their virtue. In every house there was the ditty, 'How happy we are.' So the emperor remitted taxes and allowed his palace, such as it was, to become leaky and dilapidated, went about in old shoes and old clothes, and refused for 3 years the revenues of the land. There seems, about this time, to have been a period of unprecedented rain, for not only did the palace leak like a sieve, but the waters rose so far as to compel resort to human sacrifices in order to stay the flood. At last, however, prosperity returned to reward the benevolent monarch, and he was able to gaze upon the multiplied evidences of peace and contentment in the land. This notwithstanding, the starlight filtered through the decayed places and exposed the bed mats of the palace. The one fly in the ointment of Nintoku's peace was due to the jealousy of the empress. It appears that Nintoku's deceased brother had left him the awkward legacy of a secondary wife, the Princess Yata, with some apology for her deficiencies. These were not serious enough to prevent the emperor from showing much devotion to the newcomer, so much so, indeed, that it led the angry empress to withdraw from the palace. The emperor sent one of his courtiers to remonstrate and to fetch back his beloved spouse, but she obstinately declined to come. It was once more raining heavily, and the Kojiki describes the poor courtier's humiliating plight as follows. Then upon his, without avoiding the rain, coming to prostrate himself at the front door of the palace, she, on the contrary, went out the back door. And on his coming and prostrating himself at the back door of the palace, she, on contrary, went out the front door. Then, as he crept backwards and forwards on his knees in the middle of the court, the streams of water reached to his loins. Owing to the grandee being clad in a garment dyed green, and with a red cord, the streams of water brushed against the red cord, and the green all changed to red color. The handmaiden of the empress pleaded with her august mistress for the rain-soaked courtier, but no. Kuniyori Hime continued obdurate and died unreconciled. So, a year later, the Princess Yata became empress herself. Associated with much of the success of Nintoku's reign is the minister Take no Uchi, of whom we have already made mention. His long life of some 300 years came to an end about this time, though many have supposed that Take no Uchi really represents an official family rather than a single individual. If an actual person, Take no Uchi must have served under 6 sovereigns. He is credited with having done a good deal in the direction of limiting the autocratic powers of his royal masters. On his decease, he seems to have well deserved the eulogy pronounced over him by one of the emperors. Thou beyond all others, a man of distant age. Thou beyond all others, a man long in the land. Take no Uchi, depicted in long court robes over a suit of armor, with bearskin shoes and a scabbard of tiger skin, and carrying the infant Ojin in his arms, is a favorite subject of Japanese art. Footnote. See M. B. Hewish, Japan and Its Art, page 31. End footnote. The deaths of Nintoku and Take no Uchi, about the close of the 4th century A.D., bring us to something near the threshold of authentic history. End of Chapter 4. Read by Maggie McGuff. Baltimore, Maryland, April 2023.
Chapter 5 of An Outline History of Japan. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Seraphina. An Outline History of Japan by Herbert Henry Gowen. Chapter 5. Primitive Japan. On the threshold of the more reliable history of Japan, we find ourselves at a very convenient point at which to ask what was the manner of life among the Japanese at the close of the 4th century AD. If possible, we should like to be able to distinguish between the culture, which was more or less of native origin, and that which had been brought from abroad. The circumstances under which the archipelago was populated make it certain that, while some of the early culture had come from the south, there was much, also, which was continental and had come by way of Korea. It is clear that there was a more or less constant pressure of population eastward from the continent. At certain specific times, as, for example, during the reign of the tyrant Qin Shi Huangti, the movement across the sea was probably accelerated. Certainly, too, after the exploit of Jingo Kogo, whatever may have been its historical magnitude, there was a much stronger flow of cultural influences from China to the archipelago. Apart from these cultural movements, life in Japan was at this time primitive indeed. The Chinese annals of the time speak of the Japanese as wo, dwarfs, and state that they have neither oxen nor wild beasts. They tattoo their faces in patterns varying with their rank. They wear garments woven in one piece. They have spears, bows, and arrows tipped with stone or iron. They wear no shoes. They are addicted to strong drink, are polygamous, law-abiding, and long-lived. Some of the above characteristics have already appeared in our account of Japan. Of others, there is ample evidence. For example, as to drinking, we have the following poetical brag put into the mouth of the Emperor Ojin. I have become intoxicated with the august liquor distilled by Suzukori. I have become intoxicated with the soothing liquor with the smiling liquor. The references given above to the use of needle and thread by Jingo show that some knowledge of sewing existed, but it is after the date of Jingo, namely in 289, that we read of the coming of Achi with his weavers and carpenters, and with the sewing women who were subsequently formed into a guild of their own. The food in early times was plain and simple, consisting largely of fish and the 5 grains. Sake, rice spirit, was, as we have seen, in high favor from the time of Susanoo downwards. In the matter of clothing, the early Japanese employed the bark of the paper mulberry and other plants. Cotton was not introduced till the 9th century. Unless the legend of Tachibana contains an anticipation, silk seems to have been known as early as the beginning of the Christian era. Men lived in houses of extreme simplicity and fragility. Even the castles, so-called, were built so rapidly that they must have been but flimsy structures. The material was wood, and floors and chimneys were unwanted luxuries. There were few ornaments, either of the house or of the person, beyond the emblematic jewels, the magatama and kudatama. Weapons and implements were of the most primitive sort, and not much unlike those used by the Ainus. The first boats seem to have been nothing but dugouts, but there was considerable advance during the period which has been under consideration, probably stimulated by the expedition of Jingo Kogo. The story of the ship, Karano, of the time of Ojin, is particularly interesting. 26 years after the launching of this vessel, the superannuated timbers were burned for the drying of salt, and 500 baskets of the salt were sent to the provinces with an order for the construction of 500 new ships. The building of these led to the sending for more shipbuilders from Korea, since here lived at the time the foremost builders of the Orient. They came, and in course of time established themselves as one of the most powerful guilds in Japan. The last timber of the old Karano was fashioned into a lute, and one of the emperors wrote the little poem, which Mr. Aston has translated as follows. The ship Karano was burned for salt. Of the remainder, a koto was made. When it is played on, one hears the saya-saya of the summer trees brushing against, as they stand, the rocks of the mud harbor, the harbor of Yura. The introduction of Chinese learning came slowly. At the end of the 3rd or 4th century came a Korean, Atogi, who brought from the king of Kudara 2 fine horses for the emperor, and also sufficient knowledge of the Chinese classics to gain the position of tutor to the crown prince. After him followed Wani, a more competent scholar, who is said to have introduced several of the famous books of Chinese literature. Several of the refinements of civilization seem to have been discovered at the same time through similar channels, including such diverse things as the art of hawking and the secret of preserving ice. The classes of Japanese society at this time were 3 in number. There were first the Shimbetsu, or descendants of the old kami, gods, all of them chiefs of divine ancestry, though they lacked political authority. Next came the Kuobetsu, or descendants of the emperors, from Jimmu Tenno downwards. Practically, this was the class of highest rank, and represented the families which had conquered the older Yamato chiefs. Thirdly came the Bambetsu, or common people, representing those descended from foreigners and immigrants. Beneath all these was a considerable slave class known as Nuhi, descendants of captives taken in war and prisoners who had been subjected to slavery as a penalty. The institutions of society were in general tribal, and the head of each uji, clan, had well-nigh absolute authority over its members. In this patriarchal period, before the 7th century, there remained some organic unity of the family and the nation as a whole, which was later, in the bureaucratic and feudal periods, only sentimental. Then came the idea of the state. The emperor in early days, and until the reforms of the 7th century, was rather among the other chiefs, primus inter pares, than a sovereign head. His chief duties were to conduct the ceremonies of religion as the Pontifex Maximus of the nation, to declare war, and to establish or abolish the uji clans and be guilds. In the 2 former of these respects, the imperial prerogatives have, in theory, hardly altered for 2,000 years. The religion of primitive Japan was a simple form of combined naturism and spiritism known as Shinto, 2 Chinese words which mean the way of the gods, and correspond with the Japanese term kami no michi. It is probable that an earlier worship was displaced by the religion of the invaders, if we may give credence to the legend that the authority of Ohokuni, son of Susanoo, in Izumo, was superseded by that of the sun goddess. The abdication was agreed upon, provided that a shrine be built to his honor at Kizuki, and hither in the god month all the gods are still supposed to assemble for the discussion of human affairs. At this shrine, the priestesses still dance the dance they performed before Amaterasu in her cave refuge. The Shinto of early days, of which we learn chiefly through the 2 classics, Kochiki and Nihongi, must, of course, be carefully distinguished from the mixed Shinto of the 9th century, and from the idealized Shinto of the 18th century. There was a belief in kami, who might be nature divinities, such as Amaterasu, or gods of abstract qualities, or deified ancestors, such as Jingo and Ojin. The ancestral deity of the emperors was communicated with at the great shrine of Ise, whither the imperial envoys went to make report 7 times a year. At all times of national peril, special petitions were here made, as at the time of the threatened Mongol invasion, and as lately as 1914, when war was declared against Germany. The kami were supposed to possess an invisible soul, or double, called the mitama, August jewel, and there was also preserved in the shrine a shintai, god body, represented by a mirror, sword, tablet, or some such object. The temple was known as a miya, August house, and, prior to Buddhist times, was quite plain and unadorned. It was approached by a gateway called a tori, a word which, in allusion to the place occupied by the cock in the Amaterasu myth, has been by some interpreted as a foul perch. But, more probably, the word is ultimately derived from India and signifies merely a doorway. Since worship and government were described by the same term, matsuri goto, literally festival thing, the emperor was regarded from the first as high priest. Several other classes of priests, however, existed in early times. These had charge of the recitation of the norito, Ritual prayers. The superintendence of divination by use of the scorched shoulder blade of the deer, or of pieces of tortoise shell. The carrying out of the great purification, and the performance of the annual festivals. The great imperial festival was the Daisai, at the accession of the sovereign. There were also the Shinjosai, annually on November 23rd, when the emperor partook of the first rice and presented some to the kami, and the Kanamesai, on October 17th, or Thanksgiving offering at Ise to the ancestry god. One of the most distinctive of all the Shinto rites was the Great Purification, o harahi, by means of which at the New Year, or in former times twice in the year, the people individually rid themselves of all pollutions contracted during the past 6 months. The sins were transferred to pieces of paper, cut into the semblance of the human form, and these were taken out to sea and sunk beneath the waves. The rite corresponds to the sending away of the sins of the congregation, conveyed to the scapegoat, in the ritual of the Jewish Day of Atonement. A favorite Shinto exercise of piety, going back to an unknown date, was the going on a pilgrimage, a practice which was not only a pious devotion, but also a healthful piece of pedestrianism with much educational result. Certain mountains and routes have always been favored and are supposed to bring much merit to the pilgrims. The ethics of Shinto have often been decried or even described as non-existent, but the statement is an exaggeration of the old-time Japanese claim to moral superiority to their neighbors. Nitobe says, nevertheless, "It seems to me that the weakness of Shinto as a religion lies in the non-recognition of human frailty or sin." In the old Norito, the references to sin are to ritual, rather than to moral offenses. But there can be little doubt that in early times there was a certain amount of cruelty and bloodshed associated with the social customs sanctioned by primitive religion. Human sacrifices seem to have been offered to stop an unusual rainfall. The retainers of a dead lord were, at least occasionally, buried alive to gird the grave of their master. And foundation sacrifices were made not infrequently to secure the stability of a wall or a bridge. One of the professors of the Tokyo Imperial University has recently announced the discovery of 16 skeletons, grim relics of these ancient barbarities, beneath an old castle wall. It may be convenient to recall here that the history of Shinto has 4 successive phases, as follows. 1. Primitive Shinto, the type represented prior to the introduction of Buddhism in the 6th century. 2. Ryobu, or Shinto as mixed with Buddhism, the form prevalent from the 9th century onwards. 3. The revival of pure Shinto, in the 18th century, under the influence of Motori and Mabuchi. 4. Modern official Shinto, with the temples controlled by the government bureaus, namely the Jingi Jimukyoku, Bureau of Ecclesiastical Affairs, and the Kyobusho, Ecclesiastical Department. The former of these was established in 1868, the latter in 1872. In 1849, there was a movement under Kurozomi to teach Shintoism as a monotheism, with Amaterasu as the supreme deity of life and light. At the present time, the official policy is to present Shinto as a political philosophy, inculcating loyalty to the throne, rather than as a religion. End of Chapter 5. Chapter 6 of An Outline History of Japan. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Seraphina. An Outline History of Japan by Herbert Henry Gowen. Chapter 6. The Protohistoric Age. The story of the 5th century in Japan has by some been described as the Protohistoric period. It at least begins to assume all the exterior characteristics of probability. The ages of monarchs and statesmen drop to something more like the normal span of life, and the incidents narrated are such as to invite comparison with happenings in other lands. Yet the dates are still uncertain, and we must come down as far as 461, or still more precisely to 475, before we are able to verify anything by comparing it with the more reliable annals of China and Korea. Even the names and the personalities are by no means fixed beyond the possibility of doubt, and it is open for the critical historian to suspect the identity of not a few. For example, we find Murdoch suggesting that Yuraku, to whom is assigned the date 457, is the same person as Muratsu, whose date is given as 499. This is largely because of the disbelief that so much wickedness and viciousness could be duplicated in two rulers so near to one another chronologically. Unfortunately, the whole record of this era is one of strife and vice, civil tumult, low morals, murder, and treachery. In Anko, we have the almost unique instance of a murdered emperor, but other infamies are very far from being unique. For the sake of Japan, there is some comfort in the considerable probability that some of this material has really been purloined from Chinese sources. The Nihongi certainly stands convicted of introducing speeches which were originally, if at all, delivered by Chinese emperors and ministers. It would, therefore, be a happy saving of face for the Japanese if a more critical history were to reduce the number of tyrants to whom the title is applicable of the Nero of Japan. And the Qians and Chosins of Chinese ill fame are so much farther back in the story of mankind that we may quite reconcile ourselves to the unsavory records of Yuraku and Muratsu being but the reflection of a cruder and more primitive age. But, alas, it has to be confessed that the period, even when most leniently construed, offers few evidences of any high conception of either civilization or morals. The sage, Nintoku, was succeeded by several sons in turn, but not one of them rose to his father's stature, and rebellion of one brother against another in mortal feud was the rule rather than the exception. Li Chu began to reign in 400, but we are told little that is interesting about him, unless it be that the tattooing or branding, which had once been a matter of protective mimicry among the Ainus, was now used for the punishment of offenders among the Japanese. Li Chu at first only tattooed those who were convicted of treason, but later he and his successors branded the members even of such guilds as that of the horsekeepers to mark their calling. This particular practice, however, was presently condemned by a special revelation from the god Izanagi, when the emperor was hunting on Awaji. In the reign of the emperor Yuraku, a man was tattooed whose dog had made depredations in the imperial hen-roost. Li Chu's brother, Hansho, or Hanzei, is of equal unimportance to us, though it is noted that about this time, some say as early as 405, historiographers were chosen to keep the official records. That these were not yet free from a certain naivete is apparent from the specimen which informs us concerning the emperor. At his birth his teeth were all of one bone, and his appearance beautiful. The note, again, that Japan's earliest earthquake occurred in 416 is evidently due to the inexperience of the annalist. A slight interval followed the death of Hansho, and his brother, known to us as Inkyo, was so modest that he was with difficulty persuaded to accept the vacant throne. The story is told that the lady Onakatsu, afterwards empress, was responsible for his eventual decision. She took advantage of the opportunity to come to his chamber with a bucket of water, and there pleaded that he would grant the petition of his ministers. Though she was immediately thrust out into the bitter cold of a January morning, the heroic lady continued her entreaties until the water which had been spilled froze upon her arms. Then at last she fainted, and the reluctant prince, out of gallantry, was compelled to yield. It is to be regretted that the new emperor did not show his appreciation of this devotion more permanently, for a little later we find Inkyo engaged in an intrigue with Oto, the Lady Onakatsu's younger sister, and the outraged wife attempted to commit suicide. As to the sequel, some light is vouchsafed when we read in the chronicles the yearly record thereafter that the emperor made a progress to Chinyu. Chinyu was, it must be observed, the place where the fascinating Oto was established. Inkyo was supposed to be afflicted with an incurable disease, but was eventually cured by the timely arrival of a clever physician from Korea. The most interesting and possibly the most important event of the reign was the settlement of the long-standing dispute as to clan names which had been agitating some of the great families. There were evidently many claims to membership in the various uji which were false. The matter was educated by recourse to a trial by ordeal, an appeal to the justice of nature of which we have many examples in Japan. Each claimant was required to plunge his hand into a jar of boiling water, and those who came out of the test uninjured were declared to have told the truth. So, the houses and surnames were spontaneously ordered, and there was no longer anyone who falsified them. It is possible, however, that the increasing use of written documents helped even more than the virtue of the ordeal to do away with disputes about clan connections. Inkyo left 2 sons, who, at the first opportunity, broke with precedent by commencing a struggle for the throne. The elder brother, Prince Karu, encountered the opposition of the court on account of a liaison with his full sister. Now, marriage between half-brothers and sisters was quite en règle, up to the time of the Taikwa reforms of 645, but unions between full-blooded brothers and sisters, such as once prevailed in Persia and Egypt, were strongly discountenanced. The guilty relation was revealed to the court by the diviners, who obtained their conclusions from the freezing of the royal soup. The sinner, together with his illicit bride, then committed seppuku, and paved the way for the accession of the younger brother, known to us as Anko. The new reign, thus bloodily inaugurated, did not long belie its sinister beginnings. The emperor's uncle, a son of the Emperor Nintoku, was foully murdered and the widow was raised to the dignity of empress. But a terrible nemesis followed the deed, for the son of Okusaka, a child but 7 years old, overheard from the imperial criminals themselves an account of his father's assassination. He bided his time, and then, stealing upon the unsuspecting Anko, stabbed him to death. What material for a great tragedy had ancient Japanese literature taken that direction? The younger brother of the slaughtered Anko, Ohatsuse by name, became emperor in 457, and unfortunately lived until 479. In the infamous record of the age, he is known as Yuraku. Murdoch speaks of him as masterful and meddlesome, and likens him to Richard III rather than to Nero, but it seems rather a reflection upon the not wholly spotless fame of the English sovereign. Immediately upon his accession, Yuraku proceeded to make assurance double sure and take a bond of fate by murdering his 2 older brothers. Then he settled down to show the kind of character he had brought to the opportunities of the throne. His reign is one long record of wanton cruelty, such as few national stories are able to parallel. Here are 2 or 3 to which the chronicles give prominence. One affords a parallel to the biblical story of David and Uriah, with the Japanese Uriah, Tosa, dispatched to Korea, while Yuraku takes possession of his wife. In another story, a chief named Shinki was ill-advised enough to build a house, the roof of which resembled too closely that of the imperial palace. The emperor at once sent his soldiers to burn down the offending edifice, and Shinki himself only obtained forgiveness from his irascible lord by presenting him with a white dog clothed with cloth and led by a string. When a certain concubine was caught in an intrigue, Yuraku was greatly enraged and had the 4 limbs of the unhappy woman stretched upon a tree. The tree was placed over a cupboard, which was set on fire, and she was burned to death. At a great feast, a leaf fell into the wine cup which a maid-servant was holding before the monarch. Yuraku straightway felled the girl to the floor, and was with difficulty restrained from cutting off her head. Still another story tells of the carpenter Mane, whom the emperor encountered shaping timbers with his axe. Such was the craftsman's skill that the line to which he was hewing was never once overpassed. Yuraku admired and questioned, and, in his turn, Mane boasted that nothing could ever disturb the steadiness of his hand and nerve. Yuraku thought otherwise, and immediately brought his dancing girls upon the scene. Then he ordered them to wrestle before the boastful carpenter. Alas, poor Mane, like Merlin under the wiles of Vivian, was weaker than he knew. For one moment he lost his poise and was immediately condemned to death. Before, however, it was too late, the emperor relented. A messenger, mounted on a black horse, the black horse of Kai, arrived just in time to save the wretched braggart from the sword of the executioner. Then the carpenter turned poet and fabricated the following tanka. Black as the night was the horse of Kai. Had they waited to saddle him, my life was lost, O horse of Kai. It is pleasant to pick out from such grim narratives stories of a somewhat different sort. Once the emperor came upon a beautiful girl who was washing clothes on the banks of a stream. Struck with her beauty, the monarch bade her not take a husband, since he would send for her to come to the palace. The woman relied upon the imperial word and remained unmarried till she was 80 years old. Then, lean and withered, she went to the palace to protest her faithfulness. Yuraku, under the circumstances, could do nothing less than send away the Japanese Griselda with some compensatory gift. The tale is not without its charm, in spite of the chronological difficulties which a critical faculty will at once detect. A still more pleasing anecdote tells how the emperor, with a view to the encouragement of the silk industry, once ordered Sukaru to collect silkworms from all over the country. Now, the word for silkworm is kahiko, and at the same time, the 2 words, kahi, ko, mean to nurture little ones. So the minister, not unnaturally, made a large collection of babies, which he straightway presented to the astonished emperor. It seems that one may assign to Yuraku's credit that he was genuinely interested in the arts and crafts. Under this emperor of great wickedness, the arts certainly flourished. One of the very earliest of pictorial artists was Shinki, who came over from China during this reign. Mulberry trees were cultivated in the provinces which were suitable, and weavers, potters, saddlers, and other skilled artisans brought over from the continent. Literature, too, received its due meed of appreciation, and the emperor himself extemporized a poem on the dragonfly, which devoured the gadfly which had been annoying the imperial steed. In connection with literature, it is interesting to note that the famous legend of Urashima, the Rip Van Winkle story of Japan, belongs to this reign. In the 21st year of Yuraku, says the chronicle, the boy Uranoshima of Mitsunoe, in the district of Yosa, in the province of Tango, a descendant of the divinity Shimanemi, went to Elysium in a fishing boat. Lured into the sea by a turtle which changed itself into the shape of a beautiful girl, Urashima was taken down beneath the waves to Horai-san, the land of immortal life. There he married the sea god's daughter and lived long in a state of great felicity. But the story, which is the Japanese Cupid and Psyche, as well as the Rip Van Winkle, continues. Urashima had a fit of homesickness, and was permitted to return to Earth on condition that he would not open the casket committed to his care. Alas, arriving at his native village, and finding all things changed, He opened the casket and was at once transformed into a wrinkled and decrepit old man. Meanwhile, the elixir of life, which the casket had contained, floated away like a cloud. Many a poem has expressed Urashima's dismay at finding that, as in the case of the 7 sleepers, life had passed as in a dream. But where is his native hamlet? Strange hamlets line the strand. Where is his mother's cottage? Strange cots rise on either hand. The truth of the story is attested beyond all dispute by the fact that the tomb of Urashima, with his fishing line and other relics, is still at Kanagawa, where Commodore Perry made his treaty with Japan in 1854. It has been suggested, however, that since the word for dragon palace, Ryugu, is not unlike the name of the Ryukyu group of islands, the legend may conceal behind its romantic story some tale of adventure amid the islands to the south. The son of Yuraku, Seinei, reigned only 5 years and left no descendants. In consequence, a search had to be undertaken for someone who might legitimately claim the legacy of the sun goddess. Investigation at length brought to light 2 grandsons of the Emperor Richu, who had been saved from the clutches of Yuraku by faithful retainers and had lived in obscurity as cowherds for a quarter of a century. They were identified by a curious dance, only to be acquired at court, which the ambassadors saw them rendering for the benefit of a crowd of villagers. The 2 lads were known as Oke and Woke, that is, Big Basket and Little Basket. The news of the great discovery was carried by the swiftest messengers to the Emperor Seinei, who exclaimed with joy, "Heaven in its love has bestowed upon me 2 children." The boys were at once brought to the capital, and, after the fashionable dispute as to which should be permitted to yield in favor of the other, Woke, the younger, was chosen heir. He is known in history as the Emperor Kenso. It is in this reign that we first come upon the loyal exclamation, "Banzai," "May the Emperor live 10,000 years," an expression corrupted from the Chinese, "Wan Sui," 10,000 years, and corresponding to such acclamations as "Viva la France" or "God save the King." Kenso seems after all to have been hardly worth the finding, since he died in 487, after only 2 years' reign. He then made way for his elder brother Oke, who is known as Ninken. While the 2 brothers were alive, they found an old woman who remembered where their murdered father had been buried. With this aid, the 2 princes were enabled to fulfill the requirements of filial piety. The old woman was thereupon rewarded by being given free access to the royal palace. As her age was full of infirmities, a rope was stretched from her cottage to the emperor's chamber, with a bell at the end, so that she could at once guide her halting steps and give notice of her approach. Ninken, 488 to 498, reigned nearly 11 years and did nothing which to us is of particular interest. He then did considerably worse, by leaving at his death the throne to the son who became notorious to posterity as Muretsu. It has been already mentioned that Murdoch is inclined to suspect that Yuraku and Muretsu are one and the same. For the credit of the Mikado-ship, we may well hope that the hypothesis is correct, since one of Muretsu's kind is amply sufficient. Others have supposed that Muretsu has been confused with King Malta of Kurara in Korea, which is rather a reflection upon Korea. In any case, the stories of this monster's cruelties force the historian for a while to sup on horrors. The plucking out of a man's fingernails in order that he might be forced to dig clams with bleeding and mutilated hands is but a mild specimen of Muretsu's enormities. Like Dante, on a certain occasion in the Inferno, we may be content to glance and pass quickly by. Yet there seems to be some note of advancing refinement in the statement of the Nihongi respecting Muretsu. His cushions were of brocade, and many of his garments were of damask and fine white silk. Alas, that the silkworms should have had to spin for such as Muratsu. The next reigns, namely those of Ankan, 534 to 535, and Senkwa, 536 to 539, are both short and quite barren of interest. To sum up the history of the century and a half included in this chapter, we may observe that there was apparently on the part of the emperors a tendency to magnify their office. Their elevation over the heads of the other clans seems to become much more marked. The doctrine already appears that, of the entire surface of the soil, there is no part which is not a royal grant in fee. Under the wide heavens there is no place which is not royal territory. End of Chapter 6.
Chapter 7 of An Outline History of Japan. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Victor Dorff, An Outline History of Japan by Herbert Henry Gowen. Chapter 7, The Coming of Buddhism. Japan and Anglo-Saxondom. It is impossible not to be impressed with the close parallel which exists in the 6th century of our era between the history of the Japanese archipelago and that of the island group similarly situated off the western coasts of Europe. The parallel has already been suggested by the correspondence between the Yamato and Kumaso tribes, who had driven the Aenus into the north with the Teutonic tribes from the continent of Europe, who had in like manner driven the Celtic Britons into the fastnesses of Wales and Cornwall. But now we are struck by the fact that what the introduction of Christianity was to Saxon England in the time of Ethelbert of Kent, the bringing of Buddhism by the monks of Shaka was to Japan about a generation earlier. The government of Japan at the time was somewhat more homogeneous than that of the Saxon kingdoms, but in other respects the parallel is singularly close. In both cases, most momentous changes were brought about in the respective countries by adoption from the continent of a new faith, which results literary, artistic, economic, and political as well as religious, such as in either case could never have been predicted. Gautama Buddha. Prince Siddhartha, son of Suddhodana, chief of the Shakyas, whence named Shakyamuni, the sage of the Shakyas, known to the Japanese as Shaka, was born in the Lumbini Grove, not far from Kapilavastu, on the borders of Nepal, about the year 557 BC. The Japanese have, more or less persistently, given the date as 1026 BC, while the Burmese Buddhists seem to prefer 623 BC. Brought up to a life of luxury and fenced by his father from every touch of ill, Siddhartha had, at the age of 30, the four seeings, divinely ordered, of old age, sickness, death, and the ascetic life. Soon after he made the great renunciation, struck with the feeling of the impermanence and misery of the sense life. He secretly stole away from his wife, Yasodhara, and his son, Rahula, to seek peace among the ascetics of Benares. Failing in this, he betook himself to solitary meditation under the bo tree, and, after intense spiritual struggle, attained illumination, or right comprehension. From this time Gautama, the family name of Prince Siddhartha, was the Buddha, that is, the one who had attained knowledge. He set forth to preach the doctrine of the impermanence of all individual existence, the universality of suffering inherent in individuality, the non-reality of an ego principle. This was presently expanded into the teaching of the Four Noble Truths, which are, first, the truth that consciousness is sorrow; secondly, that the cause of sorrow is desire; thirdly, that the way out of sorrow is nirvana; and fourthly, that the path to nirvana is by the noble eightfold way of right belief, right resolve, right speech, right behavior, right occupation, right effort, right contemplation, and right concentration. Gautama died about 487 or 477 BC, and the Buddhist canon was fixed at a council held at Rajagriha in the same year, and at the Council of Vaisali just a century later. Certain changes gradually came over the teaching and the practice, and by the time Buddhism had found its way to northwest India, the two systems of Mahayana, the great vehicle, and Hinayana, the little vehicle, were well developed. Hinayana, the more conservative type, was the Buddhism which passed southward into Ceylon, Burma, and Siam. Mahayana, a system which was considerably influenced by Western and even Christian ideas, was the type which passed through Central Asia on its way to the Orient. As it was certainly Mahayana Buddhism which eventually entered Japan, in spite of Brinkley's assertion to the contrary, it is well to remember that in most essential respects it had departed far from the Indian form of the faith. Indian Buddhism was atheistic, whereas Mahayana was theistic. Indian Buddhism held that every man must save himself, whereas Mahayana gave hope of salvation through the merits of the Bodhisattvas, or future Buddhas. Indian Buddhism had an absolute form of nirvana as the goal of life, whereas Mahayana cultivated the doctrine of the Western paradise. Finally, Indian Buddhism made the arhat, or saint, the ideal, whereas Mahayana encouraged men to aspire to Buddhahood. The pathway of Buddhism to the Far East is fairly clear. Under King Ashoka of the Mauryan dynasty, about 272 BC, the religion of Gautama became the established faith of all India and was, moreover, propagated further afield by many zealous missionaries. It penetrated into Central Asia by way of the northwest passes about the time of the semi-foreign Indo-Bactrian, Indo-Parthian, and Indo-Scythian dynasties at the beginning of the Christian era. Radically influenced, as we have seen, by foreign ideas, it was according to tradition carried to China about AD 68 from the court of the Indo-Parthian king Gondophares. In China, the new faith speedily became the rival to Confucianism and Taoism and was accepted as one of the three religions. About AD 372, it reached Korea and became a very important channel for the distribution of the culture of the Middle Kingdom. From Korea to Japan was but a step, which the relation of the kingdoms of Kudara, Shiraji, and Koma made not only easy, but inevitable. The introduction of Buddhism. Various dates for the first coming of Buddhism into Japan have been given, and it is altogether probable that immigrants, in many obscure ways, had made the faith of Shaka known considerably before AD 552. But this latter date, in the reign of the 29th Emperor Kimai, is not too precise to be misleading. Whether or not a previous mission had been received by Kaitai, envoys came to Kimai from King Saimai of Pekche, or Kudara as the Japanese called it, one of the peninsular principalities, with presents of books and a letter earnestly commending the new religion. The king wrote, "This doctrine is hard to understand, but marvelously excellent. It furnishes men with treasure to their heart's content. Every prayer may be fulfilled, and every wish granted." So the emperor leaped for joy and welcomed the messengers and their gifts. It is evident that the first simplicity of the religion of Gautama had long since departed, since we have mention of a gold and copper image, which is still said to exist among the treasures of the Zenkoji. The king of Kudara seems not to have been entirely disinterested, since he asked for a quid pro quo in the shape of military assistance against his enemies, a singular request in the passing on and recommendation of a pacifist form of religion. Whether this was so or not, Kimai, after his first enthusiasm, seems to have been as suspicious of the new cult as was King Ethelbert when he insisted on hearing Augustine in the open air, where magic was less potent. But Kimai was perfectly willing to have the new faith tested. The appointment of Sugano Inami as host for the new faith, and the opposition of the clan of Nakatomi are facts not so inexplicable as at first sight appears. The Soga clan was not only the family specially charged with the care of foreigners and immigrants, but was also the representative of the Kwobetsu class, descended from the emperors. Nakatomi, on the other hand, was the high priest of Shinto, and stood for the old Shinbetsu, or class supposedly descended from the oldest gods. So the conflict that ensued between the protagonists and the opponents of the new religion was really a war of old-fashioned conservatives, o Miraji, against comparative innovators, o Umi, with the emperor sitting on the fence. The feud between the Nakatomi and the Mononobe on the one hand, and the Soga on the other, was, while it lasted, a battle royal, and it lasted a considerable time. The divine powers seemed a little tricksy in the matter. First came a plague of smallpox, for which very likely the envoys were responsible, since smallpox had been for some time passing eastward across Asia. The officials acted promptly by casting the Buddha image into the Naniwa Canal and by burning down the temple. Disasters continued, and the fearful began to think they had been a little premature and to talk about the wrath of Shaka. So the image was dredged up, another temple built, and the prestige of Buddhism restored. Much help came from the rumor that a wonderful log of camphor wood, floating in the sea, had come ashore to the strains of celestial music. The images made from this log became very popular and were profoundly respected. More emissaries came in 577 and 584, and the propagation of the faith proceeded apace. Inabe's son, Umako, followed in his father's footsteps and vindicated Buddhism by the very concrete test of subjecting a relic to the blows of a sledgehammer upon an anvil. The relic proved to be nothing less than the pupil of one of Shaka's eyes, yet the hammer was broken, and the relic remained uncrushed. The incident is an ancient illustration of the familiar lines, "Hammer away, ye hostile hands, man's hammers break, God's anvil stands." From this time onward, the emperors were not so timid about patronizing the foreign faith, and Buddhism began to spread rapidly. Shotoku Taishi. The Emperor Yomai, who commenced his reign in 586, was connected with the Soga family through his mother, so the Buddhist cause had now the most august support. But the Mononobe still opposed as fiercely as ever the foreign propaganda, and on the death of Yomai, there was a serious civil conflict to determine the succession. This contest cost the life of Yomai's legitimate heir, Sushun, so that for the second time a Japanese emperor was slain by a subject. It was while this struggle between the Omuraji and the Oomi was in progress that there came to the front the remarkable man who was destined to become the Constantine of Japanese Buddhism. The 1300th anniversary of Shotoku's death was celebrated in 1921 and showed that his fame as saint and statesman was as great as ever. Prince Omeyado, stable door, so called because he was born with a relic clasped within his baby hand just outside the imperial stables, is generally known by his canonical name of Shotoku Taishi. Biased from the beginning towards the side of the Sogas he must have been, but his conversion is said to have been due to a vow. He was engaged in a struggle against Moriya, the Mononobe chieftain, who was in arms against Yumako. When the battle was at its most critical point, the crown prince cried aloud, "Without prayer we can do nothing." Then he placed the images of the 4 guardian kings in his helmet and promised that he would erect a temple and pagoda in honor of the Buddha. So in spite of the marvelous archery of the Mononobe general, the Battle of Shigasen was won, and the sister of the late Emperor Yomai, known to us as the Empress Suiko, was elevated to the throne. The gallant Prince Umeyado, whom we may as well call by his religious name, Shotoku Taishi, was now made Prince Imperial and Regent, and the record of Suiko's reign is mainly that of the heir apparent's very able administration. He did not forget the vow he had made. Visitors to Osaka today ought not to miss the wonderful Shi-Tennoji, Temple of the 4 Heaven Kings, which commemorates Shotoku's gratitude. There is a shrine dedicated to the prince in the famous guiding bell, which has been so beautifully described by Lafcadio Hearn, is rung that Shotoku Taishi may lead the souls of dead children into paradise. The rope is made of the bibs of dead children, and the shrine is heaped high with toys brought by little children for their dead playmates. Here, too, is a stream of perpetually flowing water, which is believed to carry prayers for the deceased straight to the merciful heart of the great saint. Of course, many of the stories about Shotoku are merely legends, but from his boyhood up he is the subject of many, and some of them are too beautiful to be forgotten. There is one which reminds us not a little of the well-known tale of St. Martin and his half-cloak. Like the Saint of Tours, Shotoku covered a dying beggar with his own cloak. The beggar died and was buried, but subsequently, when the tomb was opened, it was discovered that there was no body therein, only a cloak neatly folded together. Thus it was revealed that the saint's charity had been bestowed upon no one less than a divine being. Another story declares that Shotoku was himself really an incarnation of Kwannon, the goddess of divine compassion, who had said, "Wherever a gnat cries, there am I." This, however, is probably rather a tribute to his universal benevolence than the affirmation of a dogma. Apart altogether from the prince's sanctity, he possessed qualities of the first order. The reputation he gained for being able to attend to many matters at the same time gained him the appellation of Yatsumimi no Oji, Prince 8 Ears. For the propagation of Buddhism, Japan owes Shotoku Taishi an eternal debt. The temples and monasteries and images increased enormously, and multitudes of men and women were added to the faith. But other memorable results as well were achieved during the prince's 29 years of administration. Among these was the drawing up in 604 of what has been called the Constitution of Shotoku Taishi. Some have described this as the first written law of Japan, but this is an exaggeration. The 17 Articles, as the Constitution is often called, according to Murdoch, are not much better than a jumble of old and outworn platitudes. One may concede the applicability of the old without quite accepting the outworn. At the time, they must have possessed force, and may have had freshness. The first article declares that harmony is the precious thing, and the 9th runs as follows. Good faith is the foundation of right. In everything let there be good faith, for in it there surely consists the good and the bad, success and failure. If the lord and vassal observe good faith, one with the other, what is there which cannot be accomplished? If the lord and the vassal do not observe good faith towards one another, everything without exception ends in failure. Other articles deal with a plea for concord, the acceptance of Buddhism, the dignity of the emperor, and such like. Shotoku was also an historian and compiled a work known as Kujihonji. Later on, this was unfortunately destroyed by fire, but some of the material may have been preserved for us in the Kojiki. The great saint, statesman, and propagandist died in 621, just at the time Muhammad was preparing his hijrah, flight from Mecca to Medina. It was said that all the princes and omi, as well as the people of the empire, the old as if they had lost a dear child, had no taste for vinegar, the young as if they had lost a beloved parent, filled the ways with the sound of their lamenting. The farmer ceased from his plough, and the pounding woman laid down her pestle. They all said, "The sun and the moon have lost their brightness. Heaven and earth have crumbled to ruin. Henceforth in whom shall we put our trust?" The tribute, great as it was neither insincere nor undeserved. Progress of Buddhism. As in other lands to which it found its way, Buddhism at once gave very remarkable stimulus to the social and artistic development of the nation. Socially, Japan, containing a population of not much over 1 million farmers, fishermen, and hunters, was, prior to the advent of Buddhism, in a very backward state. We are too apt to read into the teaching of Mutori, the great revivalist of Shinto in the 18th century, the idea that Japan was in these early times ideal in morals, sentiment, and social relations. The famous scholar was too much of a laudator temporis acti, and was misled by his enthusiasm. It is plain that the gentle spirit of Gautama produced here as elsewhere a great softening of manners and improvement in morals. Then again, the introduction of images and pictures laid the foundation of Japanese art, though we need not deny the artistic aptitudes of the people to whom the gift was brought. Professor Ashikaga tells us that almost every branch of industrial and artistic development owes something to the influence of the Buddhist creed. And Saito declares that in the Hori-uji, built by Shotoku, one may study, as in a rich field, the influence of Chinese, Indian, and Greek ideas upon the art of Japan. The bare simplicity of the Shinto temples was superseded by the warmth of coloring and the splendor of gilding and lacquering, which we associate with the Buddhist Taira. There was a sort of divine impulse towards the making of beautiful things. For example, we find the Empress Suiko, in 592, learning of the visit of 3 goddesses to what is now the beautiful island Miyajima. They had desired to have there a shrine, and so sent the Empress a crow with a twig of the sakaki, sacred evergreen. The Empress got to work, and lo, in time, Miyajima, with its majestic portal. Emperors and empresses alike vied with one another in encouraging the casting of images of the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. It is my desire, said the emperor on one of these occasions, that each peasant shall have the right to add his handful of clay and his strip of grass to the mighty figure. Many of the earliest artists of Japan were really Chinese who assumed Japanese names and associated themselves with the rising art of the land. By one of these was painted the oldest picture of Japan on the walls of the Hori-uji at Nara. Shotoku himself is reputed to have had, among so many other gifts, skill as a painter. In literature, it is manifest that the necessity of producing and copying sutras must have given a powerful impetus to the arts of reading and writing. The new desire for literature is illustrated by the compilation of the various chronicles which, although they survive only in name, so far as their general content is concerned, have doubtless been incorporated into the Kojiki and Nihonji of a century later. End of Chapter 7.
Chapter 8 of An Outline History of Japan. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Cavaet. An Outline History of Japan by Herbert Henry Gowen. Chapter 8. The Great Reform. It has been said with much truth that Shotoku Tashi left behind him peace where he found strife and anarchy, the light of civilization in the place of darkness of semi-barbarism, the knowledge and practice of art and science where there had been none before, reverential observance of a religion which was destined to mould the character of his countrymen for more than 1,000 years. All this may be conceded, but it also has to be admitted that, coincidentally, the concentration of power in the hands of the Soga family contained within itself the germ of much trouble such as was not long in developing to the point of being obvious. The Sogas had rendered undeniable service to religion, but were not so unworldly as to be beyond abusing their opportunity. The temporarily defeated chieftains of the old order, the Omuraji, representing the old Izumu and Kyushu families, much resented the way in which the grandees, Oomi, favoring the new regime, had begun to ape the imperial state. The fine mausoleums which were being constructed for the Soga clan were only one sign among many that, in addition to controlling the succession, there was a design to establish a new dynasty. It really seemed as though 2 suns were simultaneously attempting to illuminate the skies. In these charges there was a certain amount of truth. Shotoku Tashi had died in 621, his father-in-law, Soga no Umaku, in 626, and 2 years later passed away the Empress Suiko. Then, when 2 claimants appeared to contest the vacant throne, Yamashiro, son of Shotoku, and Tamura, the grandson of the Emperor Baidatsu, it was the latter, favoured by the Sogas, who became the sovereign. He was known as Jomai, and reigned from 629 till 641, though the power behind the throne was Sogo no Yamaishi. It must be confessed that the latter ruled ably enough. To this time is applied the hackneyed expression of a halcyon age that things dropped on the highway were not picked up. The same idyllic conditions continued to prevail when the Empress Kokyoku succeeded Jomai in 642. But, all unobserved, nemesis was creeping upon the Shoguns in the person of one of the most famous and forceful of Japanese statesmen. This remarkable man, Cbteddy, was the representative of the Nakatomi clan, which, as we have seen, had been the hereditary enemy of the Shoguns. A little later he exchanged the name Nakatomi for the still more famous clan name of Fujiwara. The change came about in this way. From his youth up, Cbteddy, in common with others of his own clan and of the Mononobe family, had been watching for the opportunity to avenge themselves on the Shoguns and their allies. He observed carefully each one of the imperial princes, with the hope of finding someone whose cause he might, to this end, adopt. At last, at a football party, he came across Prince Naka, afterwards the Emperor Tenchi, and instinctively recognized him for the leader he was seeking. It was the meeting of Cbteddy with Naka in a certain wisteria field for the purpose of studying the needs of the time that led to the adoption of the new name, Fujiwara, wisteria field. In this field was pondered and formulated the great reform, Taikwa, of which we shall presently speak. But Cbteddy's first ambition was to get rid of the Shoguns. A conspiracy was launched, and Soga no Iruka, heir of the house, was slain in the very presence of the empress. The father, Yamishi, at once collected an army, but he failed to hold it together, and was presently compelled to surrender himself for execution. On the eve of his death he set fire to his palace, and all the historical documents which had been accumulating since the introduction of Buddhism were destroyed, except a small amount which was fortunately snatched from the flames. Immediately following this palace revolution, the Empress Kaikoku abdicated in favour of Prince Naka, but the prince, acting under the shrewd advice of his mentor, Cbteddy, preferred to bide his time. He urged instead the choice of Prince Karu, the late empress's son. The choice was ratified, and Karu, who became known as Kotuku, ascended the throne in 645. He was, says Murdoch, a simple-minded, kindly-hearted, easy-going old man, and it is also needless to remark that the real authority soon fell into the hands of Prince Naka, who was now declared the heir apparent. Cbteddy became chief minister, and everything was decided according to the will of Fujiwara. Cbteddy now became known as Kurumaku, Black Curtain, a theatrical term signifying the stage prompter. But Cbteddy was very much more than a mere prompter. He chose the cast and decided the plot of the play as well. From the time of the reign of the Empress Suiko, 593-628, there had been a considerable revival of the intercourse with China. This was naturally followed by a more or less conscious adoption of Chinese ideas. Chinese dress, even to the adoption of such insignia of rank as the wearing of a distinguishing cap, became customary. With the arrival, moreover, of ambassadors from China and Korea, there was the sending of imperial envoys to the Middle Kingdom. The coming in 602 of a certain Korean priest, one Kwaleku, who brought with him some interesting books and taught many interesting things, so quickened the desire to resort to the fountainhead of learning that students became eager to cross the seas. The situation has been well compared with that at the beginning of the Meiji, when youths like Ito and Inoue risked their lives in order to become acquainted with the West and the secret of its power. China had been for several centuries suffering from general disintegration, but in 589 the short-lived Sui dynasty did something towards the reconsolidation of the state, and in 618 the splendid period of Tang began the work which raised China to a position of the most highly cultured nation upon the earth. The news was not slow in reaching Japan. In 622 a Chinese priest addressed the Japanese court and said, "The land of great Tang is a wonderful country, whose laws are complete and fixed. Constant communication should be kept up with it." So the students who at this time went to the Chinese capital had much to learn, and on their return much to impart. It is this fact which helps to explain the movement which came about for synthesizing old Yamato and its institutions. The early Tang emperors had undertaken to codify the existing laws of China, and it is not strange that an impulse to do something corresponding to this in Japan should have taken possession of the men now in political control. Particularly was that to be expected of a statesman of the calibre of Cbteddy. One of the most significant innovations introduced from China was the method of reckoning time by the periods known as Nengo. These periods were of irregular length, and named after any remarkable incident which attracted the attention of the rulers, such as the discovery of copper or of gold, or the inauguration of some new political experiment. On the continent, these year periods had been in vogue as early as the time of the Han dynasty, 210 BC to AD 220, but the system was not adopted in Japan till 645, and the first year period in that year took its name from the Great Reform, Taikwa, which constitutes one of the most important steps taken in the constitutional history of the empire. The occasion was indeed one which worthily inaugurated a new epoch, since without any doubt Taikwa is no less important than the great change which ushered in the era of the Meiji in 1867. It is significant that when the Japanese describe the latter change, they use not the term revolution, which is the customary term in foreign accounts of the event, but the term restoration, as implying a return to the Taikwa idea. The Great Reform was very largely the work of Prince Naka no Oi and his able minister Kamatari. These, of course, owed much in their turn to the scholars who had returned from the Tian court, more or less completely sinicized by 30 years' residence abroad. The machinery of Japanese government was now entirely in the hands of these, while the broken remnant of the defeated Soga were finding a refuge in the Buddhist monasteries. These ecclesiastical fortresses were destined in time to become an irritating thorn in the side of the administration. Murdoch has given in Chapter 5 of the first volume of his history a very full account of the Great Reform, but some general conception of its scope may be obtained from the following summary. The Yamato sovereign was no longer to be merely the head of the chief clan in Japan, with a feeble control over the great clan chieftains, and with no control over the dependents of these. Henceforth, he was really to be the Emperor of Japan. Every rood of soil was theoretically supposed to have been surrendered to him. That is to say, the theory of eminent domain was now effectively established. Professor Quigley has described the Taikwa system as follows. The civil government of the Reform era consisted of a national council of 3 imperial advisors or councillors, and 8 administrative departments, over which the 3 councillors had general supervision. The 8 departments were entitled as follows. 1. Imperial Bibliographical. 2. Court Rights and Appointments. 3. Nobility and Etiquette. 4. Popular Affairs. 5. War. 6. Justice. 7. Finance. 8. Imperial House Finance. Beneath radiated a bureaucracy, chosen partly upon examination, as in China, but with greater attention to other considerations, such as noble blood, than was customary in that country. It will be observed that a clear distinction was drawn between what was essentially Japanese and what was Chinese. The theory of sovereignty was purely Japanese and in no way adjusted to Chinese conceptions of the relation of the Son of Heaven to the Middle Kingdom. The machinery of state administration was as characteristically Chinese. Graded ranks were established with their appropriate headgear and other insignia. Some of these, however, had been known since 604, the year of the 17 Articles. Governors were appointed for the eastern provinces, and a natural system of taxation was created, with the taxes, however, no longer paid to the governors, but directly to the emperor. Every person received a certain portion of land, of the produce of which a fixed proportion had to be paid to the government, and every man between 20 and 50 had to work for the government 10 days annually. Restrictions were imposed upon the building of tombs, since, as in ancient Egypt, mortuary pride had led to their construction on so huge a scale as to bring about widespread oppression and poverty. Yunshi and other barbarous rites were definitely forbidden, though in some respects there was a return made to the primitive rites of Shinto. In some respects the full effect of the changes made was not felt until the end of the 9th century, but from the first the drastic character of these changes was appreciated. Taikwa might even have been called a revolution, had not the emperor himself been a party to the reform. Not only were the serious encroachments and abuses of the Soga regime checked, but a constructive policy was launched which touched every aspect of the stately system, from the creation of a new department machinery to changes in the administrative methods of the smallest local units, from arranging for all the graduations of rank among the nobility to the more equitable distribution of the burdens of taxation and of military service. Kotoku died in 654, But Prince Naka was not yet far enough advanced in his schemes of social reform to be willing to relinquish these for the official straitjacket of a throne. So he prevailed upon the retired Empress Goyuku to come back to the cares of state. This she quite readily consented to do, but her second reign is known to us under a different name, that of Samai. The possessor of two imperial names reigned from 655 to 661, and when she died in the latter year, the succession of the heir apparent could no longer be delayed. So was inaugurated the rule of the great Emperor Tenchi, one of the most enlightened sovereigns Japan was ever destined to know. So little, however, was he in love with the mere trappings of sovereignty that Tenchi did not formally take his place as emperor till 668, 7 years after the death of his predecessor. All this while he was benevolently engaged in the service of his country, which was indeed the one enthusiasm of his life. A little poem in the collection known as Hayaku nin Isshu, Single Songs of 100 Poets, describes the sympathy with which Tenchi followed the labours of his subjects in the rice fields. Coarse the rush-mat roof, sheltering the harvest hut of the autumn rice field, and my sleeves are growing wet, with the moisture dripping through. Tenchi's interest in education was as sincere as his devotion to social reform, and he deserves to be remembered for the establishment of a university in which 400 students found accommodation. After his formal acceptance of the throne, he lived only 4 years, and his great if unscrupulous minister, Cavett, passed away 2 years earlier than the master he had served so faithfully. If we pass over the early act of treachery which involved the death of Sogo no Iruka, we cannot help awarding to the first Fujiwara a very generous meed of praise. The only conspicuous failure of Kamatari's administration was the abortive attempt on Korea. It should be remembered that all this time there had what may be called an overseas Japan, especially in what is known as the Miyeki government house of Minamata. This had been retained in order that Japan might be of assistance to her ally, Gudara, or Pechi, in the constant struggle which went on with the other Korean principalities. But Japan rendered very small service to her allies on the continent until the invasion of Korea by the Tang Emperor Kyoto made it absolutely necessary to send an expeditionary force. The result was a Japanese defeat and the annexation of Korea by China. In the Battle of the Pekshon River, a Japanese force of 27,000 men was destroyed by the Chinese fleet. This defeat remained unavenged till the days of Hideyoshi nearly 1,000 years later. The reverse, however, was turned by Tenchi to good account in the welcome given to the many Korean fugitives who fled before the Chinese armies. Some have supposed the Eta, or outcast classes of Japan, to have been descended from these refugees, but it would rather appear that the immigrants who came at this time were readily assimilated and rendered excellent service to the arts of their adopted country. The cyclic name for the year 672, Jinshin, recalls a very severe struggle for the succession which took place between a son of Tenchi, Prince Otomo, and the emperor's younger brother, Oema. Tenchi had himself been undecided as to a choice between his brother and his son. Possibly distrusting the extreme youth of his son, he had given the title of heir apparent to Oema, naming him at the same time Prime Minister, Daiju Daijin, a title now appearing for the first time. When Tenchi died, Prince Omar begged leave to decline the throne and put on priestly garb, as was the custom of imperial princes when they wanted to avoid the appearance of royal ambition. So Otomo became the 39th emperor, and is known to us as Koban, but the reign proved a very brief one, not indeed outlasting the year 672, for the uncle regretted his retirement to a monastery and suddenly appeared at the head of an army. A desperate struggle ensued on the long bridge of Sita across Lake Biwa, which ended in the defeat and suicide of the Emperor Koban. The old order was once again vindicated, and Omar now took the throne. He reigned for 14 years, from 672 to 686, and is known to us as Temmu. The new sovereign had been accused of having led the court into corrupt and frivolous paths. There was certainly much preoccupation at this time with millinery and hairdressing, with gambling, and even with so serious an interest in solving of conundrums. But Temmu was undoubtedly an able administrator. He did a great deal of work towards extending the influence of the great reform. But equally, without doubt, he increased the centralization of the government and set the precedent of relying upon military force. It has been suggested that the records have been coloured in his favour, seeing that the organization of the Historical Commission took place in 681, which later on produced the versions of Japanese history that we find in the Kochiki and the Nihongi. 5 years later, Temyu died, and there followed an interregnum of 4 years. In 690, the interregnum was broken by the consent of Temyu's widow to occupy the vacant throne, and this lady is known as the Empress Jitu. Her real motive for acceptance seems to have been the desire to hold the place open for her son, Kusakakabe, although as the latter was already 25 years old, it might have been expected he was able to look after his own interests. The arrangement, however, was not agreeable to everybody, and an illegitimate son of Temyu named Otsu started a rebellion, but Otsu had a better reputation as a poet than as a soldier, so the revolt ended in his own death. His gallant wife hastened thither with her hair dishevelled and her feet bare, and joined him in death. The Empress Jito herself is known as a poet, and is honoured with a place in the anthology mentioned above, Single Songs of 100 Poets. But the interest of Jito's poetry is less than that of her reform edicts. One of these concerns the emancipation of slaves. Many people who had incurred debt had been, in consequence, consigned to a state of hopeless bondage. By these at least the edicts of Chitu were much appreciated. Yet, as Brinkley observes, the buying and selling of slaves in Japan was not totally forbidden until 1699. 2 other important edicts may be mentioned. In that of 689, the first steps were taken towards conscription, and in that of 696, the principle of primogeniture was adopted in order that succession quarrels might be avoided for the future. After the settlement of a question which in previous reigns had caused great trouble, the empress abdicated. Her son, Kusakabe, had in the meantime died, but the empress was content to see the throne pass to the heir apparent's son, Prince Karu. It marks the earliest instance of the accession of a minor to the throne of Japan. It is difficult at most epochs of Japanese history to penetrate behind the stories of knightly adventures and court intrigue to the real life of the masses, but it is particularly difficult in the 7th century. Probably the people had small opportunity in life, independent of their social superiors. For these they cultivated the rice fields, for these they fought in various wars of succession, for these they set out upon expeditions against the Aenus of the north. But a few things of interest emerge. There appears then, as today, to have been a great deal of official oversight. A census was taken every 6 years, and the census records of every 30 years were preserved. Households were arranged into different classes, from children under 3 years old to old or invalids above 60. Each group of 5 households constituted a goho, and 50 households made a village or a mura. Every village had a mayor who was responsible for the industry and morals of the people under his charge. Labourers were permitted to rest from noon till 4 p.m. in July and August, and were not expected to do night work. When sick, they were fed at the public charge, and when they died, a coffin was provided out of the public funds. On the whole, it would appear that the common people, up to this period, preferred the old order of things rather than the innovations introduced with the religion of Shaka. Then, as now, Japan suffered terribly from physical catastrophes on a large scale, and the population endured these with stoical heroism or made efforts to escape them by resort to the suggestions of superstition. A great earthquake visited the land in 599. This was followed by droughts and famine. There was snowfall in July, and hailstorms in which the stones were as large as peaches. Meteors and comets terrified men in palace and cottage alike, so that witches and wizards were in great demand. At one time, we read, there was a kind of moral epidemic in which the people were persuaded to worship a caterpillar as the insect of the everlasting world. This strange obsession was brought to an end by the slaying of the prophet of this novel cult. We have already referred to the partial relief of men and women sold into slavery by the beneficent edict of the Empress Jito. End of Chapter 8. Chapter 9 of An Outline History of Japan. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Cavaet. An Outline History of Japan by Herbert Henry Gowen. Chapter 9. The Great Discovery. The Prince Karu, in whose interest the Empress Jito had abdicated, now became the 42nd emperor, and is entitled Momu in the imperial lists. The reign is marked by the rapid growth of Buddhist influence, even in the case of the families which had hitherto opposed it. The Fujiwara, that is, the former Nakatomi family, still in the ascendant and the Fujiwara statesman at the helm, was the grandfather of the young sovereign. It was at this time that the custom commenced of choosing imperial consorts from the Fujiwara clan. This practice persisted right down to the 20th century, and was only discarded in the case of the present Crown Prince's marriage in 1924. At the time of which we are speaking, there was little power which was not in Fujiwara's hands. This strong-willed and capable family even assumed the right of opening the petitions which were placed in boxes outside the imperial palace. The main distinction of Momu's reign itself, due to the energy of the Fujiwaras, was the compilation of the code known as Tai-Ho. Of this Professor Hara writes, "For 80 years after the promulgation of the reform of Taikwa, there were many fluctuations, sometimes reactionary, sometimes progressive, and many additions and amendments were made to many enactments published. In general, however, they remained unchanged, and were at last systemized and codified in the second year of the era of Tai-Ho, that is to say, in AD 702. This is what the Japanese historians designate by the name of the Tai-Ho Code. The name Tai-Ho, Great Treasure, was given because this was the era that saw the discovery of gold in the island of Tsushima. The discovery was not as valuable as at first anticipated, and in comparison with the code that material treasure sank to a position of relative unimportance. Long before coming to the throne, Prince Karu, young as he was, had aspired to the honourable fame of Tenshi in the matter of carrying out reforms. So, with the assistance of Fujiwara Fuhitu, the same who some 17 years later was enabled to bring to completion the compilation of the Yoru Code, the boy emperor interested himself with new codification. He used the old 17 articles of Shotoku Tashi as well as the more recent code of Tenshi. A council of 10 made the necessary revision, and subsequently a revision was made of the revision. This code, which on one hand represents the consummation of the work of Tenshi, on the other hand marks an entirely new epoch in the history of Japanese jurisprudence. According to Mr. de Becker, the first period in this history is that from the foundation of the empire to the 7th century, during which the national patriarchal system maintained. During this period, services in the nature of ancestor worship constituted the most important function of the government, and official positions, both central and local, were hereditarily occupied by various leading families, even military service being performed by certain powerful houses supported by their own followers. But now, with the beginning of a second period, Chinese civilization is recognized as the source from which reform is to proceed. So the Tai-Ho Code, like its predecessor, is based almost throughout on Chinese precedents. The work is in 30 sections, which deal with the following subjects: official titles, duties of officials of the empress's household, duties of officials in the household of the heir apparent, duties of officials in the households of officers of high rank, services to the gods, Buddhist priests, the family, the land, taxation, learning, official ranks and titles, the descent of the throne and dignitaries of imperial persons, meritorious discharge of official duties, salaries, court guards, army and frontier defense, ceremonies, official costumes, public works, mode of addressing people of rank, stores of rice and other grains, stables and fodder, duties of court physicians, official vacations, funerals and mourning, watch and ward and markets, arrest of criminals, jails, and miscellaneous. The basic principle of the Tai-Ho Code, says Captain Brinkley, was that the people at large, without regard to rank or pedigree, owed equal duty to the state, that only those having special claims on public benevolence were entitled to fixed exemptions, and that not noble birth but intellectual capacity and attainments constituted a qualification for office. Murdoch, while giving due credit to the Code of Tenshi, which had been circulated among the provincial governors in the reign of the Empress Jito, speaks in high terms of the Tai-Ho Code, not only as a surviving monument of advancing civilization, but also as an invaluable treasure to any painstaking historian endowed with a modicum of common sense, and so ever mindful of the fact that there is often a wide gap between the enactment and the enforcement of laws. It is because of this that the reign of Momo is important out of all proportion to its length. Before the death of the young emperor at the untimely age of 25, much had been accomplished to the advantage of Japan. The university, in particular, which had been so close to the affections of his predecessor, Tenchi, had become definitely established. Moreover, in addition to the machinery of administration, various elements of Chinese culture had become the common property of the nation. Thus the way was prepared for the accession of Momu's mother, the Empress Gemio, with whom commences the splendid epoch of Nara. End of Chapter 9.
Chapter 10 of An Outline History of Japan. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by mildmeme. An Outline History of Japan by Herbert Henry Gowen. Chapter 10. The Nara Period. Up to the present, as we have seen, the capital of Japan had shifted from place to place with each successive reign. The reasons for this have already been suggested in the extreme aversion on the part of the Japanese to continued residence in a place which has been polluted by death, and in the fact that the heir apparent was generally the occupant of a separate estate in the lifetime of his predecessor on the throne, and did not care to change on his accession. We do not know exactly why it was that in 710, the second year of the Empress Gemmyo, the court was removed to the province of Setsu to Nara. It was probably due to the increasing influence of Chinese precedents that Gemmyo's successors retained Nara as their capital, so for a period of about 75 years, Nara remained the capital of Japan. During this time, the throne was occupied by 7 sovereigns, of whom 4 were women. When the change of capital was made, Nara was a full day's journey from Osaka. Now, though the old metropolis is not on the high road from Tokyo westward, it is possible to make the same journey in an hour. It is visited today by multitudes of tourists, though shrunk to a tenth of its former size. Poets have sung the beauties of Nara from early days to the present. In the old days, Sakimaro wrote, "Never thy hills might tire my gaze, and never far from thy dwellings might I wish to roam. Thy streets stretched out across thy plain forever, each house some loyal and sturdy warrior's home." And a modern writer from a quite different point of view has chronicled the visitor's impressions of today. Beyond the torii, curving wide, the sacred deer feed on the grass. They tamely eat from friendly hands, undaunted by the crowds that pass before the vendors' booths that flaunt their lacquered ware and shining brass. Yet few who pass up the long straggling street from the railway station to the park today realize the extent to which the ancient Nara was the imitation of things Chinese, in particular the imitation of that old city of Xi'an, which was the Tang capital of the Middle Kingdom. Nara is situated about midway between Kyoto and Osaka, 26 miles from the former and 20 from the latter. In its beautiful parks and temples there is, amid all evidences of decay, sufficient to recall the 7 courts of Nara. We missed the laying out of the city to conform to the Chinese plan, but we may still see the Kasuga shrine, lacquered in red and one of the most graceful structures in existence. We may still look upon the imperial treasure house, though the building is only opened once in every reign. We may still see the great Todaiji Belle, weighing 40 tons, and from almost any spot there is enough to suggest something of the glory of 1200 years ago, when Nara had her 500,000 souls and was a continuous spectacle of animation and magnificence. Mr. Ralph Adams Cram calls what is left the most precious architecture in all Asia. Nara has one relic, however, around which it is easy to reconstruct a good deal of the Japanese 8th century. This is the Daibutsu, or Great Image of the Buddha, which was first erected in 747 by the Emperor Shomu amid an enthusiasm which reminds us of nothing so much as the cathedral building in Europe of the 13th century. The circumstances of the building were as follows. Smallpox had been brought from Korea in 735, and as an epidemic continued to increase, the emperor formed a project of erecting a gigantic Buddha. In order to find out how the Shinto divinities felt about the matter, the priest Gyogi was sent to Ise. He returned with an announcement which subsequently proved to be exceedingly convenient, namely that the Shinto divinities and the incarnations of the Buddha were all the same. With the opposition of the old order now removed, Shomu went on with his plan. He collected in-person gifts towards the erection of the image, and in 747 had the satisfaction of seeing the making of the cast. The emperor brought the first earth in his sleeve, and the ladies and high officials of the court followed the imperial example. It was not till 751 that the temple which shelters the Daibutsu was completed. The emperor came to the dedication to pray for the peace of all the world and for the salvation of all sentient creatures. More than 400 years later, the temple was burned and the image badly broken, left standing solitary amid the ashes. The recasting and rebuilding took some years, and it was not till 1195 that the second dedication took place, a ceremony attended by the first shogun, Yoritomo. Yet once again, in 1567 was the temple destroyed, and generations passed before there was energy or courage enough to undertake another restoration. The third dedication took place in 1708, when the present temple was opened for service. It has been only within the last 15 years that the work of reconstruction was finally completed, and the offering of today's tourists are still being received to carry out the desires of the Emperor Shomu of 12 centuries ago. As the priests put it, owing to the benevolence of the glorious Meiji era, we see the roof of the temple brilliantly raised again in the clouds, and in the very beginning of splendid Taisho era, we applaud the virtue of Vairocana and offer thanks to the ancient imperial patron. This is not only happiness of ours, but of the whole world. The great Buddha of Nara was frequently described as all figures given, from the 52.5 feet, which is the height of the image from the pedestal upwards, to the 4 feet and 4 4/5 inches, the length of the little finger. Truth to tell, the impressiveness of the image, figures notwithstanding, is much diminished from the fact that the Buddha is a dry god. That is, one under the shelter of a roof, and also from the fact that the head is both newer and uglier than the rest of the image. It is said that nearly £1 million of copper were used in the casting, besides a large quantity of other more precious metals. In course of time, the copper was taken as representing the underlying structure of Shinto, while the gold symbolized the outward adornment of Buddhism. Japan was sometimes called by the Chinese the Queen Country. This may possibly have been through some tradition of the exploits of Jingo. More probably, it was from the age-long association of the land with the divine ancestress Amaterasu. But the title has also been deserved because of the comparative frequency with which, at least in the early centuries, and by contrast with China, the destinies of Japan were entrusted to a woman. The Nara epoch commences with the reign of 2 empresses, Gemmyo and Gensho. The former was the daughter of Tenchi and the mother of Mommu. She reigned only till 715, and then abdicated in favour of her daughter. Gensho, in her turn, reigned till 723. The best attested event of the 2 reigns is the reduction of writing of the ancient annals in Japan. The destruction of the Soga Palace, as we have seen, had caused the loss of all earlier materials, but some survived, if not in writing, at least in the memories of men. One of the courtiers of the reign of Temmu, and a member of the historical commission of that period, was Hieda no Are, to whose memory, or possibly bias, we are indebted for our present versions of ancient Japanese tradition. The Kojiki, record of ancient matters, was produced under Gemmyo in 712, and the Nihongi, Chronicles of Nippon, under Gensho in 720. Hieda no Are and other reciters were brought into the presence of the scribe Yasumaro, and the result was set down in Chinese characters. The Kojiki, though written in Chinese characters, was written in the Japanese language, and is much the coarser of the two epics, if we may venture to use the term. The Nihongi is written in Chinese, language and script alike, and it is quite plain that efforts were made to conform as far as possible to a polished Chinese style. Possibly, matter was introduced which is the reflection of Chinese rather than of Japanese tradition. Both books, which have been translated into English, are deserving of study, and are of course of enormous importance in helping us to form some idea of primitive Japan, even though we may attach little weight to the bizarre and sometimes revolting details of the mythology. As Gemmyo had abdicated in favour of Gensho, so the latter after a few years yielded up the sovereignty to a nephew, the son of the Emperor Monmu, who subsequently received the imperial name of Shomu. Shomu reigned for 24 years, from 724 to 748, but during much of this time the authority remained in the hands of his wife, the Princess Asuka. Through the machinations of her Fujiwara relatives, this strong-minded lady was in course of time made empress and is known in the lists as Kommyo. She is famous for her poetical talent, her wit, her beauty, and not least for the raven tresses that reached and swept the ground. All through the reigns of Shomu and his ambitious consort, Buddhism was dominant, and moreover, took its full advantage of the imperial patronage. Concerning this dominance and some of its consequences, bad as well as good, we shall have something to say presently. The prestige of Buddhism was by no means diminished when Shomu, who had always been more of a devotee than a monarch, decided to abdicate and take the tonsure. This mischievous precedent, all too frequently followed in later centuries, had much to do with the subsequent diverting of imperial activity into channels created for it by the rise of the great feudal families. The throne now passed to Shomu's daughter, the Princess Abe, now enrolled as the Empress Koken. Like Shotoku Taishi, Koken was believed by the populace to be an incarnation of Kwannon, the goddess of mercy, a superstition not unnaturally encouraged by her mother, the Empress Kommyo. Thereupon, the Buddhist control of state offices continued stronger than ever and was carried to even scandalous extremes. To take any form of life was strictly forbidden, and the poor fishermen, all but reduced to starvation by the decree, had to be relieved by imperial subsidies of rice. Yet, all Koken's pretensions to heavenly origin and all her professions of piety were unable to cloak the shameless liaison with Fujiwara no Nakamaro, whose usurped authority, moreover, drove out of office all who appealed to the better traditions of the empire. After 4 years, the empress followed the example of her father by abdicating, although she still endeavoured to use her influence behind the curtain during the reign of her son, the new emperor Junnin, 759 to 765. Koken had become a nun, but this involved no more improvement in morals than is suggested by the replacing of the Fujiwara favourite with a Buddhist priest of evil fame. This was Dokyo, who had been termed the Wolsey of Japan. But Dokyo had an even more vaulting ambition than the cardinal, for intoxicated with his sinister success, he even aspired to climb the throne. The rejected Fujiwara no Nakamaro made an unsuccessful revolt, but paid for the penalty of failure with his own head and those of his wife, children, and supporters. The imperial libertine, supposedly in religious retirement, was not content with these grisly tributes to her success. She first accused the emperor of being privy to the rebellion and had him exiled and then slain. Thereupon the alert lady returned to the throne under another name, Shotoku, a name strangely out of place as applied to Koken. Dokyo was now supreme. His insolent ambition brought out a fearless protest from the patriotic Kiyomoro, but the protestant was immediately silenced by banishment, and the evildoers remained still unshaken. Yet Nemesis was at hand, for the empress opportunely died, and her paramour, deprived of her august support, was dismissed into a well-deserved exile. It may seem strange that the mingled bigotry and libertinism of the Empress Shotoku should have had any connection with one of the great arts of civilization. Nevertheless, it is a fact that the earliest well-defined block prints come from the Japan of this reign. The Empress, who kept 116 priests at court to drive away the demons, found no other way of multiplying charms fast enough to satisfy herself, so she printed them off by the million. But an elderly grandson of Tenchi was discovered in the person of Shirakabe, who, through the invaluable aid of the indispensable Fujiwaras, became the Emperor Konin, 770 to 781. Konin did the best he could to cleanse the Augean stable he had inherited. Then he died, leaving the sceptre to his son, the Emperor Kwammu, under whom is inaugurated the new era of the Heian. The above summary of political events would suggest that the female rule, which so largely prevailed, was exceedingly favourable to the extension of Buddhism. All the Nara rulers were devout, even when far from exemplary in conduct. It is probable that Dr. Harada's statement that Buddhism optimized Japan is correct, since even the worst had their good impulses and their spiritual insights. The Empress Komyo, it is said, vowed to wash the feet of 1,000 beggars. When the last came, a man hideous with leprosy, she finished her task unflinchingly, and lo, the leper was transformed into a radiant divinity who ascended to the skies. Thus, even the casting of the daibutsu was not entirely out of a superstitious desire to escape the smallpox. It has been suggested that an ingenious writer might well contrive to mass a fairly complete account of 8th century Japan around the story of the Nara daibutsu. As mentioned above, all classes, from ladies of the highest rank to peasants who could only gather twigs for the furnaces, contributed to the great work. The metals used were in such prodigious quantities that in 958 the coinage of money had to be stopped, not to be resumed till the time of Hideyoshi in the 16th century. The 10,000 priests who came together for the dedication included many from China and Korea, as well as Japanese eminent in statecraft, literature and art. Gyogi, who himself was the grandson of a Korean immigrant, is said to have built 49 temples. In addition, he is credited with the invention of the potter's wheel, but his most memorable achievement was the creation of that singular blend of Shinto and Buddhism, which is known as Ryobu, the twofold doctrine. It was to the intense delight of the patriots that the compromise was discovered by which the ancient It was to the intense delight of the patriots that a compromise was discovered by which the ancient religion of the land could be reconciled with the new faith imported from the continent. The authority of the sun goddess herself was invoked for the comforting assertion that the divinities of Shinto were but the avatars of the Buddha. Had she not said to Gyogi in a dream, "The sun is Biroshana"? It was in consequence of this convenient synthesis that Ryobu was enthusiastically acclaimed for many succeeding centuries. To use the common expression, the copper of Shinto was overlaid with the gold of the religion of Shaka. Nevertheless, Buddhism had its own sectarian developments, more or less independent of the older religion. As today, Japanese Buddhism is represented by 12 sects and 49 subsects. So, in Nara times, there were 6 different denominations of Buddhists. The 6 Nara sects are as follows: Sanron, brought over from China in 625 by Ekwan; the Jojitsu, a Hinayana sect; the Hosso, brought over from China by Dosho; the Kusha, established by 2 Japanese priests who had studied in China; the Kegon, brought over in 736, and the Ritsu, a Hinayana sect introduced in 754. Of all these, it is said that the Hosso and the Kegon alone survive. It is to be remembered that sectarian differences did not involve hostility or religious rancour. From various sides the paths ascend, many and far abreast, but when we gaze on the calm full moon, singles the mountain's crest. The period of Nara is not infrequently spoken of as the golden age of Japanese poetry. To some extent, the title is well bestowed. There must, of course, have been much literature besides poetry in the form of Buddhist sutras, as well as in the form of annals. In addition to the Kojiki, to which reference has already been made, there were, including the Nihongi, 6 national chronicles, or koki. These are the Shoku Nihongi, the Nihon Koki, the Shoku Nihon Koki, the Sandai Jutsuroku, and the Montoku Jutsuroku. All of these have been handed down to us in complete form except for the Nihon Koki, of which half has been lost. Up to the Tokugawa times, the Kojiki as well as the Kojiki was regarded as authentic, but is now discredited. A certain amount of culture, in imitation of China, was required at this time for the carrying out of official business, and not a few Japanese students went to China for instruction. In 716, one Nakamaro, not the Fujiwara, but a member of the Abe family, went to China with the Japanese ambassador and stayed till his death in 770. He is known to the Chinese as Chou Heng, and the greatest of Chinese poets, Li Bo, wrote a poem in his memory. In the Japanese universities, there were at the time about 5,000 students, whose acquaintance with the Chinese script led inevitably to extended literary activity. In poetry, the verse forms, ultimately derived from China, soon became fixed, and, so far as form is concerned, Japanese poetry has remained much the same for 1,000 years. This poetry was in no sense of the word popular, as was frequently the case in China. As today, it was largely the work of refined people of the court, educated after the Chinese fashion, who made the writing of verses a kind of social amusement. Many of these writers were women, almost from the beginning, and these especially cultivated the Japanese language as the medium of their art, while leaving the compilation of Chinese books to the ecclesiastics. Form in poetry was highly valued, but the word, or kotoba, was always made according to the etymological sense of the term, the leaf of an idea. The verse form almost universally followed to the tanka, 31-syllable poem, arranged in 5 lines as 5, 7, 5, 7, 7 syllables. Poems longer than this, known as naga-uta, long poems, were extremely rare. The writing of a tanka, moreover, involved attention to much else besides the prosody. There were makurana kotoba, pillow words, that is, epithets almost like those employed by Homer, only more generally and more rigorously used, at times, however, a mere convention or filler. There were also pivot words or puns used very seriously, and used in order that by a kind of double entente the sentiment of the poem might be swung suddenly around as on a pivot. There were again very elaborate rules as to the choice of words, and many conventional limitations of subject. The theme of war was generally taboo, though in the Kojiki and Nihongi we find a few kume uta, soldier songs, such as are ascribed to Jimmu Tenno. All this and more should be studied at length in the various treatises which deal specially with Japanese literature. Here we may only allude to the main features. Of the poetry belonging to the Nara age we have one anthology which has remained a classic through all the succeeding ages. To the elucidation of this collection, says Chamberlain, a whole mountain of commentary has been devoted. This is the Manyoshu, Book of 10,000 Leaves. It contains no fewer than 4,496 pieces in 20 volumes and covers a period of 130 years. The compiler is not known with any certainty, though it has been frequently stated that it was Prince Moroet who died in 757. The 2 most famous poets whose work is here represented are Hitomaru and Akahito. These lived about the time of the Empress Jito, 687 to 696, and the Emperor Mommu, 697 to 707, in what is known as the Fujiwara no Miya Jidai. To a single poem in this work is attached the unusual note that the author was a common person. One of the best known of the Man-yoshu poems is the Nagauta, which gives us the beautiful story of Urashima, referred to in a previous chapter. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of An Outline History of Japan by Herbert Henry Gowen. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 11. The capital moves to Kyoto. Historians have, with few exceptions, adjudged Kwanmu to have been worthy of a place among the greatest of Japanese rulers, with Tenchi and even with Meiji Tenno. He certainly showed ability as a scholar, as well as independence of character. In the former capacity he had fame as one of the 3 calligraphers, Sanpitsu, the others being Kukai, or Kobodaishi, and Hayanari. The other quality is illustrated in the removal of the capital from Nara. What the motive for this change was is uncertain. Some say it was at the suggestion of the Fujiwaras, others that it came about through his own objection to the dominance of the Buddhists at Nara. Nara indeed had become a kind of Mount Athos from which the Japanese rulers were sometimes bullied into compliance with the ecclesiastical will. Others, again, have supposed that the emperor was merely discontented with a capital which had become too small to suit his grandiose ideas. In any case, Kwanmu was much less a devotee than his predecessors, and in no wise reluctant to get away from the overshadowing influence of the 7 shrines of Nara. Kwanmu's reign is notable for some of the beginnings of militarism. Since the reform of 645, the chief statesmen had been civil officials, but the necessity for sending an expedition against the Ainus brought into the light the man who was the first to receive the title of Seitai Shogun, that is, barbarian expelling generalissimo, but who may also be considered as the first of the samurai. This was Tamura Maro, a man of very fine figure. He stood 5 feet 5 and measured 14 inches across the chest. He had eyes like a falcon's and a beard the colour of gold. When he blazed forth in wrath, he terrified birds and animals with his look, but when he jested, children and women joined in his laughter. Under this paladin, the conquest of the eastern Yamishi, the Basques of Japan, was achieved and a distinct turn given to the fortunes of the military class. Kwanmu's first experiment in change of capital was made with the advice of Fujiwara Tanetsugo at Nagaoka, about 30 miles from Nara. Here 314,000 men were kept at forced labour, and all was apparently going well when an unfortunate dispute occurred between the Fujiwara councillor and the emperor's younger brother, Sagara, who was also crown prince. The Fujiwara favourite was assassinated, and the crown prince exiled for complicity in the crime to Awaji, where he died. The emperor took the tragedy much to heart, and later built a shrine to the ghost of his younger brother, making offerings to the injured spirit which had done the emperor great scathe. It was probably all this which gave Kwanmu a distaste for Nagaoka. So in 794, 6 years before Charlemagne was crowned Emperor of the West, a city was built on a more propitious site, which was in a few years larger than any city in Europe except Constantinople and Cordova. This was Heian-kyo, the city of peace, destined, under the name of Kyoto, to remain the residence of the emperors of Japan down to 1869. Everything was done by the employment of geomancy and kindred arts to make the Jerusalem of Japan impregnable to all kinds of ill fortune. Flanked by a range of hills on the east and stretching out in the other direction into the plain, Kyoto was protected at the 4 cardinal points by the beneficent influences of Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Red Bird, and Dark Warrior. On the hilltop to the east, moreover, was poised, like the Palace Athene of Athens, an armed figure with bow and arrows. which was believed to predict political change by outbursts of martial song. Heian, an imitation of the Chinese capital from which also Nara had been copied, was laid out rectangularly, with almost the precision of an American city. It is said that some of the streets still show traces of their ancient arrangement. The city was divided into two parts, one known as Sakyo, the left capital, on the east, and the other as Ukyo, the right capital, on the west. Thus, then, was laid out the city whose record was to constitute the backbone of the history of Japan, and which, even though for nearly 60 years it had relinquished the supremacy that it possessed for 11 centuries, is still the third city and most interesting in the empire. To its name, the City of Peace, it by no means always corresponded to the letter, yet it must be acknowledged that there were generations in which not only peace, but even slumber were the lot of Kyoto, as Miyako, the residence of the emperors. Down to 1156, the date of Kiyomori's great victory, the Taira success which put the empire for a generation under the control of that warlike family, 28 sovereigns, including Kwanmu, reigned at Heian. Hardly one of them demands more than a cursory notice. They reflect, on the whole, the particular Buddhist influence which was gradually bringing about the weakening of imperial authority. For instance, some of them are described as learned emperors, which means nothing more than that they occupied themselves with the study of the Buddhist sutras, together with such adjuncts as calligraphy and the reading of the Chinese classics. A large number became so obsessed with these studies that for greater leisure they abdicated and so became Ho'o, cloistered emperors. There were sometimes as many as 3 of these living at the same time. They proved at certain times no little embarrassment to the reigning emperor, since a clan leader on rebellion bent might escape the charge of sedition by putting an ex-emperor at the head of his faction. Among these religious emperors were some terrible bigots, such as Shirakawa, who prohibited all fishing and even ordered the imprisonment of the rain for having interfered with a contemplated journey. Another class of emperors may be described as child emperors. That is, minors placed upon the throne by the Fujiwaras merely to enable an ambitious minister to retain control of the state. The first of these child emperors was Seiwa in 859. He had in him the making of a good man, but abdicated prematurely in 876. His successor was Yozei, a boy of 10 who was termed a budding Nero, and was dethroned, a new precedent, after 7 years of cruel and incapable rule. The Fujiwaras, continuing in their role of kingmakers, next put Uda on the throne, and in this reign the scholars ceased going to China because of the discouraging political situation at this juncture in the Middle Kingdom. Uda abdicated in 897 and made room for his son, Daigo, who, a boy of 13 at his accession, reigned for 32 years. He is distinctly the best of Kwanmu's successors and is known as the wise king of the Engi era. Wise, intelligent, and kindly, Daigo governed well, and literature and the arts flourished. Yet the insolent control of the Fujiwaras was in no way diminished. A victim of the Fujiwara calumnies, but one of the interesting characters of the time, is Sugiwara Michizane, who is now reverenced as the patron of schoolboys and the god of letters. The Sugawara family traced its descent back to the famous wrestler and maker of clay images mentioned, on the evidence of the Nihongi, as having intervened to stop following in death, but the family name was not assumed till the reign of Konin in 770. The talent of the family ran strongly to letters of the Chinese sort, and Michizane was the culminating glory of the house. For this reason, he was made tutor to the Emperor Uda and chief minister to the Emperor Daigo. Murdoch rather depreciates the acknowledgement of any special claim to greatness in his case by reminding us that a one-eyed man is king among the blind. Nevertheless, Japanese tradition is unstinting in eulogy of him. First celebrated as an infant prodigy, Michizane grew in scholarship with the years until, acknowledged as the most outstanding savant of Kyoto, he became a capable minister at court. Neither his good qualities, however, nor the services these enabled their possessor to render to the state stood in the way of an unfortunate ending to his career. The slanders of the Fujiwaras led to the banishment of the sage and his children, and after 2 years of seclusion and poverty, he died in 903 at the age of 58. The story is told that in taking leave at the last of his favourite plum tree, he composed the verse, "Though your Lord be afar, forget not thou the spring." So many national calamities followed hard upon the death of Michizane that honours for the neglected scholar were hastily decreed, in order that the angry ghost might be propitiated. So it came to pass that the poor exile, Sugawara no Michizane, became deified as Tenjin, and is still today worshipped as the god of letters. The 25th of each month is observed in his honour as a school holiday, and a special festival is celebrated every year on the 25th of June. The Fujiwaras retained their power in the state altogether for some 200 years, but, as so often happens under similar circumstances, power begat abuse, and abuse decline. For a while, the family was well nigh omnipotent. For example, Fujiwara Michinaga ruled for 30 years as the guardian of the 3 emperors, married his 3 daughters to imperial princes, and became the grandfather of 5 emperors. He declared in his pride, "The moon changes every month, but I am always the full moon." But from the beginning of the 11th century, the clan was obviously showing signs of decadence. The portentous growth which had continued from the days of Nakatomi no Kamatari and his colleagues with Prince Naka in the wisteria field slackened. It is of course neither wise nor fair to minimize the services which distinguished Fujiwara statesmen had rendered in war and peace, but it would be just as unwise to ignore the mischief which had resulted from the suppression of imperial power in the setting up and pulling down of child emperors. Hence the Fujiwara decline, which we observe from the 11th century onwards, was by no means unwelcome to patriotic souls. The former ability to endure hardness was now replaced by a disposition to luxury and self-indulgence. Those who were once foremost in the ranks of the warriors began now to prefer the atmosphere of the court of Kyoto. Some Fujiwaras gained their main, if not their sole reputation as aesthetes and dilettanti. Such a one was Tadahira, who had a cuckoo painted on his fan, which he never opened without first imitating the cry of the bird. When a rebellion broke out among the Yamishi of the north, or when the Toei made descent upon Tsushima, the Fujiwaras were now content to send lieutenants rather than risk their own persons on the battlefield. Soon, as was inevitable under the circumstances, the rivalry of the other families began to be felt, and as these increased in importance, the fortunes of the main line of the Fujiwaras sensibly declined. The 2 most conspicuous families whose fortunes rose on the ruins of the Fujiwaras were the Taira and the Minamoto. These were frequently called the Hei and the Gen, after the Chinese pronunciation of the characters used for Taira and Minamoto respectively. Both clans trace their descent back to the emperors. Takamochi, the great-grandson of the Emperor Kwammu, was the first to receive permission to bear the name Taira. The name of Minamoto was first granted to a grandson of the Emperor Seiwa. The Minamotos were related to the Fujiwaras and were sometimes described as the claws of that clan. The rise of these 2 warrior families, whose prolonged struggle for supremacy had a great deal to do with the development of the Japanese system of chivalry known as Bushido, the way of the knight, was not solely due to the decadence of the Fujiwaras. The Emperor Shirakawa was wont to lament that there were 3 things in Japan which consistently refused obedience to his will. These were the waves of the river Kamo, the dice of the gambler, and the monks of Hiei-zan. One looks today at the gentle waves of Kamo, with the women on the banks beating their clothes to whiteness, or upon the placid whiteness of the buildings of Hiei-zan, only to ponder on the transitoriness of the imperial fears. But in these old days the militant bonzes of the establishments outside Kyoto plagued the emperor's life sadly, and it was against these that the aid of the Hei and the Gen was invoked at the capital. The appeal was as short-sighted as the appeal of Vortigern for the help of the Saxons. It was even worse, for the rival clans were soon pitted against one another even more belligerently than against the monks, and discord was rife in the empire. Outside Kyoto, these redoubtable warriors were not without their use. In the reign of Horikawa, 1087 to 1106, the subjugation of the northern rebels was completed through the valour of the brave Minamoto chieftain Yoshie, a personality of the most exalted qualities, as famous for his humility as for his courage. Yoshie finished his task after 9 years of hard campaigning, and was afterwards deified as the eldest son of the war god Hachiman Taro. His skill as an archer was passed down to later generations, and became the inheritance of the ill-fated Tametomo. But in Kyoto, the rivalry of Taira and Minamoto was certain to breed trouble. Occasion only was wanting to provide the spark for so combustible an assemblage of materials. The occasion came when the Emperor Go Shirakawa ascended the throne in 1156. There was at this time another claimant to the throne in the person of the ex-Emperor Sutoku, who had grown weary of the monastic way. The two families at once took sides, though while the Tairas as a body supported Go Shirakawa, the Minamotos were less unanimous. In consequence, the Tairas, who had as their leader the cruel and crafty Kiyomori, came off victorious in 1156, and Go Shirakawa was able to establish himself upon the throne. Unfortunately, the victors used their power so ruthlessly, driving the defeated Sutoku to exile and death by starvation, that presently, when Go Shirakawa decided to abdicate, the civil contest broke out afresh. This time, Yoshitomo, the Minamoto leader, was on the side of his own kin. But once again, resistance to the Taira forces proved unavailing. Tametomo, Yoshitomo's brother, the most renowned of the archers of Japan, was captured. The hero is said to have been 7 feet high, and to have had his left arm 4 inches longer than the right. He wielded a bow 8.5 feet in length. But all his valour was in vain. He was seized and disabled by the severing of the bow-arm sinews. Then he was exiled to the southern islands, which we call Ryukyu. In the exile he continued to add to his fame, for he is said to have founded the long line of Ryukyu kings. Yoshitomo was assassinated by some of his own retainers, and may be said to have brought his fate upon his own head. For with all our respect on account of his scholarly qualities, the murder of his father and brothers while he was fighting on the Taira side is one of the most cold-blooded and atrocious acts of the whole history. When the wiles of Kiyomori had succeeded in bringing about the fall of Yoshitomo, the Minamoto power seemed to have been shattered as completely as that of the Fujiwaras. Yet the next period will tell of Kiyomori's failure to maintain the advantage he had won at the cost of so terrible a bloodshedding. We have seen that the old capital of Nara enjoyed the presence and activity of no fewer than 6 Buddhistic sects. So little, however, did this varied propaganda result in satisfaction or harmony that it was in the hope of finding something to reconcile the clashing ecclesiastical interests of the time that the Emperor Kwanmu sent the 2 famous scholars, Kukai and Saicho, to Xi'an, the Chinese capital. It is this city, it will be remembered, that had been adopted as the model for the new metropolis. Saicho, who was afterwards canonized as Deng Yodaishi, went in 802 in the train of an ambassador of the Sugawara family. Kukai, later canonized as Kobo Daishi, followed 2 years after in the train of a Fujiwara prince. The visit at this time to the city of Western peace is of singular significance, since the liberal policy of the earlier Tang emperors had permitted religious influence of all kinds from the west to find hospitality. Among the religions which received a shelter and a welcome were Magianism and Mohammedanism, Manichaeism, and the Nestorian form of Christianity. The visitors would have found at least 1 large Manichaean church and 4 Nestorian churches. They would doubtless also have seen the famous Nestorian monument, which a generation or so before their visit was erected to commemorate the victorious progress of the Christian religion. Under these circumstances, it is not surprising that the Buddhistic system taken back by Kobo Daishi in 810 was a syncretism in which possibly Manichaean and Christian elements find a place. This form is known as Shingon Buddhism, the sect of the true word. Shingon belongs to what is known as the Mantra school, is related to the Yoga philosophical school of India, and reflects but slightly the influence of the Sakyamuni. In 816, Kobo Daishi became the abbot of the famous monastery of Koyasan in the mountainous district between Kishu and Yamato. To this monastery many thousands of pilgrims journey annually along the road of many turnings, chanting as they go their Rokkon Shoujo Oyama. May our 6 senses grow pure as we climb the heights. In the hall of 10,000 lamps is shown the poor woman's single lamp, the gift of a woman who had to sell her hair in order to buy the gift. Though all the rest are the gifts of a rich man, it is said that when a high wind arose, all of them blew out except the woman's lamp, which continued to burn steadily and brightly. Kobo Daishi is highly honoured by the pilgrims, and the pilgrim staff is called Kobo Daishi after the saint. To be buried in the same ground as Kobo is to obtain rebirth in paradise. Thus, after the cremation, the Adam's apple of a dead man is often sent to be cast into the Hall of Bones at Koyasan. Many legends of the saint persist in the neighbourhood, such as that of the soil from India dropped at the 87 stations, and that of the fire which has burned unquenched for 1,000 years. Kobo Daishi left behind him not only the reputation of a great saint, but also that of a skillful artist and a tireless writer. The painter Hokusai has depicted him using 5 brushes at once, employing simultaneously hands and feet and mouth. His traditional association with the invention of the cursive script, known as hiragana, though probably without foundation, suggests his close connection with the development of Japanese literature. Saicho, canonized as Dengyo Daishi, adopted a different form of Buddhism, known as Tendai. It is so called from the Tiantai Mountains some 50 miles from Ningbo, in China. Here Saicho studied and adopted his systems of contemplation with room, as the founder believed, for the whole 84,000 articles of the Mahayana faith. Singularly enough, the temple of Hiezan, built at the northeast Ushitora, or Ox Tiger, of Kyoto, to ward off evil influences from the city, became anything but a school of meditation. It soon developed into a nursery for hosts of swaggering and turbulent soldier priests. The abbot, who in 961 used his troops to subdue a rival ecclesiastical establishment, had frequent imitators, until in time Kyoto's fortune was to be periodically terrorized by incursions of armed bands from Hiezan. Later on we shall see that it was this terrorism which induced Nobunaga in the 16th century to lend his patronage to the first Christian missionaries. So Tendai Buddhism became worldly and corrupt, although Saicho's identification of the Shinto deities with the avatars of the Buddha popularized the work begun by Gyogi and completed the triumph of the Indian faith. The emperors, as the number of the Ho'o would suggest, were largely under the influence of the bonzes. Some of them became bigots of the first water. We have already mentioned as belonging to this class Shirakawa, who followed an earlier precedent by prohibiting fishing and falconry, burning the nets of the fishermen and liberating the hawks. It is this emperor who is said to have erected over 40,000 shrines and to have cast 6,000 images of the Buddha. More than half of these last were of at least life-size. The advance of literature in this period was accelerated both by the general extension of prosperity and consequent refinement of manners, and also by the use of better methods for transcribing thought than had hitherto sufficed. It is generally stated that the 2 systems of phonetic writing were invented in the 8th and 9th centuries. Each of these is syllabic and founded in all probability upon a limited number of simplified Chinese characters, adapted to a system somewhat like that of the Sanskrit syllabary. It has been claimed that the simpler of the 2 syllabaries, the katakana, was invented in 776 by Kibi no Mabi, and that the more elaborate cursive script, the hiragana, was invented by Kukai or Kobo Daishi. As a matter of fact, neither katakana nor hiragana were invented by any one person, but are each the result of a natural evolution from the Chinese character. Their attribution to the above-named sages is only a popular tradition without historical foundation. In any case, it may probably be said that had the Japanese been satisfied with either of these scripts and avoided the learned lure of the Chinese ideographs, the study of Japanese today would have been a simpler matter than is unfortunately the case. With the advantage of a native system of writing, Japanese literature speedily forged to the front. The large majority of the writers of the period, however, were ladies of the court, and the general character of the literature produced is that of belles lettres. It would not be gallant to ascribe the lack of serious purpose displayed to this fact of feminine authorship, but, from whatever cause, lack of depth there certainly is, though no lack of charm and usefulness as illustrative documents for the study of the national life. Of poetry, the best-known collection of the times is the Kokin-shu, Poems Ancient and Modern, an anthology compiled by Daigo in 905 and issued with a Chinese preface by the nobleman Tsurayuki. Mr. Aston says that this preface is considered the ne plus ultra of the style. The collection, completed in 922, contains about 1100 poems. With 5 exceptions, these are all tanka and are arranged in formal order under such heads as spring, summer, autumn, winter, love, parting, death, and the like. A very delightful class of Heian literature is that which falls under the head of diaries, or journals, including certain loosely arranged sketches which the Japanese call zuihitsu, following the pen. One of these is the work of the same Tsurayuki who provided a preface for the Kokin-shu. It is called the Tosa Nikki, Tosa Diary, and is the record of an official's journey to his home, as charming for the little bits descriptive of scenery and life as it is distinguished for its style. The diaries of the court ladies are also delightful, and may now be read for the most part in admirable English translations. We have, for instance, the Makura no Soshi, pillow sketches, by the lady Sei Shonagon, with its extremely intimate and interesting pictures of a court life which was busily occupied with trivialities. No one should miss the delightful serio-comic account of the fidelity of the emperor's dog, which had been punished for chasing the imperial cat. We have, again, the diary of Izumi Shikubu, 1002 to 1003, with its moods of passionate rebellion. The Seraphina diary, with what Miss Lowell calls its abiding melancholy, and perhaps most interesting of all, the diary of Murasaki Shikubu, which extends over the years 1007 to 1010. The Lady Murasaki is interesting to us as the most famous of Japanese lady novelists. The novel of Japan is known as a monogatari, or gossip thing, and we have a number of such works belonging to this period. They are, for the most part, the work of women, and are very verbose and sometimes rather unrestrained from the moral point of view. In their proper order, the monogatari of the Heian age are the Ise monogatari, the Taketori monogatari, the Yamato monogatari, the Ochikubo monogatari, the Otsubo monogatari, the Genji monogatari, the Sagoromo monogatari, and the Torikaebaya monogatari. The Ise gives incidents in the life of a gay young nobleman in the court of Kyoto and was written about 890. The Taketori, or bamboo cutter, is a fairy story concerning the divine maiden who sends out her lovers on impossible quests. The Yamato is a collection of stories, an imitation of the Ise. The Ochikubo, Room Below the Stairs, is a feebly sentimental story about an ill-used stepchild. The Utsubo, Hollow Tree, written in 980, is a long narrative of a man's voyage from Japan to China, his wreck on the coast of Persia, and the subsequent adventures of his daughter and her little son. But best of all the monogatari is the famous work of Lady Murasaki, the Genji monogatari, so called in reference to the poem, When the purple grass, Murasaki, is in full colour, one can scarcely perceive the other plants in the field. Murasaki Shikubu was a member of the Fujiwara family, born about 978. She accompanied her father to Echizen, of which province he was governor in 996, and in the following year married Fujiwara Nobutaka. Her husband died in 1001, and from that time on she was writing the prodigious work which has at last been translated into English by Mr. Arthur Whaley. It was written in a Buddhist temple where the authoress laid sacrilegious hands on the sutras in order to obtain writing material. By way of penance, she had subsequently to recopy all the sutras. No small task when we remember that the novel extends to 4,234 pages in 54 books. One result of the writing of the Monogatari was that the classical form of the Japanese language became fixed for generations to come. Literature and art were more closely related in Japan than they are with us, since both calligraphy and painting were the products of skill in the use of the brush. As we have seen, the advent of Buddhism gave impetus to the development of the arts. The portrait of Shotoku has been described as the beginning of an independent Japanese art. So the spread of the religion continued to assist the spread of art, and the number of its professors was constantly being augmented by fresh arrivals from China. The first preeminent name in the role of the 9th century artists is that of Kosei no Kanaoka. There are many legends which pay tribute to the skill of this famous painter. The one most generally told is of the horse which was painted so realistically that it broke loose and ate the hagi, Lespedeza bicolor, a kind of brush clover, in the palace grounds. Kanaoka is perhaps best known for his picture of the Nachi waterfall, but scarcely a dozen specimens of his art survive. One, after having been rejected in various quarters, was purchased by the Louvre in 1882. In the 10th century, Yamato, that is, Japanese pictures, were painted both by the Kosei and the Tosa schools. Lives of the saints and episodes of the civil wars were painted upon the long horizontal scrolls known as makimono, in distinction from the kakemono or hanging scrolls. One of the marks of these Yamato-e, or Japanese pictures, was in the substitution of Japanese dress for the conventional garb of China. So far as the court of Kyoto is concerned, the Heian period is one of increasing luxury and extravagance in manners and dress. This may easily be gathered from the references in the Diaries of the Court Ladies referred to above. For example, the Lady Murasaki writes of the Mikado's ladies as follows. One had a little fault in the colour combination at the wrist opening. When she went before the royal presence to fetch something, the nobles and high officials noticed it. Afterwards, Lady Saisho regretted it deeply. It was not so bad, only one colour was a little too pale. And again, the beautiful shape of their hair, tied with bands, was like that of the beauties in Chinese pictures. Lady Saimon held the king's sword. She wore a blue-green patternless karaginu and shaded train, with floating bands and belt of floating thread brocade dyed a dull red. Her outer robe was trimmed with 5 folds and was chrysanthemum-coloured. The glossy silk was crimson. Her figure in movement, when we caught a glimpse of it, was flower-like and dignified. Lady Ben no Naishi held the box of the king's seal. Her uchigi was grape-coloured. She is a very small and smile-giving person, and seemed shy, and I was sorry for her. Her hairbands were blue-green. A modern society reporter could scarcely have done better. The amusements of the courtiers and court ladies were trivial and for the most part harmless. Verse-making, incense-tasting, mushroom-gathering, blossom-viewing, and the like were favourite occupations. The keeping of pet animals and the rearing of kittens kept many otherwise idle hands from mischief, and occasionally were even the excuse for the appointment of special officials. Sterner souls delighted in archery, kite-flying, battledore and shuttlecock, handball and football. In the last mentioned game, some acquired prodigious skill, and it is told of a certain high official named Naramichi, that after devoting a considerable part of 7,000 consecutive days to the practice of the art, he was able, while kicking the ball, to pass lightly over the heads and shoulders of the crowd. Of the life of the masses during this same period we know very little. We are sure, however, that it was both simpler and severer than that of the lords and ladies of the Kyoto court. The chief agricultural pursuit was the raising of rice. The cultivation of tea, cotton and buckwheat commenced during the period. Many also provided for the necessities of life by fishing, whenever at least this occupation was not placed under the ban through the bigotry of some imperial devotee. End of Chapter 11. Chapter 12 of An Outline History of Japan by Herbert Henry Gowen. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to find out how to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. An Outline History of Japan by Herbert Henry Gowen. Chapter 12. Taira versus Minamoto. The period of 40 years from 1159 is known as the Genpei era because of the bitter fight which raged continuously for these years between the Gin, Gem, or Minamoto clan under their white flag and the Hei, Pei, or Taira clan under their banner of red. The conflict may in some respects be compared with the English War of the Roses, though not in the sense of its being a struggle between two claimants to the throne. The Civil War divides itself naturally into two almost equal parts, the one marked mainly by the success of the Taira, and the other by the revolt and ultimate triumph of the Minamoto. Kiyomori's victory over the Minamoto, recorded in our last chapter, seemed sufficiently complete. Yoshitomo had perished in the very house where he had expected a hospitable reception, and many of his house had shared his untimely fate. Of the surviving sons, one, at his own request, was slain by his defeated father during the retreat. Another son, Yoshihara, a lad of 20, was captured and executed in the bed of the Kamo River. Another, Yoritomo, destined to become the first shogun, fought till he fell asleep upon his horse and awoke to continue fighting. He had with him the famous sword which had been handed down in the family, known as the beard cutter, higikiri. For a time after Kiyomori's victory, Yoritomo, dressed as a girl by a compassionate fisherman, successfully evaded the foe. But he was presently captured and brought before the victor. The grim Taira chief seems to have been sensitive to the appeals of women, so when intercession was made of Yoritomo's likeness to another by Kiyomori's stepmother, the boy's life was granted. It proved an unfortunate act of mercy for the Tairas, and those who protested that it was like turning a tiger loose in the fields were doubtless in the right. Another act of compassion, equally unfortunate for Kiyomori's house, saved the life of Yoritomo's half-brother, Yoshitsune. A beautiful concubine of Yoshitomo, named Tokiwa, one of Japan's immortal heroines, had fled away on foot with her 3 little sons. The youngest of them was the future Bayard of Japan. Art has immortalized the scene in which, through driving snowstorms, the heroic mother made her way with the Minamoto cubs. They might possibly have escaped the grim clutch of Kiyomori had not Tokiwa on the journey learned of the capture of her mother. Then, as filial piety made a matter of obligation, she at once threw herself upon the pity of the victor and pleaded passionately for the life of her little ones. The destinies of Japan hung for a moment in the persuasiveness of a woman. But at the sight of beauty in so much distress, the chieftain relaxed his customary ruthlessness and gave permission for the boys to be sent away to a monastery while Tokiwa became his mistress. So far apart from one another, the two representatives of the Minamoto house grew up with their memories and their hopes. Yoritomo was a ward in the house of Hojo Tokimasa, a Taira chief, while Yoshitsune, in a Buddhist monastery, grew up into a superlatively endowed manhood, such as earned him the name of Ushiwaka, the young ox. He was also, according to tradition, visited by those mysterious hobgoblins with long wings and noses known as Tengu, heaven dogs. These were his teachers in fencing and other military accomplishments. Meanwhile, Kiyomori waxed daily in power under several more or less insignificant emperors, the last of whom was his own grandchild, Antoku. He himself became imperial chancellor and relinquished his office, without sacrificing its prestige, for an appanage which took in a considerable part of the empire. His relatives filled the highest posts, and his 300 pages were spies whose eyes were all over the land. Yet, with all this, Kiyomori failed to watch the doors of destiny vigilantly enough to save his house. In 1180, there was a futile Minamoto insurrection headed by a Minamoto clansman of advanced age named Yorimasa, but the old man, while fighting a gallant but forlorn battle, was struck by an arrow. He calmly seated himself upon his own iron war fan, composed his death song, and then committed suicide. By this time, disaster was really heading towards Kiyomori. Kyoto, in 1177, had suffered a series of most appalling catastrophes, fire and hurricane together conspiring to destroy the capital. The Taira chief took this opportunity to move to a new headquarters at Fukuhara, near the modern Kobe, and took the boy emperor, his grandchild Antoku, with him. Nevertheless, the fates were not appeased. Famine and pestilence swept over all the western part of the empire. A book of the time, known as the Hojoki, to which some reference will be made later, gives a most appalling description of the condition of Kyoto at this time. Everybody, it says, was dying of hunger. They fell down before your eyes. By garden walls or on the roadsides countless persons died of famine, and as their bodies were not removed, the air was filled with evil odours. In 2 months, there were over 40,000 deaths in the central section of Kyoto alone. There was some reason for Kiyomori's feeling a little uneasy as to the security of his power. But as things happened, the tyrant fell before a mightier-than-any Minamoto. It was becoming apparent that a rising was at hand, especially since Yoritomo's romantic marriage with the lady Masako, daughter of Hojo Tokimasa, had brought that powerful house into alliance with the Minamoto. The story of the marriage is an interesting one. Tokimasa had 2 daughters, and on the day that Yoritomo was about to take up his residence with the family, the younger daughter dreamed of the coming of the handsome young cavalier to woo and to wed. The lady Masako promptly brought up her sister's dream, so that when a little later the young Lochinvar rode off with his bride, the Hojo concluded to make the best of the situation and assist his son-in-law to further fortune. It may be said without exaggeration that both wife and father-in-law were very powerful factors in Yoritomo's success and subsequent rule. Yet Yoritomo was not immediately successful. On one occasion he narrowly escaped falling into the clutches of his foes. The story is related which, with some difference of detail, is told of David fleeing from Saul and of Muhammad fleeing from the Quraysh. A soldier plunged his spear into the cave where the fugitive lay in hiding, but made no further search because 2 doves flew up from their quiet nest and a spider's web was woven across the mouth of the cave. Visitors today at Kamakura will appreciate the reason for the flocks of pigeons around Yoritomo's great temple, Hachiman. It was while the Minamoto movement was rallying for revolt that Kiyomori died at the age of 60 in March 1181. He was aware of the impending peril when he saw his end approaching. "Do not make offerings," cried the dying man, "at my grave to the Buddha, or cause the sutras to be recited, only cut off the head of Yoritomo and hang it upon my tomb." The leadership of the Taira now devolved upon the less adequate Munemori. We left the boy Yoshitsune under the instruction of the Tengu, waiting for a wider field of action than was promised within the walls of a monastery. When he made his escape, after becoming convinced of the personal inappropriateness of the tonsure, he made the acquaintance of the stalwart warrior who was henceforth until death his brother-in-arms. A whole cycle of legend has formed around the mighty form of the halberder Benkei. Supposed to have been the son of one of the 4 heaven kings and a wonder child, Benkei had grown up a militant bonze of prodigious size and strength. It is he who, according to tradition, carried off the great bell of the monastery of Miidera, founded by Tenchi, but was obliged to carry it back because it would no longer boom in an alien shrine. Benkei had ordered a sword from a famous swordsmith for which he was unable to pay, and had then and there vowed to dispatch to the artist 1,000 swords won in fair fight on the bridge of Kyoto. The debt was all but discharged when the supernaturally endowed Yoshitsune came along playing on his flute. But the instrument was soon abandoned for sterner play, and the good hard duel in which Yoshitsune came forth eventually victor made of Benkei a willing and devoted slave whom not even death could separate from his master. In addition to the 2 Minamoto brothers, the Gin cause had as their leader Yoritomo's cousin, Yoshinaka, who for some time made a considerable military figure. At Kuritaka in 1183, Yoshinaka imitated a famous piece of Chinese strategy and incidentally emulated the feats of Samson and Hannibal. by liberating against the enemy a drove of oxen with burning torches fastened to their horns. Then, a little later, Yoshinaka made a little rift in the Minamoto loot by indulging in personal ambition and causing himself to be proclaimed as shogun. He is sometimes called the Morning Sun, or Asahi Shogun, but his solar brilliance was doomed to a speedy and permanent eclipse upon the arrival of Yoshitsune. Yoshinaka was defeated and slain. Some say that he committed seppuku. Before dying, he put up a gallant fight, and his beautiful mistress, clad in armour, fought by his side to the end. From this time, the real military commander on the Minamoto side was Yoshitsune. The story goes that when he suddenly appeared in the presence of the shogun to be attended by 20 horsemen, Yoritomo exclaimed, "It is as if the great father of us both were risen from the dead." We are also told that the possible leaders were tested by a kind of ordeal. Each was given a red-hot pitcher to hold, and Yoshitsune alone had the requisite grit to grasp the vessel and hold it without flinching. His truly Napoleonic genius was speedily revealed in the signal victories of Ichinotani and Yashima. The former, fought on March 21st, 1184, deserves to be regarded as one of the great battles of Japanese history. It is sometimes said that a brown horse, representing the Taira, and a white horse, representing the Minamoto, were dispatched down the steep slope as a piece of divination, that the white horse reached the base and that the brown stumbled and fell. It was more probable that the horses, irrespective of colour, were sent down the slope to find out whether it was a practicable descent for the army. Finding that the way was possible, Yoshitsune sent his horsemen like an avalanche into the fray. On this day fell the famous Taira chief Tadamori, whose body was subsequently identified by the signed poem, which was found in his helmet. The poem runs as follows: "Twilight upon my path, and for an inn tonight the shadow of a tree, and for my host a flower." In the Battle of Yashima, Yoshitsune had a narrow escape, and was only saved by the devotion of his old comrade, Tsuginobu, who interposed his body with the exclamation, "To die for my lord is not death. I have longed for such an end since I took the field." The Taira now fled from the capital, taking with them, as the palladium of their cause, the child emperor Antoku. To preserve the forms of loyalty, the Minamoto at once set up a new ruler. Antoku had 2 baby brothers, and the ex-emperor Go-Shirakawa was asked to choose between them. One cried under the scrutiny, and the other laughed, whereupon the latter was selected to be later enrolled among the sovereigns of Japan as Go-Toba. On such small points the history of Japan sometimes turned. The desertion of Kyoto by Taira Munemori, with the child emperor and the people of the court, brought foreboding to many hearts. The life on shipboard was itself symbolic of a cause tossed to and fro on the waves of doubt. A passage in the Heikei Monogatari may be quoted which vividly describes the situation. The imperial vessel floated like a dragon on the waves, a moving palace that knew no rest. Plunged in sorrow deep as the tide, their lives were frail as frosted grasses. At dawn the clamour of the seabirds on the spits increased their anguish, and at night the grafting of the ships on the beach tormented them. When they saw the flocks of herons in the distant pines, their hearts sank, wondering whether they were the white flags of the Genji. And when the cry of the wild geese was wafted from the offing, they trembled lest it might be the oar-boats of the foe by night. The keen breeze lashed their blackened eyebrows and painted faces, and the salt spray penetrated their delicate eyes, which homesick longing filled so oft with tears. For their green curtained chambers of scarlet they had exchanged the earthen walls of the reed-hung cottages, and instead of the scented smoke of the braziers rose the briny fumes of the fishermen's driftwood. The features of the court ladies, bereft of cosmetics, were so altered as hardly to be recognised. Meanwhile, events were hastening towards the final Taira tragedy. Yoshitsune, in winning victories, was at the same time winning new supporters. There were men like Tanso of Kumano, who pitted 7 white cocks against 7 red cocks in a cockfight, and upon the victory of the former decided to join the Genji. The climax of the great internecine struggle came with the Battle of Dan no Ura, the actium of the campaign, on April 25th, 1185. It was not merely a great struggle like Ichinotani, but really one of the 3 or 4 decisive conflicts in all the history of Japan. The Taira side had some 500 junks, and there were 700 or thereabouts on the side of the Minamoto. These were cumbered, it is true, with women and children, but the presence of non-combatants in no way contributed to lessen the bitterness of the fight. Nor was the result for a long time a matter of assurance. With the real emperor and the 3 sacred treasures on the Heikei side, there were many who expected a Taira victory. It was even going hard for the Genji, when suddenly something they at first took for a white cloud, but which soon appeared to be a white banner floating in the breeze, came drifting over the 2 fleets from the upper air, and finally settled on the stern of one of the Genji ships. This Yoshitsune took as a good omen sent by the war god, Hachiman. So, removing his helmet, he did obeisance, washing his hands in the salt tide. Then the battle went on with increasing vigour, till the rout of the Taira was complete. The suicide of the emperor's grandmother, with her imperial charge in her arms, is pathetically told in the Heikei Monogatari. Then the Nii Donno, who had already resolved what she would do, donning a double outer dress of grey morning colour, and tucking up the long skirts of her glossy silk hakama, put the sacred jewel under her arm, and the sacred sword in her girdle, and taking the emperor into her arms, spoke this: "Though I am but a woman, I will not fall into the hands of the foe, but will accompany our sovereign lord. Let those of you who will follow me." And she glided softly to the gunwale of the vessel. With a look of surprise and anxiety on his face, he inquired of the Nii Donno, "Where is it you're going to take me, Amaze?" Turning to her youthful sovereign, with tears streaming down her cheeks, she answered, "There is a pure land of happiness beneath the waves. Another capital where no sorrow is. Thither it is that I am taking our lord." And thus comforting him, and binding his long hair up in his dove-coloured robe, blinded with tears, the child sovereign put his beautiful little hands together, and turned first to the east to say farewell to the deity of Ise and to Sho Hachimangu, and then to the west, and repeated the Nimbutsu, after which the Nii Donno, holding him tightly in her arms and saying consolingly, "In the depths of the ocean we have a capital," sank with him at last beneath the waves. Ah, the pity of it that the gust of the spring wind of impermanence should so suddenly sweep away his flower form. Dan no Ura lies about 3 miles from Shimonoseki, and 2 miles from Shimonoseki Station. In a dense grove of pine trees may still be seen the tomb of the hapless 81st Emperor Antoku. Meanwhile, in other directions, the fight was still being waged. The narrative proceeds to tell us how the sound of the battle cry raised on both sides, with the song of the turnip-headed arrows as they crossed each other's course, was startling to hear, audible, one would think, as far as the azure sky above, and re-echoing downward to the depths of the sea. But the Taira were soon in full flight, and very fearful was the vengeance taken by the victors. Many escaped to land where they became fugitives who avoided even to succeeding generations intercourse with their fellows. The women who were rescued became courtesans, and the sea itself, in the imagination of the neighbourhood, swarmed with angry ghosts. The sailor, by day, writes Dr. Griffiths, hurried with bated breath past the scene of slaughter and unsubstantial life. The mariner, by night, unable to anchor and driven by wind, spent the hours of darkness in prayer, while his vivid imagination converted the dancing phosphorescence into the white hosts of the Taira dead. Even today the Choshu peasant fancies he sees the ghostly armies bailing out of the sea with bottomless dippers, condemned thus to cleanse the ocean of the stain of centuries ago. Even the crabs of the locality are supposed to have stamped upon them the features of the Taira warriors, whence they are known as Heike. A terrible orgy of revenge upon the Taira family followed the Genji victory. The captured clansmen were barbarously treated whilst alive and dishonoured when dead. Munemori, son of Kiyomori, was taken alive and sent caged all the 500 miles to Kamakura. In the last stage, a pitiful note is struck by the petition of one Saburo Maru to act as driver of the oxen in the sad procession. When permission was given, he took from the bosom of his dress a driving rope that he kept about him, and though his eyes were so blinded with tears that he could not see where he was going, he let the oxen find their own way, and so drove his master. Arrived in Kamakura, Munemori was forced to walk barefoot 7 times round the tomb of Yoshimoto, and was then barbarously put to death. All the prominent Taira clansmen were then remorselessly hunted down, the last being the Prince Rokudai, who was betrayed from his hiding place by the escape of his little white puppy. Though many efforts were made to save him, the last of the Heike suffered the fate of his elders. If Yoshitsune, in this last great campaign, established his title securely as one of the great soldiers of Japan, it is with equal certainty that his elder brother Yoritomo must be adjudged one of the empire's most consummate and constructive statesmen. Murdoch gives him the place of one of the 3 greatest. He had prepared the way for a revolution which in no way merely imitated the achievement of the Fujiwaras. These had simply ruled through the emperors in Kyoto. Yoritomo inaugurated a system of military government which managed affairs for the most part in spite of anything the emperors could say or do. In order to make this possible, it was plainly the part of wisdom to be at some distance from the imperial residence. Hence the choice of Kamakura, 300 miles from Kyoto. The site was an old seat of the Minamoto family, and had been selected some years before the Battle of Dun-no-ura. Now, with Yoritomo in power, a new city arose which speedily rivaled even Kyoto in magnificence. From the merest hamlet, it grew to become a city of 250,000 inhabitants. For 150 years, Kamakura remained the administrative capital of Japan. Today, as one goes in 40 minutes from Yokohama, Kamakura is seen shorn of its 12th century splendour, except for the Daibutsu and a few temples which have fortunately survived the earthquake of 1923. But the mighty shadow of Yoritomo still lies athwart the long humbled and diminished town, and one cannot help reflecting somewhat sadly upon the stirring events which made Kamakura, from 1186 to 1333, the busiest city in all Japan. The fame of the great Minamoto shogun has upon its escutcheon one ineffaceable blot which not all great Neptune's tide may wash away. In no small degree, Yoritomo had owed his success to the military genius of his younger brother, Yoshitsune. Yet, when success was securely won, an unworthy spirit of jealousy took possession of the shogun's soul, like that which turned Saul into a hypochondriac at the sight of David. As the maids of Israel sang, "Saul hath slain his thousands, but David his 10,000s," so the people of Japan began to declare that Yoshitsune was the greatest man in the empire, and that Yoritomo's contribution to the welcome peace was small in comparison. Jealousy soon ripened into a set spirit of hostility, and Yoritomo not only ignored the splendid services which his brother had rendered to the cause, but even refused to allow the gallant young soldier to enter Kamakura. There is still preserved in one of the temples the pathetic letter in which Yoshitsune protests against his unbrotherly exclusion. "These many days," he writes, "I have lain here and could not gaze upon my brother's face. The bond of our blood brotherhood is sundered." For a while it would appear there was some hesitation on the shogun's part. One thing was done in the morning and another at night, and the empire was in a lamentable state of suspense. But the will of Yoritomo soon hardened into the definite determination that his brother must be removed from his path. There followed for Yoshitsune those 8 years of fugitive existence which, like the flight of the Stuart prince in Scotland, have provided the art and drama of Japan so prolifically with romantic incident. With Benkei and a few stalwart bushi at his side, Yoshitsune went from refuge to refuge, always pursued by the inveterate hate of Yoritomo. Yoshitsune's beautiful mistress, Shizuka, too accompanied her lover, and has furnished some of the material for this exciting epic. One famous story tells of the narrow escape at the barrier post, where Benkei, who had meanwhile assumed the disguise of a Buddhist priest, misled the would-be captors of the hunted hero by beating him as though he had been a laggard menial. To the guards at the barrier, the act was proof positive that the beaten porter was anybody but Yoshitsune. Nevertheless, the pursuit continued relentlessly till no further hope of eluding the spies of Yoritomo could be entertained. The common version of the end is that the persecuted warrior committed seppuku after all his companions had been slain in his defence. His head, preserved in sake, was sent to provide some grim decree of solace to the shogun, unrestful and ill at ease among the splendours of Kamakura. But, as becomes the saga of one who has been termed variously the Richard I, the Bruce, the Bertrand de Guesclin, and the Bayard of Japan, the legend has been busy in other directions. Some say that Yoshitsune lived on as a hero in the land of the Ainus to the far north. Others spread the extravagant fable that he reappeared on the continent of Asia in the person of that great scourge of God, Genghis Khan. Of course, about all that exists to support such a fancy is the occurrence of the clan name, Gin, in some spellings of the conqueror's title. But the injured brother of the first shogun lives best in the memory of Japan, where the schoolboys still play the game of Yoshitsune and Benkei, and display the features of the hero on their kites. The beautiful Shizuka, bearing with her the mirror which her lord had given her, because it had once reflected his beloved features, wandered about homeless and destitute, until some kindly monk sent her on to Kamakura. There she sang pathetically before the tyrant of her love for the dead and was rewarded by being compelled to witness the slaughter of Yoshitsune's babe. If Yoritomo was fortunate in that he was able to exploit the consummate generalship of his younger brother, he was equally so in having obtained a wife who is conspicuous among the most outstanding of the women of Japan. This was the Lady Masako, the elder daughter of Hojo Tokimasa, under whose tutelage Yoritomo had been placed by Kiyomori. Reference has already been made to the romantic story of how Masako purchased with a mirror her youngest sister's dream of approaching felicity. Tokimasa himself had intended Masako for a more eligible suitor than the Minamoto fugitive, but Yoritomo settled the matter with a hasty elopement. The reluctant father-in-law profited ultimately by the escapade. The Lady Masako turned out to be a very strong-minded and capable wife, whose influence was exerted, mainly for good, for many years after the death of her husband. Yoritomo's chief title to fame rests upon the establishment of that remarkable dual system of government which endured until the Revolution of 1867 and baffled the intelligence of so many of the early visitors to Japan. The title Shogun, Generalissimo, was indeed known long before the time of Minamoto supremacy. It had been bestowed by several emperors upon distinguished soldiers for services rendered. But from now on it becomes a designation of the military ruler who in fact superseded the authority of the emperor, even while paying him the most scrupulous deference and a reverence bordering upon the worshipful. The name given to the shogunal form of government is bakufu, which may be translated as camp office. It designates government from the tent, or field rather from the court. By this time, the Kyoto court had sunk to a degree of ineptitude which made some change exceedingly desirable. Administrative posts had been bought and sold shamelessly, and the officials thus appointed had practically ceased to function to any purpose. There was indeed a splendid opportunity for a strong man at a sufficient distance from the capital to create a new administrative machine. Briefly described, the bakufu machine was as follows. At the head there was the shogun, commander-in-chief of the whole military system. Beneath the shogun there were 3 departments, each under a president, betto, in the confidence of the shogun. The first department, known as the Central Staff Office, Samurai Dokoro, had the charge of war, police, and the punishment of crime. The second, the Civil Office, Man Dokoro, was the department in charge of the general business of the bakufu, including finance. The third, the Judicial Office, Monju Dokoro, was both a high court of justice and a kind of legislature. In order to maintain control of the whole country, Yoritomo was persuaded to adopt furthermore a system by which high constables and land stewards were appointed in every province. These officials, chosen from and controlled by Kamakura, were able to guard against or repress any rebellious movements which might show signs of becoming dangerous. This particular arrangement was opposed by the emperor, but was nevertheless carried out. From that moment, says Brinkley, military feudalism may be said to have been established in Japan. It remained thus established till after the beginning of the Meiji. The establishment of the Bakufu, anticipating as it did the complete victory of the Minamoto, was due not merely to the expectation of military success, but may well be regarded as Yoritomo's real contribution to constructive statesmanship. In this connection, Murdoch says, while making himself mayor of the palace, he studiously kept at a distance of more than 300 miles, a journey of 4 days for a swift courier, from the court and its frivolities, and while professing to restore the old institutions of Japan, which had hopelessly outlived their usefulness, he supplemented them by institutions which were so vitally necessary to the change and changing spirit of the time that they sensibly supplanted them. Yoritomo made 2 visits to Kyoto as shogun, once in 1190 and again in 1195, 3 years after he had obtained from the emperor ratification of the title. On the second occasion, the populace of the metropolis was dazzled by the pomp and pageantry of his train, a pomp purposely displayed as a symbol of his power. Then, in 1198, when his glory was at its zenith, came the untimely end. Yoritomo was engaged in opening a new bridge when suddenly, as he rode across, he beheld the ghost of his murdered brother rise from the water. The horse, too, was aware of the spectre and reared, throwing the terrified shogun to the ground. The injured man lingered till the following year, and then succumbed at the early age of 53. Few men have left a more profound impression upon the history and institutions of their country than this great Minamoto statesman. With the death of Yoritomo ends the period of Genpei. End of chapter 12.
Chapter 13 of An Outline History of Japan. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Larry Wilson. An Outline History of Japan by Herbert Henry Gowen. The Hojo Regency, 1199 to 1333. Yoritomo died, as we have seen, after 15 years of almost unmitigated absolutism. He was buried on a hilltop overlooking the magnificent city he had dreamed into being, a site now surrounded by rice swamps and fields of millet. With the body of Yoritomo, the genius of his descendants seemed deposited in the sumptuous tomb. The 2 sons who, with their father, are included under the title of the 3 Shoguns, possessed nothing of their father's ability, and nothing of the sagacity of their high-spirited mother, the Lady Masa. First came Yoriie, aged 18, with little or no liking for the cares of office, but in the contrary direction, with a very decided penchant for handball and other sports. When litigants appeared before him with some question as to the division of property, this thick-headed, muscular wastrel, as Murdoch calls him, was wont to settle the matter with an impatient dash of his ink brush across the map. Yoriie rapidly drifted into habits of dissipation, in which indeed he seems to have been encouraged by his maternal grandfather, Tokimasa. He was displaced in 1203 and found refuge in a monastery. But after a very brief interval he was murdered, and his younger brother Sanetomo put up in his place. There was, however, no intention on the part of his mother's family that Sanetomo should rule. He had indeed some undeveloped gifts in the direction of rulership, but was rather better endowed as a poet. The real power of the state remained with Yoritomo's widow and her father, the Hojo. Nevertheless, Sanetomo continued to hold the title of shogun until he too was assassinated in 1219. The murderer was Kugyo, the second son of Yoriie, who had become, young as he was, the high priest of the great Hachiman temple at Kamakura. Kugyo chose a dark night and did his fell work so expeditiously that he got away with his uncle's head without being discovered. Shortly before, Sanetomo had given one of his hairs to a retainer as a souvenir, and this, as in some similar cases, was regarded as an equivalent for the whole body, and so cremated. With the direct line of the Yoritomo now extinct, since Kugyo was a celibate priest, the Lady Masa and her father had now undisputed possession of power. The nun Shogun, as Masako was called, since some years earlier she had made an impressive but wholly fictitious leave-taking from the world, died in 1225, after a most remarkable career. She is entitled to be considered the most outstanding female figure in Japan since the Empress Jingo. But the Hojos continued to act as regents, Washiken from father to son, for some 9 generations. So we have a curious new development in the governmental system. Instead of a merely dual arrangement with Tenno and Shogun, we now have a 3-decker system, with Tenno and Shogun equally under the domination of the Shikken. In fact, before the end of the period, a further complication was added, since the Shikken themselves became shadow regents, whose power was subordinated to that of the Kanryo, tutors. For the most part, however, the Hojo regents were able and skillful enough to maintain their ascendancy. As for the emperors, there is little to be said worth mentioning. There were 13 of them altogether in the period, and only one of them, Go-Toba, the emperor, who as a child of 4 had been selected because he laughed, displayed much natural capacity. We shall have something to say of him later, but we may here mention that he was celebrated as much for his expertness in the game of football as for anything he achieved imperially. He had also interest in poetry, music, hunting, horse racing, archery, gambling, and cockfighting. Murdoch says he was what might be called a good sport. One emperor of the period, Shijo, 1233 to 1242, owes his fame in the history books to his trick of waxing or soapstoning the palace floors, in order to enjoy the spectacle of lords and ladies slipping down with some loss of their accustomed dignity. Nemesis overtook this merry monarch and awarded him a broken neck, the result of being hoisted with his own petard. It is, however, only fair to add that this Mikado was but a boy of 11 or 12, so our sense of the enormity of his offense is much diminished. And now, paralleling this line of puppet emperors from Tsuchi Mikado to the accession of Go-Daigo, we have a still less significant line of shadow shoguns, 8 in number, from the time of Sanetomo's assassination till a similar fate befell Nariyoshi Shino in 1338. They were selected from weak members of the imperial house and from the Fujiwara family, but every one of the 8 was deposed by the Hojos after a little brief pretense of authority. For one of these shadow shoguns, a regent showed his contempt by putting him into a palanquin with his heels in the air and packing him off to the capital. Before the end of the Hojo domination, an even absurder travesty of government was to be seen in the selection of a regent of the age of 6 years, who was entirely controlled by a tutor, just as the shogun was supposed to be controlled by the regent, and the emperor by the shogun. Hojo Tokimasa is said to have connived at the dissipation of his grandsons in order to get the power into the hands of his own clan. The illegitimate manner in which the Hojo Shikken, or regents, obtained and exercised their power in the state has always been bitterly resented by the Japanese people. Even the peasants, says Griffiths, remember the years of usurpation and have bestowed the name of Hojo bug on one of the most voracious and destructive of pests. Yet it has been temptation to dwell too much on the iniquities and irregularities of the Hojo rule, and Murdoch is probably right in describing some accounts which have been given of the period as a mere travesty of history. The government of the Hojos, after its status had been established, was far superior to anything that was likely to emanate from Kyoto. It was even better than anything that was being enjoyed in contemporary Europe. The 9 Hojo regents, on the whole, show a most unusual succession of capable men. Some of them were men of very great ability indeed. Yasutoki, who was Shikken from 1224 to 1242, was an ardent advocate of even-handed justice. He introduced the plan of the old model emperors of China, who placed gongs and bells outside their palaces, so that suppliants for justice might state their wants and be admitted to the presence. He gave up the first 15 days in every month to the hearing of causes. It was Yasutoki who drew up the famous Hojo Code of 51 articles, to which allusion will be made presently. Yasutoki's grandson, Tsunetoki, was Shikken from 1242 to 1246, and was succeeded by Tokiyori, who governed, though nominally succeeded by his son, till 1263. Tokiyori has the reputation of having been a very able administrator, though he retired for a considerable time to the seclusion of a monastery. With this regency is associated the legend, possibly nothing more, of Aoto Fujitsuna, which brings a welcome breath of democracy into the aristocratic chronicle. Aoto was a simple peasant who was arrested and brought before Tokiyori for criticizing the extravagance and luxury of the Kamakura palaces. The Shikken, instead of punishing the critic, appointed him to office, and later on as a judge on the bench. He was the terror of venal officials, injustice and bribery being known to him as if by sorcery, while every detected culprit was sure to be disgracefully cashiered. Tokiyori's son, Tokimune, grew up to render illustrious service to his country in the repelling of the great armada of Kublai Khan, of which we shall speak presently. For this alone he deserves the gratitude of posterity. Till we come to the very end of the period, there was but one occurrence which appeared even to threaten the Hojo supremacy. This was the attempt on the part of Go-Toba to assert himself, an attempt known as the Shokyo disturbance. Go-Toba, who, as we have seen, had many elements of greatness, had they only been synthesized by self-restraint, was like some other of the cloistered emperors in that he was not content in retirement to withhold his hand from state affairs. He brought about the abdication of his son, Tsuchimikado, at the age of 15, and without consulting the Bakufu, set up another son, Juntoko, aged 13. He too was displaced in 1221, and a baby son of the deposed monarch substituted. It was evident that the neurotic Toba II was aiming at being something more than kingmaker, even before his issuance of the decree depriving the regent Yoshitoki of his office. Kamakura was amazed at the extraordinary assertion of imperial power, but the energetic measures of the regent and the Lady Masako were equal to the emergency. An army was dispatched to Kyoto under Yasutoki, the son of the regent. He asked his father what he should do if he encountered the emperor in person at the head of his army. Yoshitoki replied, "The sovereign cannot be opposed. If his majesty be in personal command, strip off your armor and cut your bowstrings. But if the emperor is not in command, fight to the death. If you are defeated, I will never see your face again." Fortunately for the Hojos, the emperor was not in command, so the imperial effort in the direction of independence collapsed like a pricked bubble. It only remained for the Bakufu to dispose of 3 ex-emperors, and these were speedily sent to banishment in Oki, Sado, and elsewhere. In their places of exile they suffered considerable privations and never returned. The authority of the Shikken was not again disputed till the close of the period. Probably the most important achievement of the Hojo epoch, apart from the victory over the Mongols, was the compilation of the Hojo Code of Judicature, known in Japan from the name of the year period as the Joei Shikimoku. It was framed by the regent Yasutoki, with the help of a famous Buddhist priest, and promulgated in 1232. It is interesting to compare it with the nearly contemporary Magna Carta. The old code of Taiho was still the basis of jurisprudence in Japan, though many other codes had in the meantime emanated from Nara or from Kyoto. The rise of the feudal system, however, had rendered the Taiho code all but obsolete, since it had recognized the complete centralization of power and property in the emperor. The Taiho code was not repealed, but under the influence of the Kamakura Bakufu was gradually superseded by the house rules of the Minamoto. Yasutoki, in his compilation, gave these the force of law, and so furnished a precedent for subsequent feudal enactments, such as the Ashikaga Code of 1335. The Hojo Code consisted of 51 articles, not very systematically arranged, but of great interest as reflecting the social condition of the times. They deal with such subjects as the keeping of the Shinto and Buddhist shrines and services, the duties and responsibilities of provincial protectors, governors, lords of manors, and land reeves, the conditions on which fiefs might be held, the punishment of such crimes as rebellion, forgery, adultery, slander, removal of landmarks, etc., the laws as to inheritance, and official and ecclesiastical preferment. Slavery is not unknown, but the conditions are not harsh. Farmers are allowed to migrate from place to place, and the tax is lowered from 17ths of the annual produce to 1/2. Punishments seem to be restricted to the confiscation of fiefs, banishment, and extreme cases, death. There seems to have been a genuine effort to make the administration of justice simple, prompt, and pure. Every member of the council had to take a solemn oath invoking upon him the vengeance of heaven if he departed from the law in any particular. While the Hojos were thus shaping the domestic destinies of Japan, great changes had been taking place upon the continent. The Chinese Sung dynasty had been assailed by the Khitan or Liao Tartars, and to rid themselves of these unwelcome visitants, they had called in the Qin Tartars as allies. These, however, after performing their assigned task effectively, had concluded to stay, and so for a century China south of the Yangtze was under the Sungs and to the north under the Qins. Then came the devastating whirlwind from Central Asia, which submerged all the warring elements in one common destruction. The campaigns of Genghis Khan and his Mongols changed the history of almost all Asia and a considerable part of Europe, and the shadow of the Mongol terror fell upon Japan. In 1260, the grandson of the conqueror, Kublai Khan, was proclaimed Emperor of China. He did not obtain undisputed authority for the Yuan dynasty, as his line was named, until 1279, but as early as 1271 he was sufficiently established to take stock of his opportunities eastward as well as his possessions westward. Soon came to him a native of Korea, which country had been assimilated about 1263, with complaints about the pirates from Japan, and incidentally a hint as to the wealth, largely fictitious, of the island empire. Little persuasion was needed to fire the imagination and ambition of the great Khan. A letter followed, couched in the usual haughty and arrogant terminology, commencing, "We, by the grace and decree of heaven, Emperor Huang Ti of Great Mongolia, to the King Wang of Japan." It proceeded to order friendly intercourse with the alternative of war. The regent of the time was Hojo Tukimune, sixth of his line, and he was ill-disposed to brook the parvenu's pride. So embassies passed across the sea to the number of 6, only to be sent back without reply. Meanwhile, Japan was bracing herself for the inevitable conflict, as Athens and Sparta braced themselves against the threats of the great monarchs. There was a curious atmosphere of tension and expectancy. Comets and other celestial phenomena warned the land of impending catastrophe. The fiery Buddhist revivalist Nichiren, who has been described as a strange compound of Hebrew prophet and Dominican friar and John Knox, preached with apocalyptic fervor of the coming crisis. Tokimune himself, a religious enthusiast of the Zen persuasion, met the occasion with calm confidence and the resolve to prepare. The Emperor Komei, father of the late Meiji Tenno, once wrote a little poem which ran as follows: "To the utmost of thy soul's power do thy best, then kneel alone and pray for the divine wind of Ise that drove back the Tatar fleet." This was the general spirit of Japan at this critical moment of the 13th century. Then in 1274 came the first mutterings of the storm. The advance guard was only a force of some 25,000 Mongols, with a few thousand Korean auxiliaries, but it was large enough to secure a landing at Tsushima, where the little garrison of 200 doughty heroes fought until the last man died. Then the invaders went on to Iki, where they were met by the assembled clans, and an inconclusive struggle took place, which was, however, sufficiently severe to give the Mongols a taste of the quality of Nipponese valor. The result was that when symptoms appeared of the brewing of a tornado, the Mongols, to save their ships, decided that a temporary retirement was the better part of valor. It was certain, of course, that Kublai Khan would accept no such termination to his grandiose plan. He was now absolute sovereign of all China, and far beyond, almost illimitably to the west. Was it to be thought of that his ambitions were to be cheated by the dwarf islanders off his eastern frontiers? The preparations must be on a more adequate scale. So ships were built in such numbers that the Chinese poets describe the hills as mourning for their stricken forests. European engines of war, possibly suggested by Kublai's Venetian guests, were added to the already formidable martial paraphernalia of Chinese and Mongol. In due course, over 100,000 warriors, with many auxiliaries, were embarked in a fleet which was estimated as consisting of 3,500 ships. It was the most imminent peril Japan had ever been called upon to meet, and she met it with the characteristic spirit. While the temples hummed with prayers and grew dim with clouds of incense, the warriors were preparing themselves. Girding on their weapons, they went forth to meet the foe. Incredible deeds of daring were performed as the islanders sallied out to challenge the great armada, with its iron tubes for explosives and its great slings and crossbows. The issue might well seem to have been already decided in favor of the Mongol, but for what the Japanese have been quite legitimately wont to regard as an intervention of Providence. On August 14, 1281, there came up a terrible typhoon, the great wind of Japanese history, and ere long the ships of Kublai Khan, with their swarms of ferocious soldiery, were scattered like pieces of driftwood over the surface of the ocean. What happened to many of them is unknown, but the most were driven upon the rocks and smashed to pieces. Thousands of Chinese touched Japanese soil only to be seized as slaves, while very few returned to tell their crestfallen master the fate of the expedition. It may be interesting to add here two quotations, one from Marco Polo and one from a Japanese annalist, descriptive of this event. The Venetian writes as follows: Kublai, having heard of the immense wealth that was in this island, formed a plan to get possession of it. They sailed until they reached the island aforesaid, and there they landed and occupied the open country and the villages, but did not succeed in getting possession of any city or castle. And so a great disaster befell them, as I shall now relate. You must know that there was much ill will between those two barons, so that one would do nothing to help the other. And it came to pass that there arose a north wind, which blew with great fury, and caused great damage along the coast of that island, for its harbors were few. It blew so hard that the great Khan's fleet could not stand against it. And when the chiefs saw that, they came to the conclusion that if the ships remained where they were, the whole navy would perish. So they all got on board and made sail to leave the country. But when they had gone about 4 miles, they came to a small island on which they were driven ashore in spite of all that they could do, and a large part of the fleet was wrecked, and a great multitude of the force perished, so that there escaped only some 30,000 men, who took refuge on this island. In the Taiheki, an historical romance of a subsequent century, the Japanese version of the final catastrophe runs as follows. Now General Wan of Great Yuan, having cast off the moorings of his 70,000 ships at the hour of the dragon on the 17th day of the 8th month, started for Nagato and Suwo by way of Mochi and Akamagaseki. His fleet was midway in its course when the weather, which had been windless with the clouds at rest, changed abruptly. A mass of black clouds arising from the northeast covered the sky. The wind blew fiercely. The tumultuous billows surged up to heaven. The thunder rolled and the lightning dashed against the ground so abundantly that it seemed as if great mountains were crumbling down and high heaven falling to earth. The 70,000 warships of the foreign pirates either struck upon cragged rocks and were broken to atoms, or whirling round in the surging eddies went down with all hands. Japan may well look back to this wonderful deliverance as England looks back to the destruction of the Spanish Armada. But the memory of the terror inspired by the Mongol menace survived until quite recent years in the language of the Japanese mother inquiring of her unquiet offspring, "Do you think the Mogu are coming?" It is significant that in 1905, just after Japan had escaped a comparable danger through the destruction of the Russian fleet by Admiral Togo, the Shikken Tokimune was gratefully remembered by being raised to the second degree of the first rank of the nobility of the peerage of Japan. The familiar dictum of Shakespeare to the effect that the evil that men do lives after them has a striking illustration in the will of the 88th Emperor Go-Saga, 1243 to 1246. This will provided that the imperial succession should alternate between the descendants of his two sons. Complication was added to the situation by the provision that the one line should be rich and the other poor, a provision secured simply enough by leaving all the family wealth to one side of the house. Such a plan was bound to play into the hands of the Kamakura regents. One side could be depended upon to spy upon the other in the interests of the Shikken. Matters came to a head in 1298 when the regent Sadatoki, 1284 to 1301, ordered that each line should rule for a period of 10 years at a time. The multiplication of cloistered emperors entailed by this arrangement between 1298 and 1304, there were no less than 5 of these alive at the same time, was the least of the ills which resulted. The fall of the Hojos was another result, good or bad according to the point of view. Still another was the correlative of this, the energetic effort of the Emperor Go-Daigo, Daigo II, with the assistance of a little group of distinguished patriots, to restore the prestige, now at a very low ebb, of the Mikado. Fortune at this juncture certainly seemed to favor the desire of Go-Daigo to reassert the imperial authority, for it is difficult to conceive of any regent less qualified to uphold the prestige of Kamakura than Hojo Takatoki, Go-Daigo's contemporary. Everything that is giddy and corrupt is exemplified in Takatoki. His time was largely spent with actors and in dog fights. Dogs, says the Taiheki, were collected by way of taxes, the result being that many people in the provinces took steps to breed dogs and presented them by tens and scores at Kamakura, where they were fed on fish and fowl, kept in kennels having gold and silver ornaments, and carried on palanquins to take the air. Thus the city of Kamakura presented the curious spectacle of a town filled with well-fed dogs, clothed in tinsel and brocades, and totaling from 4,000 to 5,000. In 1326 the regent entered religion, and retired to a monastery, but without amending his ways or relinquishing a shred of his power. Conditions were such that the prediction was easy, to the effect that with Takatoki was passing the glory of the Hojos. Over against the slackness of Takatoki we may set the energy of the new emperor, the first for many a long day, who was not a child at his accession. Go-Daigo had great ability, and from the day of his coming into power he employed his ability to gain support sufficient for the securing of his independence. He made a secret canvass of the country for adherents. Taking advantage of the ravages made by pestilence, he visited the Buddhist monasteries to distribute relief. In the great fortress monasteries, such as Hiei-zan, he found promising military material, though Yoritomo many years before had forbidden the monks to carry arms. In Hiei-zan, he was shrewd enough to establish his son Morinaga as Prince Abbot. He also found recruits among the scattered warriors of the Taira and other clans. One of these was the great patriot soldier Kusunoki Masahige, of whom it is said Go-Daigo learned in a dream. Yet just before the emperor's plans were complete, the dog-fighting regent awoke to the peril of the situation. The emperor's sagest and strongest counselor, Fujiwara Sugitomo, was seized and slain, but the real clash was deferred until 1326, when the question of the succession was once again to the front because of the death of the Prince Imperial, that is, the heir on the other side of the house. Go-Daigo was insisting on the selection of his own son, in defiance of Go-Saga's eccentric will. This open effort on the part of the emperor to break the Hojo tyranny led to a fresh and unexpected outburst of energy on the part of the Shikken. The monastery of Hiei-zan was stormed and taken, but not before the Prince Abbot and Kusunoki had escaped. The emperor also became a fugitive, and after being 3 days without food, was captured and sent to the Isle of Oki. The writer remembers one of the very last historical plays performed in the Imperial Theatre at Tokyo just before the earthquake, which powerfully rendered the story of this exile and its termination. In 1332, it certainly appeared that a quietus had been placed upon the ambition of the emperor to rule as well as reign. But the loyal Kusunoki and Prince Morinaga had still to be reckoned with, so that in spite of some further Hojo successes, the year 1333 opened favorably for the emperor's cause. Kusunoki established communication with the emperor at Oki, and an escape was planned and cleverly carried to success. Go-Daigo left the castle in a lady's palanquin, and crossing the straits in a fisherman's boat, beneath a load of seaweed, succeeded in joining his friends. On the escape of the emperor, the distracted Chikken was misguided enough to bestow a military commission on Ashikaga Takeuji, a warrior of Minamoto descent, but one whose name has become almost a synonym for selfish ambition. This capable but untrustworthy tool simply bided his time and then went with all his forces over to the side of the emperor. The result was the speedy capture of Kyoto, which was hurriedly evacuated by the puppet emperor Gowen. He, the creature of the Hojos, with 2 other ex-emperors resident in the capital, who had precipitately fled, were captured and conducted back to the city. Then followed the brilliant campaign of one of the great soldiers of Japan, Nita Yoshisada. This famous man, also a Minamoto, but of that unblemished loyalty and heroic temper which have united him with Kusunoki in the undying affection of the Japanese people, is one around whom romantic story has continually gathered. His capture and burning of the city of Kamakura on July 5, 1333, is a turning point of Japanese history. The capital of the regents was defended by an army of not less than 100,000 men, and by its natural place of vantage by the sea. Both defenses alike were splendidly overcome. The cliff known as Imuragasaki still recalls the story of how Yoshisada saw his way below, barred by the chevaux de frise, at the foot of the cliff, and by the boats a little off the shore. Brinkley puts the matter prosaically when he says that Yoshisada took advantage of a low tide. One likes, nevertheless, to cherish the legend which tells how the hero flung his sword from the top of the cliff into the waves as an offering to the ocean kami and prayed for the divine aid. Immediately, says the story, the tide retreated and the imperial force swept to victory and vengeance. The great city which Yoritomo had made so beautiful and so prosperous was in the course of a few hours reduced to heaps of smoldering ashes. In the last great struggle, the Hojos did not betray their knightly tradition. One warrior, Takashige, with 100 picked men, almost broke through in an attack upon Nita Yoshisada. When he found this hopeless, he galloped back to the defeated Chikken, who was just drinking his farewell cup of sake before committing suicide. Takashige took the cup from his master's hand and drained it thrice. Then he too committed seppuku, passing the cup to Dojun. Dojun followed his example as he pulled out the exposed intestines with his own hand. He cried, "This gives a fine relish to the wine." So Takatoki, last of the Hojo Shikken, died not unattended by heroes to the world below. The remaining forces of the region, which had been battering without success at the army of Kusunoki at Chihaya, were soon compelled to surrender, and on July 17, 1333, the restoration in the Kemmu era was celebrated by the triumphant return of Go-Daigo to Kyoto. End of chapter 13.
Chapter 14 of An Outline History of Japan. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. An Outline History of Japan by Herbert Henry Gowen. Chapter 14. The Hojo Culture. In our last chapter, we gave some description of the downfall of the Hojo regions and the restoration, for a very brief interval, of the imperial rule. But before speaking more particularly of this restoration and its failure, it is necessary to pass in review 2 or 3 aspects of the Regency which may be termed cultural. The first of these aspects which invites attention is the religious. A Japanese writer has spoken of the rapid spread of Buddhism in the empire as if feeding a fire with perfectly dry hay. This is in the main true, But in the first two periods of the Buddhist propaganda, not a little of the fuel came from China. This is true of the 6 Nara sects, which flourished in the 8th century. It is true also of the 2 Kyoto sects, which to so great an extent superseded the earlier schools in the 9th century. But in the time of the Hojos, we have the rise of some very remarkable Buddhist sects, which are in large part due to native genius and zeal. What made these so-called Kamakura sects in some respect so strikingly parallel in their developments with the religious movements which contemporaneously were reviving Christianity in Europe, we may not know. There is much in the contemporary history of India and of China, as well as of Europe and Japan, to suggest the passing of a great religious wave clear across the Euro-Asiatic continent. The movement in Japan may be said to have begun with the rise and teaching of certain distinguished religious reformers who were reacting strongly from the quote-unquote prosperous and degenerate Buddhism of the Kyoto court. There was reaction also from the prevalent pessimism of Kyoto Buddhism and from the failure to find salvation in one's own efforts. Most of the new teachers came from the Tendai school. Such was Genshin, who, though he never left the Tendai, must be considered one of the forerunners of the Amida school. Of him says Dr. Reischauer, his 3 small volumes on Paradise, the Intermediate State, and Hell have exerted a great influence and should be of special interest to Western readers, especially to students of Dante." End quote. Then came Ryonin, 1072-1132, with his clear-cut teaching as to Amida Buddha and the reiterated formula Namu Amida Butsu, which gained for his sect the name of Nembutsu. Both of these teachers, however, were heralds rather than apostles of the Kamakura sects. First among the real religious founders of the period is Genku, commonly known as Honen Shonin. He was born about 1130 and as a child was about to slay the man who had mortally wounded his father, when the dying parent urged him to cast away vengeance and seek enlightenment. So Genku entered Hiei-zan and studied Tendai. But later he turned from what had become a religion of despair to a religion of hope and taught salvation through faith in Amida and his paradise, though still using the ritual formula. So Honen became, in 1175, the founder, in Japan, of the Jodo, Pure Land sect, with its doctrine of future blessedness through the merits of Amida. Japanese Buddhism makes distinction between Ji-riki, or salvation by one's own merits, and Ta-riki, or salvation by the merits of another. Jodo is not altogether one or the other, since the use of the Nembutsu is necessary for the believer. It is, nevertheless, an advance on previous systems and gained in course of time as protégés a number of the emperors. At the present day, the membership of Jodo constitutes it the second largest Buddhist denomination in Japan. A certain great disciple of Genku, Shinran Shonin, soon passed beyond the teaching of his master by rejecting the Ji-riki doctrine entirely, and by teaching salvation through faith in Amida Buddha alone. "We have nothing to do," he said, "with salvation. We have but to believe." Shinran Shonin, 1173-1263, is one of the most interesting of the Buddhist fathers. Visitors to the great western Hongwan-ji in Kyoto, one of the most magnificent of Japanese shrines, may still see the image of Shinran carved with his own hand as a gift to his daughter. for the Shin priests are not celibate. After the saint's death, the ashes remaining from the cremation were mixed with lacquer and used for the varnishing of the effigy. Shinran entered one of the Hyeizan monasteries at the age of 8, to the abbot's protests making answer, "'Tis vain to wait until tomorrow. Life is like the full-bloomed cherry blossom, which even in the midnight will be scattered should the wind blow." At the age of 29 he was converted to Amidaism by the preaching of Honen, and 2 years later founded the sect known in full as Jodo Shinshu, the True Pure Land sect, now the largest of all the Buddhist schools in Japan. In this sect, the distinction between priest and layman is abolished. Marriage and the eating of flesh are permitted, and much else is taught and practiced which varies from other forms of the faith. Shinran wrote a famous book in 6 volumes, the Kyogo Shomonrui, the Analects of Doctrine, Practice, and Attainment, and died at the age of 89, quote, "true to the end to his determination not to know anything but Amida and salvation in his Western paradise." End quote. Just prior to the establishment of the Shin system, another sect arose which was destined to exercise great influence upon the history of Japan. In this case, the teaching was foreign, for Zen Buddhism was introduced from India, where it is known as dhyana meditation by way of southern China. The founder of dhyana was the great Indian sage Bodhidharma, who is regarded as the 28th successor of Gautama and the first patriarch of Chinese Buddhism. He reached China in 520 and soon attained prodigious fame for his feats of meditation. As the quote-unquote wall-gazing saint, who meditated for 9 years before a wall, he became the original of the Japanese toy, to which is given the name of Daruma, so weighted that nothing can destroy its poise. It was in one of these prolonged meditations that the tea plant first grew up from the severed eyelashes of the saint. Bodhidharma had cut off his lashes to prevent himself from sleeping, and the decoction made from the tea plant made such sacrifice needless for the future. In spite of the fact that the saint's feet were worn off by his wall-gazing exploit, Bodhidharma is again credited with walking across the waters of the Yangtze. His last adventure was an ascension to paradise in so much of a hurry that he left one shoe behind in the coffin. He taught that salvation was to be gained by meditation rather than by the use of prayers, the reading of sutras, or by devotion to good works. His doctrine was preached first in Japan by Eisai about 1191. This teacher, like the others mentioned, had been at Hyeizan, but was satisfied with nothing till his second visit to China, when he became a convert to Bodhidharma's form of religion. He was invited in 1201 to come to Kamakura, and so began the connection of Zen with the militarists of the empire. It is also explained that the discipline of Zen was particularly congenial to the spirit of the samurai, and also that there was common to the Zen Buddhists and the Bushi a general acceptance of Confucian ethics. In some respects, the founder of the fourth of the Kamakura sects is the most interesting of the great Buddhist teachers. Professor Lloyd calls Nichiren the greatest and most striking personality in the whole of Japanese Buddhist literature. Professor Anisaki opens his interesting biography as follows. If Japan ever produced a prophet or a religious man of prophetic zeal, Nichiren was the man. He stands almost a unique figure in the history of Buddhism, not only because of his persistence through hardship and persecution, but for his unshaken conviction that he himself was the messenger of Buddha, and his confidence in the future of his religion and country. Not only one of the most learned men of his time, but most earnest in his prophetic aspirations, he was a strong man of combative temperament, an eloquent speaker, a powerful writer, and a man of tender heart. He was born in 1222, the son of a fisherman, and died in 1282, a saint and a prophet." End quote. Nichiren early passed from under the influence of the Shingon sect to that of the Tendai, thence to the denunciation of them both, and indeed of all the current religion of the time. In striking contrast to the live and let live attitude of the other Buddhist sects, he denounced everything but his own teaching as treasonable and as an invention of the devil. When we ask what this teaching was, we are compelled to answer that there was nothing which was precisely new. Nichiren advocated a return to the quote-unquote pristine purity of the Buddhism of Shakyamuni, but he betrayed ignorance of what this was by pinning his faith to the scripture known as the Hokkekyo, a writing of much later time and a very different doctrinal trend. As Highshower points out, Nichiren's significance is not that he taught new truths, but that he adopted a positive and even belligerent attitude toward the other Buddhistic sects. Such an attitude made a stormy career inevitable, and cast over him from time to time the shadow of death. In 1271 he was arrested and tried for high treason. "Behold, the pillar of Japan is falling," he cried, as the soldiers closed round the giant monk and carried him off to the execution ground on the beach at Kamakura. The writer will never forget his emotion in walking along that shore and suddenly getting, through the long avenue of trees, the precise view of the temple of Hachiman, which Nichiren got when he launched his famous appeal to the war god. The prayer ended as follows: "When tonight I, Nichiren, shall be beheaded and go to the paradise of Vulture Peak, I shall declare before our Lord Shakyamuni that thou, Hachiman, and the Sun Goddess have not fulfilled your oaths. Art thou not afraid of that?" Then, presently, as he stretched out his neck for the sword, a lightning flash disabled the executioner, and ere long came the reprieve which gave the prophet many a long year for warning and exhortation. Nichiren's great opportunity came in connection with the menace of the Mongol invasion. His predictions of this imminent danger gave him a tremendous amount of popular support. So, in the course of time, the Ishmael of Buddhism became the Lotus of the Law, and the founder of the new sect called after his name. He died on November 14th, 1282, surrounded by his disciples and reciting with them the stanzas of eternity. The last of these runs as follows: "Thus my constant solicitude is, how can all beings be led to the incomparable way, and ere long attain Buddhahood." Where Nichiren died is built the Hommonji, and the saint's bones, enclosed in a reliquary of rock crystal, repose on a jeweled table supported by 8 green tortoises, before which burns a perpetual lamp. The 4 Kamakura sects mentioned remain today the strongest of the 50 recognized by the Japanese government, and occupy 53,000 out of the 72,000 existing temples. The Heian literature, says a Japanese writer, is like the kaido drooping after rain. That of the Kamakura period resembles the plum blossom, which exhales its perfume in the snow and frost. End quote. Certainly, if there is less of it than during the earlier classical period, what has come down to us is at once more virile and more serious. This is due to the fact that the interruption of communication with China brought about a greater independence of thought, while the great Buddhist reformers themselves contributed appreciably to the freshening of the intellectual atmosphere. The monogatari of the Heian period, mostly written by women, give place to the historical romances which deal with the stirring episodes of the war between Taira and Minamoto, or the national uprising against the might of the Mongol. Many of these, such as the Hogen and the Heike monogatari, suitably condensed, would at once claim the attention and the interest of the Western reader. Poetry is represented at its best by the famous anthology known as the Hyakunin Isshu, single songs of 100 poets, from which a poem of the Emperor Tenchi has already been quoted. The compilation of this century of song was undertaken by a Fujiwara nobleman named Sadaye, also known as Teika, in 1235, though probably suggested by his friend, the lay priest Rancho. In course of time, the collection was issued in the form of a pack of cards and used both as a game and as a textbook for the education of girls. The poems are mostly tanka and date all the way from the 7th to the 13th century. The first poem is the one ascribed to Tenchi, and the last is the work of the Emperor Juntoku, written from the island prison to which he was banished in 1221. O imperial house, when I think of former days, how I long for thee, more than e'en the clinging vines gathered 'neath thine ancient eaves. In the class of belles lettres we have two very attractive and popular works. One is known as the Hojo-ki, Notes of a 10-foot square hermitage, the work of Kama no Chomei, guardian of a little mountain shrine about the beginning of the 13th century. Chomei has been called the Wordsworth of Japan, and might with equal propriety be termed its Thoreau. The little book of some 30 pages brings before us a beautiful picture of the simple life in a little hut, 10 feet square and 7 feet high, furnished with a bamboo mat, a shelf on which stood an image of the Buddha, so placed that the morning sun might strike its forehead, pictures of Fugen and Fudo on the walls, a black box for Buddhist books of devotion, and some volumes of Japanese poetry. It chronicles also for us such events as the great Kyoto fire of 1177, the terrible famine of 1181, and the earthquake of 1185. We get a poignant insight into the miseries of the times when we come, for example, upon such a passage as the following. When there were a man and a woman who were strongly attached to each other, the one whose love was the greatest and whose devotion was the most profound died first. The reason was that they put themselves last, and, whether man or woman, gave up to the dearly loved one anything which they might chance to have begged. As a matter of course, parents died before their children. Again, infants might be seen clinging to the breast of their mother, not knowing that she was already dead. A priest of the temple of Jisunin grieved in his secret heart at the numberless persons who were thus perishing, consulted with a great many holy men, who, by his advice, when they saw anyone dead, wrote on his forehead the first of the Chinese characters for Amida, and by this bond united him to the church." End quote. But the most charming of all works of the kind in Japanese literature is undoubtedly the Tsure Kusa, Weeds of Idleness, by the monk Kenko, or as he was entitled before entering religion, Yoshida no Kaniyoshi. It begins, "To while away the idle hours, seated the livelong day before the ink slab, by jotting down without order or purpose whatever trifling thoughts pass through my mind, verily this is a queer and crazy thing to do." End quote. Nevertheless, Kenko does it, with fascinating effect upon the reader. No designation of the author as the Horace of Japan, or as the Japanese Koheleth, can do Kenko justice. He is quite original in his kindly humor, his wistful pessimism, his humane philosophy, his affection for the faded hollyhocks of bygone festivities, and for the blossoms which have still to open, as well as for the joys still present, make his companionship a truly delightful experience. We may indeed be thankful that when he died about 1350, beside the poor inventory of a few old sutras, quote, 12 bundles of scrap paper, 2 suits of black vestments, his bedding, and some pots and dishes, end quote, there was also found pasted on the walls of his hermitage and on the bags of prayers a few sheets of paper containing the Tsure Kusa. During the Hojo period, there was a considerable and growing divergence between the art of Kyoto and that of Kamakura. In the imperial capital, the isolation of Japan from continental influences had resulted in the development of a definitely national Yamato style. This became specially associated with the Tosa family and took the name of that clan. The Tosa paintings, or makimono, or long horizontal scrolls, are at their best celebrated for their gorgeous coloring and their finely expressive figure drawing. In Kamakura, under the influence of Buddhism, Chinese influence is still perceptible, but the Kamakura art was of a more general range than that of Kyoto. It was at this time that a Chinese is said to have come and laid the foundation of the art of landscape gardening. The most permanent memorial, of course, of the Kamakura art is the famous Daibutsu, or bronze image of the Buddha of infinite compassion, which it is still worthwhile to cross continents and oceans to see. This great work of art was planned by Yoritomo when he made of Kamakura his administrative capital. But the erection did not take place till 1252, a generation and more after the first shogun's death. A wooden statue of the Buddha had been erected in 1238, but was blown down by a typhoon. Then the loving devotion of the Lady Itano came to the rescue with the present splendid result. Yet the shrine itself has been thrice devastated by fire, and the head and hand of the great image date only from the Tokugawa times. But the beauty and dignity of the whole figure are indescribable, and one shrinks from vulgar measurement in the delight of reposing in the charm of the colossal smile and of catching something of the peace of those closed eyelids. It has been a great joy to know that the Daibutsu passed almost unscathed through the earthquake and tidal wave of September 1923. It is difficult to generalize on such a subject with any confidence, but it is not unfair to assume that, on the whole, Japan made considerable advance in civilization during the days of the Hojo regents. The court was no doubt often frivolous and corrupt, but, as Murdoch says, gave less occasion for scandal than it had done in the previous period. The Bakufu, too, was tyrannical, but it succeeded in preserving the independence of the nation against the dreaded hordes of Kublai Khan. As for the people, we know all too little about them. It would not even appear that they were divided into the 4 classes until later. These were Shi, No, Ko, and Sho, that is, warriors, farmers, artisans, and merchants. At the bottom of the scale were the Eita, or outcasts, who possessed no civil rights whatever. The warriors, of course, found increasing opportunity for the pursuit of their trade in the civil contentions of the time. So it was that Bushido, the way of the knight, received at this time its official stamp. The tea plant was introduced in 1191, but there was little official disposition to encourage the use of foreign luxuries. Even the manufacture of sake was at one time in the 13th century forbidden by law. To sum up, it may be said that the Hojo Regency was of too short duration to effect the completion of much that had been begun. Had it lasted longer, as Dr. Hara suggests, the divergence between Kyoto and Kamakura might have brought quite a transformation to the empire. Quote, "The time, however, was not yet ripe for the total regeneration of Japan." End quote. End of chapter 14.
Chapter 15 of An Outline History of Japan. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Caveit. An Outline History of Japan by Herbert Henry Gowen. Chapter 15. The Ashikaga Shoguns. The ending of the Kamakura Bakufu engendered the hope, at least in Kyoto, of a restored emperor who should exercise his ancient prerogatives with a loyal nobility and a united people as the buttresses of his inviolable throne. It was supposed that the domination of the Buki, knighthood, was over, and that the Kugi, court nobility, had recovered their earlier influence. This pleasing illusion, however, which, if fulfilled, would have anticipated the Meiji restoration by 500 years, was dissipated almost as soon as entertained. For this failure there were 2 reasons. The first was the incomplete welding together of the various national elements. The resistance to the Mongol threat had done something towards this needed consolidation, but not nearly enough. With the removal of the pressure, the movement towards solidarity ceased, and seeds of discord began to sprout. The other reason was in the folly of Go-Daigo, which played into the hands of the self-seeking ambition of Ashikaga Takeuchi. To describe the emperor's fault as political indiscretion is surely to underestimate its guilt. Without any conspicuous lack of ability, Go-Daigo came back in from exile with many marks of a deteriorated character. He was more disposed than before to rule despotically. In the redistribution of fiefs, Nita Yashisada and Konsuke Mashikigi were inadequately rewarded, as the services of the Ashikaga were grossly overpaid. Nor was the treason of the latter long in appearing. With the writer's pleasant recollection of having the living representatives of the Ashikaga as his guide to the splendours of modern Kyoto, it is hard to reflect harshly upon the first famous bearer of the name. But truth to tell, Ashikaga Takeuchi was false to both sides that he supported. Through bribery and the use of women's wiles, he first contrived to set the emperor against his son, Morinaga. In vain did the prince plead his freedom from any thought of treason. In a pathetic memorial to the throne he wrote, "I would appeal to heaven, but the sun and moon have no favour for an unfilial son. I would bow my head and cry to the earth for help, but the mountains and the rivers do not harbour a disloyal subject. The tie between father and son is severed, and I am cast away. I have no longer anything to hope in the world. If I may be pardoned, stripped of my rank, and permitted to enter religion, there will be no cause for regret. In my deep sorrow I cannot say more." But even this humiliating plea was refused. The die was cast, and the unhappy prince, in spite of the splendid service he had rendered to the imperial cause, was murdered in 1335. Then Takauji proceeded to poison the emperor's mind against Nita Yoshisada. Too late, Go-Daigo awoke to the character and motives of the Ashikaga, and too late he fell back upon his loyal generals in the endeavour to bring about the chastisement of the upstart. The war that followed was fierce and bitter, and at the same time marked by a number of heroic episodes. Yet the imperial cause was from the first at a disadvantage. Nita, whom Murdoch depicts as a dour, determined, hard-hitting fighter, but no strategist, tried in vain to bring the matter to an issue by personal combat with the Ashikaga. Kusunuki, against his better judgment, found himself compelled, in obedience to the emperor's wishes, to make his stand at the Minato River, a position he himself regarded as a death trap. Defeated in a hot battle on July the 4th, 1336, he felt that the only expiation he could make was by taking his own life. So, after a touching farewell with his son, Masatura, a fellow destined to become a classical subject in the art of Japan, the brave chieftain, together with some 70 survivors of his beaten force, sought the release of a forfeited life by seppuku. Later on, and not unfittingly, he was canonized as the deity of the river at which he had fought so courageously, and yet in vain, Minamoto Gawa. Of all the characters in Japanese history, says Griffiths, that of Kusunoki Masashige stands preeminent for the pureness of patriotism, unselfishness of devotion to duty, and calmness of courage. The people speak of him in tones of reverential tenderness, and with admiration that lacks fitting words. Behold in him the mirror of stainless loyalty. The admiration is thoroughly deserved. Nitas survived his trusty comrade for only 2 years, fighting to the last. In 1338 he was surprised in a rice field by some thousands of the enemy, and wounded by an arrow in the eye. Plucking out the dart, he is said to have performed the extraordinary operation of cutting off his own head in order to prevent identification by the foe. When, however, there was found upon his headless trunk the imperial letter with the words, "I invest you with full power to subjugate the rebels," it was known that the hero of 100 fights had indubitably been slain. The severed head was carried away to Kyoto, which Takauji had occupied in July 1336, for the conqueror to gloat over the evidence of his triumph. It is interesting to note that Yoshisada's last prayer was that one of his descendants might fulfill the task he was unable to carry out. Over 200 years later, a notable descendant of Yoshisada was born in the person of Tokugawa Ieyasu, the founder of the Tokugawa shogunate, so the doughty warrior did not ultimately lack an avenger. Some time before the death of Nita Yoshisada, the Emperor Go-Daigo had been superseded by Kogon, the nominee of the Ashikaga. It was by such means that rebels purged themselves from the guilt to revolt against the throne. For while Go-Daigo took refuge in the hospitable monastery of Haizin, but was soon compelled to flee, then he gathered together the insignia of royalty and fled to Yashino in Yamato, where he was received by Matsushira, son of Kusunoki. Here a court was established which made open rivalry with the court at Kyoto. Thus the venerable maxim of the Japanese that, just as there is but one sun in heaven, so there is but one emperor on earth, was rudely contradicted. Go-Daigo and his successors of the southern line exercised a kind of phantom sway for upwards of 50 years. Meanwhile, the puppet emperor of the northern line had been persuaded to reward Ashikaga Takauji with the coveted title of shogun. The 50 years of war between the two branches of the imperial family present nothing in the way of a clear-cut campaigning. The one court, as we have seen, was established at Yoshino, south of Kyoto, and in consequence gave its name to the dynasty of the south. The other maintained itself at Kyoto, with the military support of the Ashikaga. The latter had now rebuilt Kamakura, and used it as a rallying and recruiting point, but himself preferred, for various reasons, to reside in Kyoto. There was really no well-defined boundary between the competing factions. Supporters of either side were found almost anywhere, and strangely enough, neither side felt itself open to the accusation of rebellion. Go-Daigo, however, had succeeded in retaining the genuine insignia of imperial authority, and had, moreover, palmed off an imitation of them on his rival. Consequently, It is he and his successors who represent the side recognized by historians as legitimate, though they had to wait for this recognition from posterity. It should be remembered that even the terms Northern Dynasty and Southern Dynasty in Japanese, the Nambuko courts, were not used till much later, when they were applied by historians in imitation of the Chinese. Yet the cause of Go-Daigo was espoused by some very distinguished personages, of whom Chikafusa Kitabakati and his son, Aki, as well as the sons of the Kusunoki, are types. There was, however, little returning hope of restoration. Go-Daigo died in 1339, declaring in his will that although his body was buried in Yoshino, yet his spirit was ever yearning for Kyoto. The war continued to drag on in a purposeless kind of way. Griffiths described it as a confused and sickening story of loyalty and treachery, battle, murder, pillage, fire, famine, poverty, and misery, such as make up the picture of civil war in every country. The War of the Chrysanthemums, as it was sometimes been called, was ended at last by the suggestion of Ashikaga Yoshimitsu to the southern emperor Go-Kayama that he should surrender the insignia of power to Go-Matsu. This act, which was not wholly unselfish, put an end to the prolonged schism and legalized the claims of the last of the northern line. The 5 predecessors of Go-Matsu, however, are regarded as false emperors and are not included in the imperial line. The Ashikaga shogunate lasted from 1335 to 1573 and includes the administration of 14 shoguns, of whom one received a second tenure of office. Of these, says Brinkley, 2 were slain by their own vassals, 5 died in exile, 1 had to commit suicide. From such a summary to the generalization that there was not so much as a decade of signal success or of efficient government is a comparatively easy transition. The luxury and vice of the court of the shoguns in this period is as painfully conspicuous as the poverty and misery of the people. The military orders, taking advantage of the disturbed condition of things, increased daily in power and contributed little to the revenues of the empire. The people, maddened by extortionate taxes, rioted or else left the fields uncultivated and waste. Education was neglected, and the only industrial art which flourished was that of the swordsmiths and armourers. Hard by the luxurious court of the shoguns at Muromachi, the emperors well nigh starved in their palaces. One, it is said, Nara, made a living by writing and selling autographs. The people who employed him still reverenced him as a god, so they left their commissions and the money to pay for the same without daring to look the imperial scribe in the face. In 1500, the body of Tsuch Mikado lay unburied, as it is said, for 40 days for lack of money wherewith to pay the funeral expenses. Professor Anasaki writes that the social disintegration and religious confusion proceeded apace, shaking off nearly all reminiscence of the past and attachment to the old refinement of court life. The Ashikaga's shogunate differed in several ways from that founded by Yoritomo. First, it was hereditary, passing in most instances from father to son. Secondly, the Ashikagas did not dare to leave the capital as Yoritomo had done, so established their court in a certain district of Kyoto called Muromachi, whence the name sometimes given to the period. Kamakura, however, was also occupied as the headquarters of a secondary court, headed by the official, the Kanryu, who, in this instance, may be described as the Governor-General. The system was not a success, and in part may be said to account for the long drawn-out civil strife. So much for the generalities. Let us now dwell a little more particularly upon the specially outstanding details of the Ashikaga epoch. The hereditary plan adopted by the Ashikagas was by no means successful in the production of any considerable succession of distinguished shoguns. We may, with but little loss, confine our attention to a few out of the list of 14. First, as to the founder of the line, Ashikaga Takeuji. As we have seen, he was a scion of the Minamoto house. The name was derived from the little village of Ashikaga. Takeuji has had some very valiant defenders, apologists who consider him to have acted humanely and generously, one of Japan's greatest and noblest men. But in spite of so undoubtedly fine qualities, Takeuji's actions showed that he was a man of almost uniformly selfish aims and of unscrupulous ambition. He was lacking, moreover, in those higher gifts of statesmanship with which we associate the name of Yoritomo. The people visited upon his memory their sense of miserable poverty, and included his successes in the same general condemnation. When in 1863 the figures of the Ashikaga shoguns were removed from the Chojinin, erected by Takeuji, the inanimate blocks were all beheaded and treated with every species of insult. One substantial achievement may be set down to the credit of the first Ashikaga. This was the promulgation at the very commencement of his tenure of office of the document known as the Ashikaga Law Code. This famous compilation, known in Japanese as the Kamu Shikumuko, from the name of the year period, was put forth in 1336. It consisted of 17 articles, a number obviously suggested by the 17 articles of Shotoku Tashi, just as obviously the substance of the Ashikaga Code was indebted to the feudal code of the Hojos. No sooner had Takeuji removed himself from the category of the rebels by setting up an emperor of the northern line at Kyoto, at the same time improving his status by accepting appointment as acting chief counselor of state, then he put forth his code, founded on the Hojo Code. It is not very obviously a code of law, but rather a series of moral precepts which are chiefly interesting as revealing in the social ethics of the time in military circles. The contents may be sufficiently suggested by a bare enumeration of the following heads. 1. Economy must be practiced. 2. Drinking parties and wanton frolics must be suppressed. 3. Violence and outrage must be quelled. 4. The inquisition and search of private dwellings must be abandoned. 5. There must be a regulation of the districts devastated by fire. 6. Cooperative building clubs are suggested. 7. Government officers of ability are to be sent over the provinces. 8. Nobles and priests are no longer to make interested recommendations to the emperor. 9. Public officers are liable to reprimand for negligence and idleness. 10. Bribery must be put down. 11. Presents made to officers attached to the palace must be returned. 12. Personal attendants on the emperor and the shogun must be carefully selected. 13. Ceremonial etiquette must be properly regulated. 14. Men of probity and high principle must be rewarded. 15. Petitions from the poor must be heard and redress granted. 16. Petitions and claims from the temples must be dealt with on their merits. 17. Certain fixed days are appointed for the rendering of decisions and for the issuance of government orders. All this seems as harmless as it is vague, but there were nevertheless those who deemed it worthy of opposition. Murdoch describes, for example, the famous work of Kitabatake Chikakusu, Jino Shokutake, The History of the True Succession of the Divine Monarchs, as a counterblast to the Ashikaga Code. It is so in the sense that it sets forth the characteristic Japanese doctrine of the divine descent and authority of the emperors, as something quite independent of the claims of support of the shoguns. Great Yamato, writes Kitabatake, is a divine country. It is only our land whose foundations were first laid by a divine ancestor. It alone has been transmitted by the sun goddess to a long line of her descendants. There is nothing of this kind in foreign countries. Therefore it is called the divine land. It is only our country which, from the time when the heavens and earth were first unfolded, has preserved the succession to the throne intact in one single family. It is unnecessary to do more than point out the significance of such a passage and of the spirit behind it, in their relation to the national movements of the 18th and 19th centuries, and indeed down to our own day. Takeuji died in 1358 and left the succession to his eldest son, Yoshiakira. There is not much to be said of the second Ashikaga. The war of the two courts went on, and on one occasion in 1361, owing to the defection of one of the most powerful nobles, Hosokawa, the shogun was compelled to flee from Kyoto with his puppet emperor, but he soon returned and died in 1367 after a brief rule which was, nonetheless, full of weariness. The third Ashikaga shogun, Yoshimitsu, now came to his own. He was only 9 years old at his succession, and it is interesting to note in this connection that 11 out of the 14 Ashikaga shoguns were minors at the time of their entrance upon office. Murdoch speaks of Yoshimitsu as a baffling character, yet he is often spoken of as the Great Ashikaga, and in some respects he deserves the title. Not a little of his celebrity, in any case, is due to the wise tutor who had him in charge at an early age, when he succeeded to the shogunate. This was Hosokawa Yoriyuki, one of the very ablest men of his time. The minister reverenced, it is told, 5 mottos and tried, moreover, to conform his life to them. They were 1. Do not be partial in friendship or in enmity. 2. Do not return favour or vengeance. 3. Do not deceive with right motive or with wrong. 4. Do not expect bribes. 5. Do not deceive thyself. Under training such as that of Yoriyuki Yoshimitsu might well have turned out even better than he did, but as the shogun grew older he became more and more devoted to pleasure and extravagant living. Murdoch says that after the deaths of Yoriyuki in 1392, Yoshimitsu's policy in many respects was a forerunner of that of Louis XIV of France, but this must be taken to applying to artistic rather than to immoral dissipations, to extravagance rather than to personal vice. Extravagant beyond all precedent, Yoshimitsu certainly was. In this direction a climax was reached in the erection of the palace at Kyoto, with the famous Kenkakiyuchi Golden Pavilion Shrine, which is still one of the sights of the ancient capital. Yoshimitsu was delighted when the emperor paid him a visit in his splendid abode. After his retirement from the shogunate, he spent most of his time here until death transferred him to a narrower habitation in 1409. The palace was subsequently bequeathed to the Zen sect of Buddhists, who have ever since used it as a monastery. One thing the Japanese have resented in Yoshimitsu, more than his extravagance, though the two things are not unrelated, this was the apparent acknowledgment of the claims of China as suzerain when he sent presents to the Son of Heaven in 1401, and received in return the title of King of Japan, Nippono. China was fond, in this indirect way, rather than by war, of trying to fasten her yoke upon the surrounding peoples, but she never tried it with Japan without arousing unspeakable wrath in the hearts of the people. Yoshimitsu could hardly have been ignorant of the significance of his act, since in his reply to the letter of the Ming Emperor he acknowledged himself frankly as the vassal of the Middle Kingdom. Hence, in the eyes of the Japanese, Yoshimitsu earned and deserved the curse of posterity. A matter which attracted less attention, but is important in helping us link up the relations of Japan with Korea, is the reception by Yoshimitsu in 1392 of the representatives of the Peninsular Kingdom, which had but lately come under the dynasty, which was finally pensioned off in 1910. Yoshimitsu's successors were in no way raised the average of the Ashikaga rulers. His son, Yoshimochi, spent the years from 1394 to 1422 in a series of drunken debauches. He eventually retired to the priesthood, not to mourn over a dissipated past, but to drink himself the more speedily to death. Some historians talk of a return visit to the Mongols in 1420, but the tradition rests only on the recollection of a raid made by the Koreans, who had been rendered desperate by the prolonged experience of Japanese policy. Yoshimochi's son, Ashikaga, held the shogunate for 2 years and died in 1425 at the age of 19. Then the ex-shogun came back and occupied his former post until his death in 1428. Yoshimochi's death was followed by the accession of Yoshinori, his predecessor's brother, in 1428, but in 1441 he was murdered by his host, Akamatsu Mitsutsuki. His son, Yoshikatsu, a child of 8, followed but died in 1443 to give place to his brother, Yoshimasa, likewise of the mature age of 8. Yoshimasa reigned for 30 years, retiring in 1473 and dying 17 years later. Had he, like his predecessor, died a minor, the land would have been spared at least of some few disasters. Yoshimasa rivaled Yoshimitsu in the extravagance and selfish refinement of his pleasures. While people were dying in Kyoto by tens of thousands, he went about undisturbed in his cruelly luxurious way. The building of the Kinkyuku-ji, Silver Palace Shrine, is therefore rather a reproach to his humanity than a credit to his asceticism. This shrine, like that of Yoshimitsu, was eventually turned over to the Buddhists, who occupy it until this day. Meanwhile, with the splendid building rising to the sky, Riots were breaking out and spreading far and wide, and war and pestilence devastated the land. Yoshimasa lowered himself even below the level of Yoshimitsu by appealing to China for loans, the fruit of which he spent upon his own pleasures rather than upon the crying needs of the people. Yet Yoshimasa today has a questionable kind of glory in connection with the development of the Cha no Yu tea ceremony. When he retired from the cares of office in 1473, it was Sei's chamberlain to devote himself altogether to refined pleasures in his gorgeous palace of Jinkakuji at Kyoto, in the company of his favourites, the pleasure-loving abbots Shinko and Shinu. From this trio of royal and religious voluptuaries are derived several of the rules for tea drinking which still hold good. But little requires to be said of the remaining Ashikagas. Yoshihisa succeeded in 1473 at the age of 9, promising boy in the avoidance of enervating luxuries, and a promising soldier in the campaign he undertook for the pacification of the land, for the situation had been developing elements of the most menacing character. Riots and civil tumults were of daily occurrence, and were not to be appeased even by the frequent edicts remitting taxes. It was plain that revolution was brewing and would eventually burst forth unless the government of the Ashikagas were either ended or radically reformed. Yoshihisa died at the age of 25 in 1489, and so dissipated any hopes which his character had inspired. He was followed by his cousin, Yoshitani, who resumed the interrupted campaign only to be compelled to flee before Kanryo, the Governor-General of Kamakura. This official, Hosokawa Masamoto, set up a son of Yoshimasa's brother, Yoshizumi, as the new shogun, but he too was forced to flee, and Yoshitani came back under the name of Yoshitada. He ruled troublelessly till his death in 1521. Yoshiharu, aged 11, was the new incumbent and made some pretense of governing. Till 1545, the country was now suffering the extremes of anarchy. Neither emperor nor shogun, nor even Kanryo, had any real power to control the course of events. Yoshitsuru followed his father as shogun in 1547, but in 1565 slew himself amid the blazing ruins of the palace to which the rebels had consigned him. By this time we find ourselves face to face with the strong soldier personality who is destined to win for a distracted land some semblance of unity and to restore a reign of law. This was Oda Nobunaga, a man whose exploits will demand more detailed attention a little later. Nobunaga was called by his enemy Bakadono Lord Fool. He soon proved himself the deus ex machina for whom Japan had been vainly sighing. In 1568, at the command of the emperor, he set up Yoshihige, the last of the Ashikaga shoguns, in the seat of his father. But in 1573, he made an end of the unfortunate and execrated dynasty by a summary deposition. So ended what, from the merely domestic point of view, was without doubt a barren and disappointing period. Yet, from a wider viewpoint, a new interest arises which we will now proceed to discuss. End of chapter 15.
Chapter 16 of An Outline History of Japan. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. An Outline History of Japan by Herbert Henry Gowen. Chapter 16. The Coming of the Foreigner. While Japan was a weltering chaos of warring feudal atoms, the way was clearing for the first intercourse with that Europe which hitherto had known of the Far Eastern Empire only through the vague and second-hand reports of Marco Polo and the map made therefrom by Paolo Toscanelli in 1474. The error made on the Venetians' authority, by which Japan was placed some 1,500 miles east of China, had much to do with the belief of Columbus that he had discovered India. and that Cuba was the island empire of Chibangu. Early in the 15th century, that noble pioneer of science, Prince Henry of Portugal, known as the Navigator, had laid the foundations of Portuguese supremacy upon the seas. When he died, seeing only afar off the fruit of his life's labors in 1460, he bequeathed to his captains the charts and instruments which his zeal had accumulated, and all the resources of the Order of Christ which had furthered his designs. By the famous papal bull of Alexander VI in 1493, the destinies of Portugal on the seas were directed to the east, as were those of Spain to the west. So, step by step, splendid conquests were won, which more than compensated for the obstacles placed by the Ottoman against access to the Orient. Gias had doubled the Cape of Storms, henceforth to be known as the Cape of Good Hope, 5 years before the issuance of the bull. Vasco da Gama reached the Malabar coast of India in 1498, and so created the material out of which Camões fashioned the Portuguese epic of the Lusíads. In 1510, Albuquerque, Viceroy of the Indies, by the seizure of Goa, established a center for Portuguese sovereignty in the Far East. Contact with Malacca soon followed, and China was reached in 1516. It was some years later, indeed not till 1542, that the Portuguese arrived in Japan. In that year, a junco, with 3 Portuguese sailors on board, Antonio de Mota, Francisco Zemoto, and Antonio Peixoto, on its way from Macau to Siam, was blown out of its course and reached Tanegashima. The date is a notable one, for it is also the birth year of the future Tokugawa shogun Ieyasu. The fugitives seem to have stayed long enough to teach the natives the use of firearms. As usual in such cases, the lesson was appreciated, and successful imitation soon followed. Sakai, on the island of Kyushu, seems very soon after 1542 to have been making commercial use of the discovery. Not long after this first visit came Fernando Mendes Pinto, with his 2 companions, Cristofer Borcalo and Diego Zemoto, in the service of a pirate who had taken them aboard his ship when they had lost their own. Pinto is the man to whom credit for the discovery of Japan is usually given, but his confessed habit of saying things to fit the humor rather than the truth has discounted not a few of his claims. Men said that his name should have been Mendax rather than Mendes, and the playwright Congreve plainly had the same opinion when he wrote in Love for Love, Ferdinand Mendes Pinto was but a type of thee, thou liar of the first magnitude. As to whether Pinto healed a certain prince of gout, and cured the son of that same notability of a gunshot wound, we may legitimately, and without much loss, remain unconvinced. Pinto is said to have returned in 1547, and when he left, this time, he carried away with him 2 Japanese fugitives. One of these was Anjiro, or Yajiro, who was destined to influence the career of St. Francis Xavier. Before the arrival of Xavier, however, the ships of the Portuguese seem to have become fairly numerous in Japan, and there was considerable rivalry among the feudal chiefs for the privilege of trading with the foreigner. Comfer says, "The merchants, in exchange for their European and Indian commodities, as raw silk, fine stuffs, drugs, wines, medicines, and a great variety of other, both natural and artificial curiosities, became possessed of numerous treasures and the golden marrow of the country." Francisco de Xavier was born in 1506 in his mother's castle of Xavier at the foot of the Pyrenees. He was of a noble Navarresa family, but, as was frequently the case, he had taken his mother's name. At the University of Paris, he came under the compelling influence of Ignatius de Loyola, founder of the Jesuit order. When the order was formed, Xavier was one of the original members and took the vows in 1534. In 1541, he sailed from Lisbon for the Portuguese Indies and spent many months of self-denying and fruitful labor at Goa and Travancore. Thence he proceeded to Malacca, where he found the natives barbarous and vicious. But a providential meeting with Anjiro, Yajiro, directed his thoughts to Japan, where the Portuguese traders had already prepared the way, and whence the missionary is said to have received an invitation addressed by a king, probably the Prince of Bungo. Yajiro was baptized, receiving the name of Paul, and sailed with Xavier and Father Fernandez in the double interest of the missionary and the traders. They landed at Kagoshima on August 15th, 1549, and for 27 months Xavier labored indefatigably in a field which appeared ripe for the harvesting. At Hirado, they were received by salvos of artillery from the Portuguese ships. At Yamaguchi, on the inland sea, Xavier built the first Christian church on ground given to him by Prince Surosoki, whom he describes as the most powerful of the lords then in Japan. He called the church Daidoji, the Temple of the Great Way, and left his impressions of the people in the words, "In all my life, I never tasted so much consolation as at Yamaguchi." Kyoto was visited, but with little or no success. This failure was, however, compensated for by the phenomenal progress made in the island of Kyushu. Probably at this time, less than 1,000 converts were baptized. But a good foundation was prepared for subsequent efforts on a more extensive scale. How far the chiefs encouraged the preaching of Christianity, merely to secure for themselves some commercial advantage, how far Xavier's work was marred by bigotry and intolerance on the one hand, and by vain ecclesiastical pomp and show on the other, and how far his message, imperfectly interpreted by Yajiro, was understood by the converts, these are questions open to debate. The facts which are incontestable are that the personality of the great missionary made an indelible impression upon Japan, and that of the converts made, a large number were sufficiently in earnest to pass heroically through the fiery baptism of persecution which was to follow. Kampfer speaks also of a certain natural resemblance between the minds and inclinations of the Japanese and Portuguese, both born nearly under the same clime, and in particular the great affability and that serious and pleasing gravity common to both nations, as having much to do with mutual understanding. The Japanese certainly made a good impression on Javier, if we may judge of the testimony he has left of them. As far as I can judge, he writes, the Japanese surpass in virtue and probity all people hitherto discovered. Their character is gentle. They are no tricksters, and they reckon honor to be superior to everything else. There is a great deal of poverty in the islands. The Japanese dislike poverty, but are not ashamed of it. The Apostle of the Indies left Japan on November 30th, 1551, on his return to Goa, feeling that he was needed in India. He had determined on the way to pay a visit to China, whose conversion, he believed, would inevitably bring about that of Japan. His plans in this respect were frustrated, for he died of fever in the little island of Changchuen, St. John, off the coast of Guangdong, on December 2nd, according to some, November 27th, 1552. However much we may be disposed to criticize some of his methods, which were those of the time, Javier must always be regarded as one of the greatest missionaries of Christian history. Javier's work in Japan was carried on by Fathers Torres and Fernandez, assisted by native converts. Of these, Father Lawrence, the first Japanese Jesuit, should not be forgotten. The influence of the missionaries and that of the traders grew simultaneously and harmoniously. The sailors seem to have done all they could to aid the work of the friars, and at this stage, at least, to have given but little occasion to the blasphemer. It must be confessed that, at times, the Christian propaganda included campaigns of violence against the temples and bonzes, which are indefensible. But it was, nevertheless, recommended by the genuine devotion and self-sacrificing labor of the priests. The annual letters of the Jesuits to Rome give many interesting particulars of the progress of the faith. The building of a church at Nagasaki was, in a way, epoch-making, since the little fishing village rapidly grew to become a city of 30,000 inhabitants, who were, for the most part, Christians. Tens of thousands of people in the island of Kyushu were baptized. Sometimes, it must be feared, as in the story of the conversion of Europe, not without some rather pointed suggestion on the part of the chiefs. Within 30 years of the departure of Javier, there were 75 Jesuits at work in the empire, and the number of converts was estimated as not short of 150,000. But meanwhile, great political changes had come to pass in Japan itself, which must be described before we can pursue the story of the Christian mission. Moreover, even before taking account of these developments in politics, we must, in saying farewell to the Ashikaga period, pay some brief tribute to its literature and its arts. With civil war raging almost continually, and with military affairs in consequence claiming the almost undivided attention of the educated classes, it may easily be supposed that the Ashikaga period was not one of extraordinary literary brilliance. Yet, while it is, in general, true that the lectures at the universities ceased, and many of the great libraries disappeared in the conflagrations of the time, there were, nevertheless, not wanting a few who found leisure for the pursuits of scholarship. These even included 2 or 3 of the Ashikaga shoguns, among them Yoshihisa, who, in addition to being a poet, was a deep student of the Chinese classics. The work of the statesman-scholar Kitabatake Chikafusa, author of the History of the True Succession of the Divine Monarchs, has already been mentioned. The most characteristic feature of Ashikaga literature is to be seen in the classical dramas known as No. These were at first merely religious dances performed in front of the Shinto temples. Later, they were developed into quite elaborate lyrical plays, patronized chiefly by the shoguns, just as the writing of tanka was encouraged by the imperial court. These dramas were rendered by a company limited to 3 or 4 performers, assisted by a chorus, after the Greek manner. Even upon the foreigner today, the effect of a no, with its stilted language, uttered in strange falsetto tones, its primitive orchestra, its slow deliberative movements, the contrast between the unadorned 25-foot square stage and the gorgeous costuming is very impressive. A convenient rule for the appreciation of the no has been stated as follows: forget the theater and look at the no. Forget the no and look at the actor. Forget the actor and look at the idea. Forget the idea and you will understand the no. The subjects treated have been from the first mythical or historical, or sometimes, under the influence of Buddhism, mystical. The performance is followed by an assemblage, solemnized to the point of apparent participation in some high sacramental rite. There are now 5 schools of no, all of them dating from the Ashikaga period or earlier. The oldest, the Komparu, is even ascribed to the invention of Kawakatsu Hada in the time of Shotoku Taishi. The Kanze split off from the Komparu, and the Hosho from the Kanze. The Kongo and Kita schools were founded before 3 and 4 centuries ago. One of the largest collections of no extant is that known as the Yokyoku Tsukai of the 14th century. But the writer is informed that the most complete of all is that of Dr. Yaichi Haga of the University of Tokyo. Art in Ashikaga times was still largely the result of Chinese influence. Together with the philosophy of the Song period came the Song art, and by the same channel, namely that of Buddhism. The Zen sect, to which so many of the Bushi of Japan belonged, was strikingly aesthetic. The first place in time, so far as the artists of this epoch are concerned, is given to a Chinese priest known as Kawo. He was followed by another priest named Mincho, also known as Chodensu, who has been termed the Fra Angelico of Japan. In the second half of the 14th century, a priest named Josetsu founded a school which produced a long line of famous painters. Among these was Sesshu, who returned from an apprenticeship in China to become one of the greatest landscape artists in all Japanese history. There were also Masanobu and his son Motonobu, to each of whom has been given the credit for founding the famous Kano school. It was, at any rate, under Motonobu, who, as Brinkley says, excelled in every style and every branch of his art, that the Kano school acquired its most definite character and its chief celebrity. It is of this artist that the story is told that on one occasion, seeking to reproduce a certain view, he threw his brush away in despair, whence the spot has since been known as Fure Sute, to throw away the brush. The 15th century has been sometimes considered the purest, the most classical period of Japanese art, characterized by the most perfect subordination of color to design. The latter part of the era is also notable for the first great woodcut artists, but these will be referred to more conveniently a little later. Midway between the pictorial arts and the applied arts, which flourished especially under the patronage of the luxurious shoguns of the epoch, may be mentioned the improvements in porcelain making. It was in 1510 that Gorodayu Shonzai, fired to emulation by the achievements of the Chinese potters at Qingtaichen, went to China. He returned 5 years later to make the famous Hizen ware. Even though the country generally was starving, the applied arts flourished under the Ashikagas. Buddhism encouraged the casting of bronze bells and mirrors. The development of the No drama gave occupation to the extraordinarily skilled carvers of masks. The Channo-yu, tea ceremony, gave an increased interest in ceramics, and the manufacture of porcelain and glazed pottery, faience, became important even though the great age of Japanese porcelain did not come until the opening of the 17th century. Lacquer work had been introduced from China, but as the lacquer tree found in Japan a more congenial habitat, so the art itself developed under the skillful and patient hands of the Japanese artists. The culminating period of this art is the end of the 15th century. To bow makers, arrow makers, saddlers, shield stitchers, and above all, to swordsmiths, the continuous wars of the time gave abundant employment. Some of the most wonderful swords ever made are the work of Japanese, and the prince of all swordsmiths was Okazaki Masamune. The making of sword furniture was also an art in itself, and engaged many artists of the most consummate skill. Of the architecture of the period, we may form some conception by contemplating the golden pavilion of Yoshimitsu and the silver pavilion of Yoshimasa. A distinguished American architect, Mr. Ralph Adams Cram, has said that Japanese architecture represents one of the great styles of the world. The social life of the Ashikaga age presented, as we have already seen, luxury and misery in their extremest forms, side by side. While the populace was starving and perishing through the ruthlessness of a cruel civil war, both kuge, courtiers, and bushi, knights, were making Kyoto a synonym for gaiety, and the theater of every variety of refined amusement. Dress was fantastic and extravagant. The coiffure for both sexes took the strangest forms, and men prided themselves as much upon their beards and mustaches as the ladies did upon the long tresses which an attendant sometimes supported behind in a box. Eating and drinking were regulated by many curious conventions. The use of the mon, family badge, was quite ancient, and was general among the great clans, long before the kikugomen, imperial chrysanthemum crest, was adopted by the emperors in the 12th century. The tea ceremony, or channo-yu, literally hot water for tea, became the complex ritual of an esoteric system, supposed to inculcate urbanity, courtesy, purity, and imperturbability. For this ceremony, special gardens, rooms, and vessels had to be prepared, and many desired to qualify as experts in the cult. It should be noted, too, that the teaists included not only extravagant shoguns like Yoshimasa, but hardened warriors such as Nobunaga, Hideyoshi, and Ieyasu. Nitobe declares that atheism was as much a reproach in certain sections of Japanese society as atheism would be in England or America. Then there were the other fashionable arts, such as incense comparing, or koawase, the arrangement of flowers, or ikebana, the viewing of the blossoms, and the like. Competing with these, the writing of tanka, attendance at the no drama, and at kyogen, farces, filled up the days and nights with refined delight. Versailles, in the days of the Grand Monarque, did not know a greater profusion of ways for adding zest to pleasure and preventing the minutes from passing unamused. Underneath this splendid surface, the patient people labored, groaned, suffered, and died. Under the Ashikagas, feudalism attained the zenith of its influence. The weakening of the central authority and the placing of the empire under the sway of an unscrupulous militarism immensely strengthened the prestige of the clan leaders. Might was everywhere regarded as constituting right, and the sword of the samurai was the final arbiter in the struggle for justice. Thus, while every day the kuge became weaker, the bushi gained in power and consideration. Every warrior head of a family became a daimyo, great name, and around the daimyo gathered the samurai, sworded men. When a soldier lost his master or renounced allegiance, he became a ronin, wave man, a knight-errant who fought for his own hand. To regulate the conduct of the bushi, there was elaborated a code of chivalry and morality, which is known as bushido, the way of the knight. During this epoch, it may be truly said that this was the real religion of the Japanese soldier, rather than Shinto, the way of the gods, or Buppo, the way of Buddha. Bushido presents a curious development of ascetic virtue and of self-restraint. And although it has been accused of an unethical disregard for the rights of those outside the military caste, the charge seems undeserved. Mistreatments of the lower classes were the exceptions, rather than the rule, to the spirit and practice of Bushido. There can be no question as to its immense influence upon the life of Japan. The code of Bushido called for the practice of seppuku, vulgarly known as harakiri, a ceremonial form of self-immolation by disembowelment. This was not suicide due to despair, but rather a means of self-execution when life was considered as forfeit for some intentional or unintentional misdemeanor. Sometimes it was a sacrifice vicariously made to expiate the sin of a clan, or even of the whole country. Seppuku must be carefully distinguished from junshi, or the following in death to serve one's lord in the underworld, and from shinju, or double suicide, a practice frequently resorted to by young couples whose love affairs in this world have gone wrong. The writer has been told on good authority that this last-named practice, though now common and even fashionable, is not yet 300 years old. To be prepared for seppuku, the samurai always carried, in addition to his heavy battle sword, a small dirk, whence he was known as the two-sworded man. Constant readiness for this supreme test of courage and of loyalty to an ideal has had, without doubt, much to do with the production of that calm self-devotion which enabled the Japanese, in great crises, to face death without tremor, and to leave life without reluctance. End of Chapter 16. Recording by Louise J. Belle. Sebastopol, California.